The screech of train brakes echoed through the bustling crowd. The figure of a nobleman, carrying his suitcase, slowly boarded the train. Exuding an air of nobility, he intently read a book in the fading sunlight. Inside the book was a picture of an exceptionally beautiful woman, Baroness Eleonora Assen. The young man sighed and snapped the book shut. Again, bright sunlight streamed through the windows of a peaceful village home, leaves gently falling outside. A pink-haired girl, radiating an innocent beauty, watched the little black dragon she'd brought home slowly emerge from its egg. It wriggled, causing the eggshell to crackle. The shell gradually crumbled as the dragon stretched after being confined for so long. The girl looked down at the black dragon with curious eyes. Ah, this is a dragon. It's true. They appeared briefly in ancient times, but now they're just legendary beings, relegated to the last pages of encyclopedias. It let out tiny cries. A baby dragon hatched from the egg I was going to fry? I never would have dreamed of this. I'm a transmigrator. I've transmigrated into this romance fantasy novel that's been criticized for being a mess. It's not like I wanted to transmigrate. I died from overwork, and when I opened my eyes, my soul was floating to another world. In my exhaustion, my soul noticed something. I saw a lifeless body sitting motionless, so I took over. She had become a soul, observing the still body before her. Unharmed and intact, did I ask this really a dead person? It looks more like a doll than a corpse. The character I transmigrated into is Eleonora Assen, the most brutal and vicious villainess. She's considered the strongest in this world, yet she's easily defeated by the main characters. Unfortunately, I learned about this world and the identity of the body I took over after it happened. This realization had made her cry herself to sleep. Since no one knows I've transmigrated into Eleonora Assen, I won't be targeted by the main characters for a few years, right? Please, let me out of this place, she had pleaded after fully merging with the body. So I escaped to the countryside. I won't live a tragic life and die from exhaustion again. Eleonora happily immersed herself in the fresh air of Soren Hellwood village. I'll live here quietly and peacefully. Suddenly, she sighed. The little black dragon below looked around curiously, making adorable sounds. This dragon. She thought of a terrifying scene. It's the heroine's pet dragon in the novel. In the end, it gets roasted to a crisp. Originally, the heroine, Linnea, was supposed to find the dragon egg and imprint her image on the dragon's memory. Eleonora whispered into its ear, "You've come to the wrong address, little one." A chest sat amidst a field of blooming flowers. A lost child needs to be returned to its owner. Eleonora quickly packed the black dragon into the chest. "Please send this package to the capital for me." The noises from inside the chest made the delivery person curious. What's that sound? You must be hearing things. Inwardly, Eleonora was eager to be rid of it. I don't want anything to do with this thing. After sending the black dragon away, Eleonora sighed happily, enjoying her newfound freedom. This is just a small happy ending. My peaceful, leisurely life is still intact. The next day, in the tranquil countryside, Eleonora stared in disbelief at what she had sent away just yesterday. The black dragon had somehow reappeared back by her side. She looked down at it, unable to believe her eyes. Am I dreaming? Eleonora rubbed her eyes, but when she looked again, the black dragon was gone. Eleonora decided to leave. All right, I'll just go back to sleep. But suddenly, she felt a tug on her skirt. There it was, trembling beneath her, clinging tightly to the hem of her dress. The more she tried to pull away, the more stubbornly it held on, refusing to let go. After a struggle, it still wouldn't release its grip. She turned and yelled, her shriek startling the little dragon. The hem of her dress was finally ripped from its mouth. This sent the little dragon tumbling head over heels on the ground. Eleonora beckoned with her hand. A red cloth suddenly appeared, flying towards them. The red cloth quickly wrapped itself tightly around the little dragon's body. Trapped inside, the little dragon could only let out pathetic whimpers. Eleonora smirked triumphantly. I win. The magic items I recorded in my diary are really useful in times like these. The more the little dragon struggled, the tighter the cloth constricted. Exhausted from its efforts, it it collapsed on the ground. Eleonora quickly approached to check on it. The cloth was so tight it had squeezed the little dragon dry of tears. Eleonora felt a pang of guilt and awkwardness. What am I supposed to do with this tiny thing now? It's so messy. Don't cry anymore, little one. Hearing Eleonora's soothing words, it looked up and smiled. As she walked, Eleonora wondered, was there a mix-up in the delivery or something? I received confirmation that the package arrived safely, and I even locked the chest securely. The little dragon, nestled in her arms, seemed to read her thoughts, looking up at her with wide, innocent eyes. Eleonora stroked its head, making it incredibly happy. Don't worry, I'll definitely send you back to your destined mother. The setting sun cast a warm glow on the scenery below. The little dragon lay comfortably inside the chest. Suddenly, Eleonora rushed over and slammed the lid shut, startling the little dragon. Just bear with it a little longer, little one. This is all for your own good. Once again, she ran to the delivery person, pleading, please deliver this quickly, safely, and accurately directly to Countess Linia Vanner. Inside, the little dragon cried silently. The next day dawned bright and clear. Eleonora opened her eyes as usual, but today felt a little different. The little dragon appeared again like a god, but it seemed to have grown a bit. Eleonora's whole body trembled, causing it to tilt its head in bewilderment. Why? Why does it keep in a magical space? Only one more roar was heard. Why do you keep coming back here? When a dragon reaches the hatching period, it begins to form a bond with the person who has come into contact with it, and it will choose one person it likes among them. That's called imprinting. Imprinting is a necessary process for a creature from another world, like a dragon, to survive favorably on this land. A dragon that has imprinted on a human can transform into a human. I'm sure the novel said so. Suddenly, the little dragon transformed into a toddler, taking its first wobbly steps. Eleonora, witnessing this scene, was dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes. She hurriedly backed away. Hey, don't tell me you've imprinted on me already? You've grown up so fast. But the little one's adorable appearance softened her heart, and she sighed. At first, a huge egg rolling around in the market was ridiculous enough, and the fact that it was a dragon egg was even more ludicrous. Did someone lose it? But to lose a precious dragon egg managed by the royal family, right here in the countryside? Or did someone intentionally place the egg on the corner I usually pass by? Eleonora's face was gloomy, unsure of what to do. Although I don't know anyone here, perhaps many people know me as the witch Eleonora. The little one tilted its head, listening to her question. Little one, do you remember who left you in Soren Village? But suddenly she thought, how could it know, having just hatched from an egg? Right, I know you were born from an egg, but you're a dragon, after all. Did you ever hear any strange sound from outside the eggshell, or something like that? One big, one small in the room. The big one sighed, while the small one smiled, not understanding what was happening. In the novel, the female lead, Linia, once visited the royal capital and accidentally broke the egg, and the dragon imprinted on Linia, the dragon's owner. Linia was pursued by Eleonora, an evil force coveting the dragon's power, and in the process, she allied with the male lead. Of course, I don't want to interfere with the novel's plot in the slightest. Eleonora gently picked up the little one and gave it some milk. With the dragon egg gone, the royal family must be in an uproar. I have to quickly return this little one to its owner. She hurriedly asked the little one, hey, little dragon, if you're not given a name, the imprinting won't be complete, right? That question made the little one cry, leaving her extremely flustered and at a loss. It's not that I'm abandoning you. I'm just trying to take you back to your real mother. She soothed and comforted it. The little one in her arms nodded, looking sleepy. Finally, the little dragon couldn't resist the drowsiness. She saw its adorable sleeping form and smiled to herself. You look just like an angel when you sleep. A rustling sound echoed in the small bedroom. Suddenly, a small sound came from the door. Compared to living with someone as lazy and weak as me, you'd be much luckier living with a female lead. Soren Village, a peaceful and tranquil place. A heavy footstep echoed on the ground. Then, a sharp screech of brakes startled the dozing owner awake. Kai slowly stepped inside, introducing himself. I'm Inspector Kai from Teva. His introduction left the man stunned. Teva, he stammered. Where in Teva? Which division are you with? The handsome, imposing figure's authority made him break out in a sweat. That I'm from AZ. I'm a commander of the Security Investigation Bureau. The man was utterly shocked, unable to believe his ears. Commander? Kai's rare violet eyes and the golden pin on his collar seemed to gleam. He looked at the man and said, "As you know, I'm here about that matter." Kai subtly lifted his coat, revealing the glint of his holster. Gun. There nothing noteworthy happening in Soren village? I'm inquiring about the incident log concerning Baroness Eleonora Assen. The man, catching sight of the flashing firearm, thought with relief, "It really is Commander Kai." Then, he stammered, Baroness Eleonora hasn't caused any major trouble. She doesn't often come to the city either. Soren village is always peaceful." Kai glanced around, taking in the messy room strewn with papers and empty liquor bottles. Kai gave a slight nod that I understand. As he turned to leave, the man offered, "Safe travels, sir." Kai paused and offered a piece of advice. "You should tidy up a bit and try not to doze off on the job." The man hastily obeyed. "Why, yes, sir." Kai bid him farewell. "I'll be going now." The bustling marketplace was filled with the aroma of delicious food. Kai walked through the crowded streets, thinking, so I'll have to go find her myself then. Suddenly, his violet eyes caught sight of something. A head of innocent pink hair caught his attention. He quickly recognized who it was, Baroness Eleonora. She was carrying Muyo, never letting go. He couldn't help but wonder, who's that little one? A child. He strained to hear their conversation. The vendor chatted with Eleonora for a moment, nodding repeatedly. The sight that followed startled Kai. She quickly handed the small child over to the vendor. Another morning had passed. The child, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, now a bit taller, was abandoned once again. The vendor spoke to Muyo. "Hey kid, if you come with me to the capital, someone's waiting there to pick you up." The child blinked, prompting the vendor to exclaim, "Oh my, how adorable." The vendor's sinister expression made the child tremble. "Come along now." Muyo woke up, startled, to find himself in the arms of a stranger. He kicked the vendor, causing him to cry out in pain and drop him. Ow. The vendor chased after him. "Hey kid, where are you going?" The child sat huddled in a corner of the garden, sobbing. "He doesn't seem to like me. He's abandoned me 5 times now. It's so mean." He felt deeply hurt that I hate him. Suddenly, a voice approached. "Little one, are you lost?" Muyo looked up at Kai, curiously. Who are you?" Kai spoke with a hint of amusement. "Did you lose your mother?" The morning sun shone brightly around them. Eleonora, fast asleep, was roused by a persistent knocking at her door. She groggily made her way to the door. "Yes, I'm coming." Eleonora appeared through the peephole, curious. "Who is it?" Through the peephole, she saw a familiar face, making her jump in surprise. She flung the door open and exclaimed, "Hey, you little rascal, you're back again." Mid-scolding, she noticed the person beside the child. "You never listen? What in the world?" "Sir Kai." This piqued her curiosity. "Who are you?" Kai held the child, who was crying inconsolably in his arms. The child's cries were heart-wrenching. Eleonora tried to soothe him. "Don't cry." Kai handed the baby to her and asked, "Are you the one who abandoned this child?" Eleonora, confused, replied, "Yes, what about it?" He said, "I asked if you abandoned this child." Eleonora assessed the man before her. Dark hair, violet eyes, and that lapel pin. She quickly guessed it was Kai Leonard. He bowed his head slightly. "It's an honor that you still remember me, Baroness Eleonora. Please answer my question." I asked, "Did you abandon this child?" Kai Leonard was the male lead in this novel. As far as she could remember, he was the second son of the Kai ducal family and a high-ranking officer in the Lorne Imperial Security Investigation Bureau. He was both the head of the Teva branch and the commander-in-chief of the Lorne Regional Headquarters. He was known as the Genius Inspector, the youngest, most talented commander-in-chief, and so on. But regardless of all that, his special ability, back then, he had threatened, "Drop your weapons and surrender." An assassin yelled, "It's Kai. Watch the back door." After the shout, a loud gunshot rang out. Someone had successfully escaped. It was gunfire. Because the witch Eleonora had connections with almost every criminal in Lorne, the two of them had a deep-seated animosity. Half the reason she moved to the countryside was to avoid Kai's attention. She looked at the arrogant man before her and thought, and yet he's standing right in front of me. Then she stammered, I didn't intend to abandon this child." Eleonora gently lifted the child. "I was just going to return him to his original guardian." Kai was curious about her answer, but the child isn't saying that. Muyo cried even louder, "Don't leave me. I won't drink milk anymore. I won't be a bother. Zin, please don't leave me." Eleonora couldn't believe her ears. The child's rapid development surprised her. He can talk now? Just yesterday, he was only babbling. Kai reached into his coat, seemingly searching for something. If you're not the guardian, then what is your relationship with this child, Baroness? Eleonora quickly replied, I have no relationship with him at all. I swear. Muyo, eyes brimming with tears, cried, Master. Kai looked surprised. Master? Eleonora, flustered, didn't know what to do. What is he saying now? So, Sir Kai, first of all, this child isn't mine. I only met him for the first time 6 days ago. He pulled out a notebook. Even if you intended to return the child, he clearly doesn't want to go back. Therefore, you've committed a crime, child abandonment. Eleonora was stunned. Child abandonment? Sir, you're misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Even if you intended to return the child, he clearly doesn't want to go back. Therefore, you've committed a crime, child abandonment. Eleonora was stunned. Child abandonment? Sir, you're misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Kai sternly questioned, I also suspect you of child abuse. You abandoned him, and you made a 3-year-old call you master? Those are actions beyond common sense. Eleonora retorted defensively, I didn't abandon him, and Mr. Quanter at the butcher shop is a trustworthy person. Kai's eyebrows furrowed in annoyance. Soon as the Baron handed the child over, the butcher left for the capital as if he had been waiting. What were you planning to do with the child in the capital? Eleonora stammered, flustered. That's because the child's guardian is in the capital. So, Kai still looks suspicious. Can you prove that? Eleonora's voice became hesitant. Kai replied flatly, I suppose you'll have to write me a report then, Baroness. Also, I'll inform you that you are currently a suspect in the disappearance of the Liza Virginou egg that occurred in Lauren. I expect your cooperation. And I'll also inform you that we have received permission from His Majesty the Emperor of Lauren, so we now have full priority and authorization to issue a warrant for your arrest, Baroness. Hearing this, Eleonora cried out in alarm and inwardly, she fumed at the accusation. This means I've been completely framed for stealing the egg. I'm trying to fix everything, and now I'm being accused of theft. Kai curtly told her to leave. First, I request you come with me. But suddenly, Eleonora stopped him. Wait. She gripped Kai's hand and invited him inside. First, please come in and listen to me. Eleonora looked around nervously, prompting Kai to repeat himself. Please let go of me. If we just go outside like this, I'll... Suddenly, she noticed a rope hanging from the closet door. The rope twitched and trembled. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the rope flew forward. It wrapped around Kai's body, startling him. It not only coiled around him, but continued, ensnaring Eleonora as well. It pulled them together, binding them tightly. They stumbled, nearly falling. Finally, the rope sent them sprawling onto the floor. Eleonora landed on top of Kai. Eleonora quickly sat up after the fall, clutching her head. Ouch, my head. She looked down at the awkward scene. Kai's annoyed expression made her break out in a sweat. Muyo stood nearby, staring blankly at them, confused. Suddenly, the child hiccuped. Kai slowly sat up. Baroness Eleonora, get off of me. Eleonora fumbled, flustered at I'm sorry, my head. Kai sat up, muttering sarcastically, I forgot that when confronting you, I must always be fully prepared. The Baroness truly has no self-awareness. Eleonora sat on the cold floor, silent. Kai called out, Baroness. He hesitantly stepped towards her. Are you all right? Suddenly, blood trickled from Eleonora's nose. She swayed forward. I think my blood sugar dropped. My body is so weak right now, not like it used to be. I don't have the energy to argue or fight with anyone anymore. Honestly, all I want to do is sleep a little longer. He looked bewildered, not understanding what Eleonora was talking about. What are you trying to say? Eleonora snapped her fingers. A rolling pin suddenly zoomed towards them at an incredible speed. It slammed directly into Kai's solid shoulder with enough force to make him flinch and tremble in pain. She watched him stagger. The gentle warning, she threatened such scary objects aren't allowed in my territory. In just a moment, he couldn't withstand it and collapsed onto the floor. Kai. Eleonora approached as Kai fell. She slowly took the gun from his coat pocket. Night had fallen over the small house. Kai was tied tightly to a chair in the room. Muyo and Eleonora peeked inside. He probably won't die from just fainting, right? I didn't intend to hit him like that. I was planning to do something else, but I slipped up. The small child tugged lightly on her skirt. Master, are you all right? Eleonora quickly spoke to the child. Hey, I'm just saying this as a precaution, okay? In front of that, mister, you absolutely must not reveal yourself. The child replied yes. The word master made her uncomfortable, and from now on, I forbid you to call me master. Muyo didn't understand what was happening. But you are master, she replied. I'm not your master. She sat down, curling up in the corner. How do I know how to raise a child? I've never played the role of a parent. Inwardly, she thought, I don't want to mess with the plot of the novel. Eleonora's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Asterisk, I'm tired, and I want to rest. I just want to continue resting alone. Asterisk, the small child's body wriggled and bowed its head. Then, an innocent voice asked, Am I not allowed to be here? The child resolutely made a promise. I will protect Master. That innocent statement left her feeling utterly helpless. Protect who from whom? A fire flared in Muyo's hand. Master is troubled by that human, right? I can handle it very well. The child seemed to want to eliminate Kai. If Master wishes, I will immediately make that human. She quickly stopped him. No. Now the child was incredibly sad, tears welling up. Are you going to chase me away again? She stammered. Hey, don't cry. Eleonora felt helpless. Even though it looks like a child, it's still a dragon. In the novel, it even burned Eleonora, the owner of this body, to death. Just thinking about it sent shivers down her spine. Asterisk, if I chase it away, it'll probably kill me later. I have to educate it beforehand. Asterisk, Eleonora spoke gently to the child. I won't abandon you anymore, and you mustn't kill people so casually. Muyo didn't understand that I can't. That's right, you mustn't casually take the lives of others. Repeat that. The small child obediently repeated her words. I mustn't casually kill people. That's right, good job. Eleonora taught the little one the taboos of life, that don't hurt anyone without reason, don't lie, don't steal. Even if you wanna, you have to endure it. If you're unsure, you must ask my permission first. If you hadn't revealed to that man that you're a dragon, I would have let you stay with me. The condition is that you don't reveal that. So, what do you say? Muyo asked cheerfully. Can I stay with you? Yes. Unable to hide their joy, the little one flew to embrace Eleonora. I agree. She responded, a bit overwhelmed. All right. Muyo's sparkling eyes softened her heart. My name is Noah. Call me Noah, and don't call me Master anymore. Just because you know someone's name doesn't mean you'll remember them, because we're only together temporarily. In the meantime, observe me carefully and decide whether you should remember me or not. After that, decide whether I'm worthy of being your master, understand? But the little one seemed hesitant, but without further ado, she carried the little one into the room. All objections were overruled. Besides, a child like you shouldn't stay up this late. Close your eyes now. Noah is very tired. Before the little one could say anything, she was placed beside Eleonora, who lay down asleep. That if you don't want to sleep, you can keep an eye on that man for me. Not even 3 seconds passed before a snore echoed throughout the room. Muyo looked down, utterly helpless. The little one's face fell, looking very sad. The night was now pitch black, as if it were very late. In the room where Kai was tied up, there were rustling sounds. He gently took a sharp piece of a blade in his hand and cut the rope in two. The rope quickly parted and was discarded. Behind him, freed, Kai gently placed his feet on the floor. He sighed, looking around. Dawn broke, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves. Kai, free from his bonds, looked around. First, I have to find my things. Eleonora's house is so simple and messy, a world away from the magnificent and spacious mansion in the capital. Baroness Eleonora is living such a simple life in a rural area like this. Could something have changed in her state of mind? He entered a room and discovered someone. Inside, it was none other than Eleonora. She lay on the bed, radiating a sparkling beauty. He sat down, looking into a drawer. She should be living a life that matches her beautiful appearance. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out. That's enough. Muyo appeared, looking at him with shining eyes. He seemed to have grown a little. The little one threatened, if you touch Noah, I won't let you get away with it. The voice was clearer than yesterday, and the pronunciation was getting better. Kai quickly asked, what's your name? The little one replied, I don't have a name yet. Noah hasn't given me one. Kai wondered, no name? Such strange, rapid development, a strange way of speaking, a master, a child with no name. Could it be? The little one before him piqued his curiosity. What are you? The little one didn't answer. Turning away, I have to earn Noah's affection. The little one's gaze dropped, so I couldn't tell you. Eleonora, awkwardly breastfeeding a child for the first time, wondered if she was doing it right. She supposed she'd only know by trying. She looked just like a first-time mother that you'll catch a cold. Put on some warm clothes before sleeping. The little one, having been fed his fill, had a flushed, red face. He slowly walked towards Kai. Although I can't tell you my identity, you probably already know, right? The little one wanted to do something, but suddenly remembered Eleanor's words. Asterisk, don't hurt others without reason. Don't lie. Don't steal. Even if you want to, you have to endure it. If you're unsure, you must ask my permission first. Asterisk, he thought, if I could eliminate all the obstacles, this would have been over long ago. But Muyo approached without much preamble and asked, Sir, do you want to make a deal with me? He spoke casually, make Noah stop abandoning me. If you can do that, I won't kill you, and I won't get in your way. Kai pondered for a moment. I don't intend to let the dragon imprint on Eleonora, but if I want to stop their imprinting and to clarify the truth of the matter, I need to get closer to investigate. After listening, he hesitantly agreed. All right, that deal I accept. Eleonora woke up in her warm blanket. She sat up and stretched, dispelling her fatigue that I've slept for almost a whole day. Why have I been having headaches and nausea lately? But beside her, the little one was still sleeping, murmuring Noah. Seeing the adorable sleeping child beside her, she lay back down. Should I sleep a little longer? As soon as her head hit the pillow, Eleonora immediately fell asleep. Suddenly, she remembered something and ran outside. That's right, the captain. He was already sitting outside, reading a newspaper. She really sleeps a lot. The Baroness was surprised to see him free. How'd he get out of the ropes? Kai said sarcastically, since you're awake, sit down and let's talk properly. They conversed in the extremely messy room. Kai was a little annoyed. You should clean up a bit. Yes, I'll clean up sometime. He then brought up the report. Baroness, just write me a report. You have to write 2 reports in total to explain the situation. One about the abandoned child, and one about the disappearance of the Liza Virgin egg. 2 in total. She said, I have nothing to do with the disappearance of any egg. He quickly stood up. The Baroness always says that. I know you don't intend to obediently come with me. Kai forced her to write the 2 reports. If the Baroness doesn't come with me, I have no choice but to stick to you. Eleonora was startled. Yes. Kai continued, under the order of His Majesty the Emperor, I came here to find the suspect with authority in the disappearance of the egg, which is you. We have received a detention order and a warrant allowing us to stick to the suspect. Eleonora stammered, but what about my thoughts? He answered while taking off his jacket. Baroness, I'm sure you remember the self-criticism agreement you wrote yourself. You stated that if you refused to cooperate with the investigation, all your assets would be returned to society, and you, Baroness, would dedicate your life to charitable work. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, but that's right, Baroness Eleonora Assen. Up to 10 years for your crimes. So first things first. He took off his outer coat. Now let's get to cleaning. Eleonora, stiff with hairspray, asked, what the fuck, bro? After a while, he had put all the glittering objects into a bag. These are illegal magic items. I'll be confiscating them. Eleonora was sweating. Yes. The next item emitted a pervasive odor. How long has this been stuck here? He asked. She replied, I thought I might need it later. He cut her off. No, throw it away. He went around the house, wanting to throw everything away. This is confiscated. This too. And this, throw it out. Eleonora was furious. She couldn't stand his pickiness. Thinking this, she decided to prank him. She swept the floor vigorously, sending dust flying everywhere. He coughed and spluttered, but she didn't. Let up. Finally, he kicked her out. Baroness, get out. In an instant, the messy room became spotlessly clean. She looked at her room in surprise, not recognizing the formerly messy space. He seemed flustered. Mister, you work hard. Thank you. He replied awkwardly. It's just part of the investigation. Muyo, who was standing nearby, had his head patted and looked very happy that I helped too. She patted the little dragon's head. Thanks. The house is much cleaner now. He tried to persuade Eleonora. From now on, don't make such a mess. Try to live a little more neatly. She replied, yes. Suddenly, she felt dizzy. Kai continued, at least until I return. Everything in front of her went dark. I can't see anything. Kai asked, Baroness, are you all right? Muyo was also worried. Master, are you okay? Eleonora stumbled and collapsed. Geez, I told you not to call me master. Memories of her past life flooded back. We shouldn't live a life just following orders. We shouldn't just mechanically do what we're told. Who are we? We have to work progressively. These days, if you just work hard, eventually everything will work out. I just need to work hard. If this project is successful, I'm sure. I just need to do well, and surely others will recognize my abilities. Maybe not now, but eventually. Suddenly, someone in the office called her over. Noah, are you free? I need your help with this. She replied yes. She fell into deep thought. Clearly, no one recognizes my abilities at all. Back in the present, Eleonora was lying in bed in a room. She woke up and sat up, rubbing her head. My body is already weak, but I didn't expect to faint like this. Just like when I fainted while working at the company. Muyo started crying. Want to be held? Wah wah wah. A hand held the little one's shirt back. Kai held Muyo in his arms and said, running up and hugging someone who's sick like that isn't allowed, kiddo. He carried the child away, but didn't forget to check on Eleonora. Are you awake? Eleonora, weary in bed, replied, ugh, am I being treated like I have COVID-19 now? Kai put Muyo down on a chair. What are you, a child? He approached Eleonora's bedside. Oh, you mind if I'm a bit forward? Eleonora sat up in bed, bewildered. What is it? Don't be difficult. He continued gently. If I intended to harm you, I would have done so long ago. I'm just going to take your temperature. Eleonora was surprised when he touched her forehead with his hand. Slowly, she said, take my temperature. He touched her cheek, causing her to blush and sweat. He slowly removed his hand. You have a slight fever. Eleonora murmured, is that so? I must have caught a cold. He took her wrist to check her pulse, but fainting from a low-grade fever like this is quite rare. Kai held her hand, and Eleonora's eyes widened in confusion. Gazing at her hand for a moment, he asked, since when did you become so frail and sickly? Eleonora denied. Why constitution isn't that weak. She thought to herself, Eleonora's physique is actually quite robust and strong. He continued his questioning. Have you perhaps overexerted your magical powers recently? Eleonora boldly replied, absolutely not. She thought to herself, I don't even know how to use them. Kai looked at her, puzzled. That's strange. Eleonora looked back at him. He turned to leave. For now, Baroness, you should refrain from hugging and sleeping with that child. His words confused her. Why? He turned his head slightly and said slowly, well, according to you, you're currently a contagious virus. If you infect a child, it'll become a big problem. Muyo walked up to her, tears welling in his eyes. Master, can't we sleep together anymore? Exasperated, she corrected him. It's Noah, not Master. Muyo whined and clung to her, crying, oh. He was once again scooped up by Kai. Kai carried Muyo out. Get some more sleep. I'll wake you before I leave. Lying down and pulling the covers over herself, Eleonora thought, I don't think dragons can catch colds. The scene outside the house was peaceful. Kai entered the house with a serious expression. Eleonora was holding Muyo. He said, you seem quite carefree today. She tried to explain, I think I had a drop in blood sugar, that's all. He looked back at her. Low blood sugar isn't the issue. Kai pointed at the child she was holding. What you're holding right now, that's the problem. He took the child from her arms. I told you not to sleep with this child, Baroness. She yawned, saying wearily, I felt bad leaving him to sleep alone. Eleonora lazily addressed Kai. But Sir Kai, you're making yourself quite a home, aren't you? He made an excuse. You agreed to cooperate with the investigation. She obediently replied, yes, yes. Kai went into the room, took off his coat, and hung it up. He glanced at the neatly folded towel. He picked up the towel. Someone was behind him. Whoa, Eleonora said, sir, if you keep living so rigidly, you'll die of exhaustion in your prime. He turned to look at her. Are you cursing me? Eleonora responded meekly. I'm expressing concern for him. A knock suddenly echoed from the door. Knock, knock. Come in, Kai called from inside. The door slowly opened. Kai told Eleonora, I called the doctor. The doctor entered, removing their hat with a bright smile. Hello. The doctor held up their medical instruments. Your nutritional state isn't very good. What do you usually eat for meals? Sitting obediently and cooperating with the doctor under Kai's watchful eye, Eleonora replied, I usually eat bread and biscuits. Sometimes I eat eggs too. The doctor asked again, you don't eat any meat, seafood, or vegetables at all? Eleonora lowered her head, looking embarrassed and sad as she slowly answered, Uncle Gunter sometimes brings me meat. As for seafood and vegetables, eating them alone at home is a bit much, and they spoil quickly. If I want a proper meal, I have to set the table and clean up afterward. It's all so tiring. Kai watched her with his arms crossed. Eleonora kept her head down, not daring to look at him. The doctor chuckled. Well, then, the most basic cause of your symptoms is laziness. The doctor examined her heart. Also, it seems your magic power is extremely chaotic. Please excuse me. The female doctor kindly advised. Although we live in an age where pure magic power has faded into the forgotten depths of history, there are still some people born with magic flowing within their bodies, like this patient here. She continued, speaking to Eleonora. Of course, the vast majority have an extreme... The doctor offered Eleonora more information. If your basic physical strength improves, it might prevent the magic power from being drained. However, I still don't know what's absorbing your magic power, the underlying cause. I'll prescribe some medicine for you first. She looked at Muyo. Oh my, I just noticed. It seems this baby has absorbed all of its mother's magic power. Muyo looked surprised, not understanding. Eleonora was bewildered by the doctor's words. The baby's magic power is extremely similar to yours. Yes, both Eleonora and Kai replied, looking at Muyo. It seems this child was born with unusual power. Usually, babies with a mage's constitution secretly draw magic power from their mother's body. Muyo stared blankly at them. No wonder he grew so incredibly fast overnight. This little rascal, Muyo's face was blank. Did I do something wrong? So, it was you, the one who stole my magic power. The doctor smiled and said goodbye. Well, I'll be going. If anything else happens, please call me. Eleonora was worried, thinking, does she already know this baby is a dragon? Muyo tiptoed away. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to take a nap. Suddenly, Kai called her back. Baroness. He spoke seriously. Come here and sit down. Eleonora was filled with apprehension. She sat obediently and still. He asked her, have you had breakfast? She replied, I don't usually eat breakfast. He thought about Baroness Eleonora's magic power. If she forms a pact with the dragon, it will be a big problem. Normally, if a pact is formed, the dragon's magic power is absorbed by the Baroness, right? But I can't let her form a pact with the dragon. More information about Eleonora. Baroness Eleonora originally has a very cruel personality. Her character is so terrible that she knows nothing about morals and social norms. What would happen if such a baroness were to obtain the power of a transcendent being like a dragon? He worried, thinking that would become a great disaster. He kindly advised her, for the time being, please refrain from using magic. Like most other mages, I know you also control and use your own natural magic power. He looked at her helplessly, but I didn't know the baroness would ignore what I said. Eleonora looked at him and smiled. Don't worry, sir. I'm listening with both ears. He had nothing more to say. That's fortunate. He seemed pensive. She interjected, you really don't need to worry about me. If that's the case, there's only one problem left. Turning to look at the child. Who is this child? She gave an awkward, embarrassed laugh, murmuring to herself, finally, what was coming has come. She explained, this is a 3-year-old child who fell from the sky. He asked suspiciously and indignantly, are you sure he fell from the sky? He glared angrily at the child, sitting obediently on the chair. Then he crossed his arms and sighed. All right, let's just assume he fell from the sky. Muyo ran to hug her leg. Acting spoiled, I didn't mean to hurt Noah. She felt heartbroken. I know. What should we do now? She thought to herself, should I go to the capital to meet the female lead, Linnea? If I can convince this little dragon to accept Linnea as its master, the problem will be solved. Although I told the little dragon to consider forming a pact, me becoming the dragon's master is absolutely not allowed. She resigned herself. I finally have to go to the capital. As expected, it had to be this way. He heard her words that's not allowed. He angrily lectured her at length. You mustn't think about anything else. First, there's only one thing you can do. Just listen, yes. He continued, that is to improve your physical strength. Yes. He held her firmly and explained forcefully, even if your magic power is being drained, I will make you train your physical strength so that there won't be any problems in the future. And I won't let you think about anything else either. She said dejectedly, but why do you have to do this? No, I don't like it. He said loudly and angrily. This is a link in the investigation. He went into the kitchen to cook for her, preparing a table full of delicious dishes. He invited her out, come please. This is breakfast. She looked at the table laden with exquisite dishes in surprise. She took a spoonful of food and tasted it. She looked up at him. It's delicious. He stood proudly, watching Eleonora enjoy the food he cooked with relish and happiness. After finishing her meal, she went to bed. He washed the dishes and wondered, what the heck am I doing here now? Muyo had been kicked out of Noah's room by him. Kai turned to look seriously at Muyo. You promised you wouldn't cause trouble, right? Muyo sulked. You were the one who told me to leave Noah. He frowned. And you promised you'd help me imprint. You're a liar. Kai looked at the boy appraisingly. It seems he's still attached to Baroness Eleonora. What a one-sided affection. And I don't believe that Baroness Eleonora initially intended to entrust him to someone else. He handed the boy a glass of water. Listen carefully, nameless dragon. He slowly explained to the 3-year-old, if you continue to stay by the Baroness's side, you'll absorb all of her remaining magic power. And in the end, the Baroness will die. Even so, do you still want to stay with Baroness Eleonora? Muyo, not understanding, sat in silence. He continued, if you imprint, she'll probably recover. It seems Baroness Eleonora has no intention of imprinting with you, does she? The boy said, that's why I asked you to help me. Kai calmly replied, there's a limit to what I can do. Even though her physical condition has deteriorated to that extent, she still insists on not telling you to imprint with her. Muyo's eyes welled up with tears. He slid down from the chair and walked away. Kai heard him crying sob to sob. He clicked his tongue and picked the boy up. He looked at Muyo and asked, why her? Why are you so attached to her? Muyo sniffled, because she's the one who took me out of the egg. Kai thought to himself, so she really was the one who stole the egg. But according to my investigation, Baroness Eleonora hasn't left Soren Village for the past 2 years. If that's the case, how did Eleonora enter and exit the Imperial City, a place where identity information is registered, without leaving a trace? Although she's a skilled mage, could she really be so skilled as to steal the egg and fly away without a trace? Or did she have an accomplice? He continued to question the boy. When you came out of the egg, did anyone else see you? Or did you hear any other voices? Muyo asked in surprise. Voices? He recounted, now that I think about it, I think I heard a voice while I was still in the egg. It sounded like a human voice. Holding him gently, Kai asked, what was the voice like? Did they mention any names or anything? The boy continued, I don't know. I was half asleep at the time. Kai thought to himself, so she did have an accomplice. I wonder who it is. Someone close to Baroness Eleonora? Someone who had a reason to cooperate with the Baroness. And someone who could access the egg without being caught by the Imperial City's defensive barrier. He pondered deeply. Perhaps it's that person. Asterisk dream sequence asterisk. Inside a house, a hand caressed Andrian's face. Ari, a woman who looked very much like Eleonora, whined. Why are you being so stingy? Eleonora smiled gently. Are you getting angry again? Andrian woke up. He slowly sat up in his bed. He looked outside. What a terrible nightmare. Back with Kai, wearing a cooking apron, he called out to Eleonora, time to wake up, Baroness. He quickly urged her, hurry up and take a bath. Eleonora sat in the bath, relaxing comfortably. After finishing her bath, Baroness Eleonora came out, surprised that a full breakfast is ready. Please eat. Wow. She ate while watching Kai cleaning. You really are a clean person, aren't you? He calmly turned to her and said, cleanliness is one of the basic rules of life. I haven't cleaned the second floor yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing how dirty it is. She turned to him, exasperated, and said listlessly, you only ever say nice things, don't you? She looked at Muyo eating obediently at the table. Hey, little one, from now on you can eat your fill. Huh. The little boy said sadly yes. She saw his eyes were red. She asked him, what's wrong? Why are you crying? I'm not crying. Yes, you are. Your eyes are all red. She said jokingly, now that I notice, it seems like you've stopped growing, haven't you? Could it be because of magic? I'm fine. Fine, my foot. Eleonora called him tenderly. Come here. Muyo, crying, ran to hug Eleonora tightly. Kai, who was cleaning, saw this and instinctively turned to look. He said to Eleonora, please put the child down. She said sadly, I'll only hug him for 10 minutes. He grabbed the boy from her arms. That I know you slept with him last night too. She pleaded with him, give him back to me. He said angrily and seriously, who's taking care of the patient here? And the patient dares to hug child. She turned away, muttering under her breath, just loud enough for him to hear, no one asked you to take care of me. What did you say? Eleonora smoothly replied, I ate very well. He looked at the food still left on the table, but there's still a lot left. I'm full now. He seriously explained to her, this is why your physical strength has declined. Compared to 2 years ago, I guess you've lost at least 5 kilos. She turned to Kai, surprised, and asked, you know my weight? He replied calmly, of course. He continued, there's nothing about you that I don't know. Age, date of birth, height, weight, fingerprints, stride length, I know it all. Baroness Eleonora was embarrassed and surprised. Wow. She shivered, teasing him, I'm getting goosebumps. He calmly continued to boast. How novel. I've been with the Baroness for a long time. Don't tell me I don't even know those things. He rested his chin on his hand, sulking and ignoring him, right? Baroness Eleonora Assen, with a 10-year sentence. Oh, really? Yes, a 10-year sentence. Kai continued cleaning with the mop. As the boy was going out, the two of them discussed it's time for a walk now. Ah, you carry the child. Let him come with us. Muyo said sadly and dejectedly. I'm fine. I'll stay home. Eleonora didn't understand the little boy's mood today, that I don't want to. Muyo crawled into the blanket and curled up stiffly. Even without Noah, I can live well. She came to comfort him. What? You won't sleep with me? He said in a sad, choked voice. From now on, I'm not a child anymore. It's been 10 days since I hatched from the egg, so I can sleep by myself. Eleonora didn't understand that. She went back out. Fine then. She returned to her bed. Unable to sleep, she looked at the pillow beside her, missing the little boy. Eleonora got out of bed. She went to Muyo's room and lifted his blanket. Little one. Muyo was huddled under the covers, sobbing softly. She kindly pulled him outside. Come here. Eleonora held the little boy in her arms, tearing up. You really can sleep by yourself. But I can't. She tucked Muyo in. He whimpered. She held him close, and they slept. In the morning, she woke up and stretched. She looked beside her at the empty pillow. She went downstairs, thinking, where did he go? She saw the little boy sleeping on the sofa and sighed in relief. Thank goodness, nothing happened. Seeing him shivering, she thought, is he cold? She pulled the blanket over him, accidentally. Waking him up, she reached to pick him up. Suddenly, he pushed her away. She fell back onto the floor. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Muyo, why did you suddenly? Muyo slowly walked towards her. On a beautiful morning. So, you went to the city last Monday then? Yes. The conversation continued. So what were you doing last Wednesday? Honestly, this child is so strange. The little boy sat reading a book while listening to them talk. Even if she asked why he was avoiding her, he wouldn't answer. Could it be that he felt guilty for absorbing her magic? If that was the case, why has he been acting like this since yesterday? She thought to herself, is it because of the imprinting? Imprinting with a dragon. She hugged a black dragon plushie. It wasn't just because he already had an owner that she didn't want to imprint. If she imprinted with a dragon, she would have to stay with the dragon for life. Although dragons choose their own imprinting partner, that dragon originally belonged to the royal family. The person who imprints with a dragon will be involved in the affairs of the nation, and when danger arises, that person will be the first one called upon. Eleonora pondered deeply. Having power comes with corresponding responsibilities, but can I handle what comes next? Do I have the resolve to be ready to take responsibility for everything? Life with a dragon is completely different from the peaceful life I've always dreamed of. Even taking in a pet requires a lot of determination and consideration. And this is a dragon who looks just like a human. Still thinking about the boy, it seems like he's not growing as fast as before. He used to grow so quickly every day. But it's been several days now, and he still looks the same. Kai called out, Baroness. Eleonora, lost in thought, jumped. Yes, yes. He asked angrily. Had he been in contact with Adrian Rossino recently? She asked back, confused, huh? Who? He repeated, Adrian Rossino. Eleonora asked blankly, who is that? He was speechless. He stood up angrily and left. Nothing. It seems you don't know, so let's just forget it. You're not focused at all today. Let's stop here for today. Before leaving, he instructed her, I have some business at the Soren branch today, so I'll probably have to head back early. We're out of cooking ingredients, so please go to the market and stock up. I've written down everything you need to buy here. She obediently took the paper, yes. She looked at the little boy reading at the table outside. He glanced at her as she glanced at the boy. Seeing this, he sighed. Looking at her helplessly, this is so frustrating. We'll go together. In the evening, she entered the house and called out to the boy, Muyo, I'm home. Muyo, are you in the tea room? Muyo, are you in the study? No, are you in the bedroom? Are you here? No. She wondered, the child isn't in the house. Could he have gone outside? She ran outside to look. Muyo. Someone asked her, Miss, what's wrong? She described him to the woman. The child is missing. He's a boy with black hair about this tall. Oh dear, she realized suddenly his name. She felt guilty. Since he was born, he hadn't had a name. She returned home and sat dejectedly on the stairs. Could it be that because he knew I didn't want to imprint him, he wanted to find another master? She remembered the image of the little boy running to her, hugging her legs, and crying, Noah, please don't leave me. I didn't mean to hurt you, Noah. She felt remorseful, but you could have said goodbye before leaving. I was very happy to be with you. It's not that I haven't thought about imprinting with you, but she shook her head, dismissing the thought, and oh no, maybe he's just lost. She walked, thinking, first, I'll report this to the security team. She heard a sound, a whoosh. She turned around, startled, clang. Soren Village security team. The door burst open. A security officer rushed out and asked, Sir Kai, what's going on at this hour? He urgently and angrily replied, get out of my way. He connected with the Security Investigation Bureau. This is the Tajava Security Investigation Bureau. What is it? Kai seriously ordered, quickly, transfer all documents related to Baroness Eleonora to me. This is the transmission location, number 10 Luna Zio, Soren Village. The person on the other end immediately obeyed. Yes, I'll transfer them to you immediately. The computer announced, transferring now, sir. He held up a hand. The information I have about Baroness Eleonora is all correct. Even after observing the fingerprints when I touched her hand for a moment, I'm certain she is Eleonora Assen. But he thought about Eleonora back at the house. Oh, really? Yes, a 10-year sentence. Her attitude was like she was listening to someone else's story. And the minister of the Magic Bureau, Adrian Rossino, who was her lover for 4 years, yet she acted like she'd never heard the name. Does she have a reason to lie? Who is she? Kai sat in his chair, holding the information sheet, and wondered, Eleonora Assen, who are you really? I told you it was just a mousetrap. It's for catching mice, you know. Eleonora held the little boy in her arms, sadly. I was just trying to return the child to his rightful guardian. She worried. Inspector, I already said I don't know anything. I'm a legitimate businesswoman. If you want to interrogate someone, go catch the middleman. Do you think I'm so free that I'd waste my time on these ridiculous questions? She called the boy to her side. Come here. He thought about those images, that foolish appearance. He left, leaving the person from the bureau standing there. Sir Kai, I've been responsible for monitoring Eleonora for 5 years, and only now are you drawing conclusions? The Baroness has lived quietly for the past 2 years, and all my assumptions have crumbled because I forgot about her. Returning to the house, she slowly opened the door. Muyo, is that you? Seeing a blacktail, a little black dragon, crying Muyo, she ran and hugged the little black dragon tightly. If you were home, you should have said something. I've been looking all over for you. Eleonora cradled him in her arms. I was so worried. I thought you were missing. She trembled. Why head hurts so much? Noah, you can't hug me. She cried and blamed herself. Why didn't you say anything if you were home? The little dragon hesitated, but Noah, she was surprised to hear the little one she loved say, Noah hates me, so? What? Muyo turned his face to the corner of the wall, dejected. Noah treated me so well, so I started to like Noah. I wanted to stay with Noah, but even when Noah was sick, you didn't want to imprint with me. So I thought Noah found me annoying. I was afraid Noah hated me. I was afraid of being hated by Noah. So she comforted and reassured the little one. Little one, it's not like that. I've never hated you. She slumped to the floor in disappointment. You're right. I never thought about imprinting because I was completely fed up with trying. So I was going to return you to where you belonged. Thinking back on the images of the little one from before, she continued, but I was very happy being with you. You're so beautiful and cute. So I postponed my decision and kept you by my side. If I made you sad, I apologize. She reproached herself. Little one, even though I'm this pathetic, if you're okay with it. She looked up at the little dragon. Then, do you want to live with me? Because I was afraid of being responsible for my decisions. I've been avoiding it until now. As expected, hearing her confession, Muyo, the black dragon, was moved. Actually, I don't think I want to let you go either. I want to live with you. It's not that I'm not afraid of what might happen later, but she clutched her skirt, and no matter what happens, I won't blame you because this is my choice. If you feel the same, she extended her hand towards him. If you wanted to. The little dragon hesitated, then slowly moved towards her, touching her hand. A bright light flashed. Finally, the little one transformed back into a human. Noah. She hugged Muyo tightly. The house was filled with the joyful sound of conversation. I have to give you a name, so I can imprint properly, right? Yes. The two of them sat and talked. Oh, what should your name be? In the novel, they gave you an ancient name meaning the most terrifying night, because you're a black dragon, I guess. But I don't want to give you such an unpleasant name. They say a name determines one's life. She held and soothed the boy. Mui Hio. That name should be fine. The boy looked pleased. Oh, you know what it means? I combined Mui from the ancient language, meaning clear blue stream, and Hio, meaning blue, to create the name Mui Hio. Do you like it? Yes. Mui Hio. After he repeated the name, the room filled with countless sparkling lights. She asked him in surprise, Muihio, what is this? It's the imprint. She felt invigorated. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel full of energy. Wait, we should have done this sooner. From now on, Noah is my true master. Muihio was overjoyed that I'm so happy that Noah has imprinted with me. Knock, knock, knock. Huh, is that Mr. Kai? She thought to herself, even though the house was like this, all these glittering things. She decided to open the door. All right, I'll tell the truth. I didn't do anything wrong. I have to be confident. Yes, I'm coming. Huh? The door wasn't locked? He pointed his gun at her. I'm asking you, Eleonora Assen, are you really her? She was stunned by the question. He kept the gun trained on her. Don't think you can do anything other than. Answer. His gaze was sharp. You probably already know what I did at your house. That's right. I cleaned up. Kai confiscated all of Eleonora's magical items, and I've grasped the entire structure of this house. I can't count on a stroke of luck like the first time. She blushed anxiously. I'll ask again, Eleonora Assen, are you really her? He pressed, his anger evident. Don't make me ask a third time. What was his purpose in asking this? She pondered. This question isn't for Eleonora Assen, but for me. Is it a question for Pat Noah? No. Was this the question from the very beginning? That's possible. No. He was growing impatient. So what is your identity? Noah. Pat Noah. He continued to interrogate her. State your age and background. She answered, I'm 26 years old. I was originally a woman, and my background, she said calmly. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. It's a place that doesn't exist in this world. I'll make my own judgment. Lason, Republic of Korea. She thought to herself, I told you that you wouldn't know even if I told you. He continued, what was your original occupation? She replied, I was just a regular office worker. I worked at a trading company. Where is Eleonora Assen now? She hesitated. Dead. He asked again. Dead. She recounted the events to him. When I found this body, her soul had already left. I don't know who killed her or even how she died. He continued his questioning. So, where's your original body? That body is also dead. It seems like it died from exhaustion. Sir, if you keep living so rigidly, you'll die from exhaustion too. He became angry. Are you cursing me? I'm just showing concern for you. She continued. After I died, I wandered around places I'd never known for a long time, and then the body I possessed was this one. Why this body? I don't know that either. He was suspicious. Aren't you after Eleonora Assen's magical power? Just because you say that doesn't mean I know how to use magic. You mean you can't use magic? I don't know. I can only use magical items that have instructions. For other items, I have to use Eleanor's magic to use them. A young boy ran out to her. Noah, she thought, don't come out here, Mui. It's dangerous. He muttered. Dead? She said Eleonora Assen is dead? A thought flashed through his mind. Cooperate with the investigation, will you? She quickly agreed. Yes, I'll cooperate. Sir, you know how weak I am. Even pretending to be calm is exhausting me right now. So now please, put your gun down. He thought to himself, is her testimony reliable? There's no evidence. He pressed the gun closer to her head. Was her story about another world and soul possession believable? He didn't know who she really was. He noticed her hand. You've already bonded with the dragon, haven't you? Yes, she replied. He continued to question her that you're completely unrelated to the disappearance of the Liza Virginia egg. You've claimed that before. Are you lying? She gasped, fear evident in her voice that I'm not lying. He paused. Wait, why did your breathing? Just a moment ago, that power made me feel better, but now it feels like it's clawing violently inside me. Isn't bonding with a dragon supposed to return the body to normal? Why? I'm about to faint again. She woke up after several calls of Master. Master, Master, Master. Are you all right? Kai asked. You were unconscious for a few minutes. She felt weak. He touched her face. You have a fever, he said with concern. You need to go upstairs and rest. Please excuse me for a moment. Wait, she said, frightened that I won't hurt you. You know you can't just stay here forever. But I'm scared. He spoke gently that I'm not holding it. Is that all right now? Muihio chimed in. You have another gun in your coat, sir. Please take off your coat. Take off your coat. He removed his jacket and gently lifted her. He carried her to the guest room and laid her on the bed. These are the fever reducers the doctor prescribed last time. Take them, he instructed. Get some sleep. I'll wake you up later. Exhausted, she still managed to thank him. Thank you, sir. He looked at her, thinking to himself, even though I'm still lacking evidence, I'll try to trust you. This untrustworthy girl, he thought, still inside the room. Kai spoke that you're my witness. We promised to cooperate with the investigation. Eleonora added, if you point a gun at. But Kai interrupted, I won't do that. He turned to her, it seems you didn't consider that situation earlier a life-threatening one, did you? He continued, I'll ask you one more time. Did you steal the dragon egg? Muihio quickly answered, no, I didn't steal the egg. I thought it was just a normal egg. It was lying in a corner at the market, a little bigger than an ostrich egg. I thought it was amazing, and I brought it home thinking it might be edible. After the egg hatched, a baby came out. But I had just bonded, and if I hadn't, both the baby and I would have been in trouble. So that's how it happened. Kai questioned Eleonora before bonding. Did you know the responsibilities a dragon owner carries? It's not just about possessing magic. Eleonora, startled, replied, do you think I wouldn't even know that? Kai, suspicious, pressed her. How did you know? You said you weren't from this world. Eleonora thought to herself, oh dear, I've already revealed that I'm a transmigrator, but it's into this novel. Saying even that much is a bit. I've already climbed onto a tiger's back. Should I tell him who his future partner is? That would be awkward and uncomfortable. Aloud, she said, I've been here for about 2 years, so I should know what I need to know, right? I read the newspapers. I've also read ancient texts and some books at Eleonora Assen's house. More than anything, how did you know Muihio was a dragon? You also knew that engraving would grant magical power. So, didn't you already know from last time? Or from the very beginning, even though you saw how much I struggled? Eleonora turned to the baby dragon and said, what's wrong? Didn't you too? The baby dragon quickly said that Mr. Kai said if I stayed put and didn't cause trouble, he'd help me engrave with Noah. And if I showed any sign of anything, he'd kill me. Kai said, I have no intention of killing you. The baby dragon retorted, didn't you say with your own mouth that you would kill me? Aha, so you were taking care of my physical condition to prevent me from engraving with the dragon, weren't you? Kai, struck by the realization, said, but even so, you didn't seem dissatisfied during that whole time, did you? You said you didn't know anything, yet you knew everything, from my name, the dragon's existence, to the engraving. Eleonora asked Kai, all right, so what are you going to do from now on? Are you going to arrest me? Kai replied, first, I'll probably have to change the direction of the investigation, but before that, there's something I need to confirm first. Hesitating, Kai excused himself, please pardon my rudeness. He poked her small belly. Your magical flow hasn't stabilized yet, and your heart rate is too fast. I think you have a fever. Yes, she replied, her small face flushing red, the colors spreading throughout her body. Kai turned to the baby dragon and asked, when did you engrave? The baby dragon replied, right before you arrived. Kai said to Eleonora, so that's it. It's possible the reason you fainted was because of the engraving. The area around the engraving is all red. Eleonora suddenly exclaimed, it hurts if you touch it. Kai quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Have you named the dragon yet? He asked. She softly replied, yes. Kai turned to the baby dragon and said, hold out your hand. It seems like you're the cause of this. The baby dragon replied me. Kai explained, if your owner wasn't so weak that she fainted from questioning, wouldn't the reason be obvious? Come here. Then Kai placed his large hand on the baby dragon's chest and pondered for a long moment. Kai suddenly turned to Eleonora and said, try moving. She asked, puzzled, W, what do you mean? Kai explained, I mean, the dragon's magic is filling your body in this house. Can you attack me now? She hesitantly replied, why yes. Kai continued, the method doesn't matter, however you attack. She thought for a moment, then asked Kai, so, I'm allowed to slap your cheek? Kai sighed in exasperation and said, Miss Park Noah, I meant for you to use magic to attack me. Eleonora innocently said, oh, so that's what you meant. Mississippi Park Noah? It's been so long since I've heard someone call me that. It feels strange. But then Eleonora immediately countered and sighed. Kai, I already told you I don't know how to use magic. Sir, when will you believe me? Kai pondered for a moment. Unable to sway her, he gave up. It seemed she was having trouble with the engraving. Yes, Kai explained, if the engraving had occurred under normal circumstances, your magic and the dragon's would resonate perfectly. The magic being transferred from the dragon to you is intermittent, as if something is blocking it. You can't regulate the power and the flow is disrupted, which is why your body is so exhausted. If the engraving had been completed perfectly, you would be able to use the dragon's power freely. Since you don't know how to use it, it's not a problem. Eleonora realized, then she muttered, since this body wasn't originally mine, perhaps there's a reject. Kai said, I tried to influence the magical flow within you earlier, but there wasn't any rejection. If there was a rejection, wouldn't I be dead? It was only an extremely small amount. Anyway, I think the cause stems from this dragon. I've heard the engraving begins when the egg is about to hatch. The dragon resonates with those who have contacted it since that time. Once the egg hatches, it ends the resonance with other candidates and officially engraves with a single person. Ah, if that's the case, then before I discovered the dragon egg on the street corner. Yes, I think it couldn't sever the resonance with others. Kai turned to the baby dragon. Hey, little one, before you came out of the egg, you heard someone else's voice, right? The baby dragon nodded. Eleonora also understood. Yes, that's so, she asked the baby dragon. Muihio, was the voice you heard male or female? Was it similar to mine, or more like his? The baby dragon's reply stunned her, similar to Noah's. Eleonora pondered. In the original novel, the first person to come into contact with the dragon was Linnea. Could Linnea have obtained the dragon egg, and then something happened that led to Eleonora having it? Was Linnea truly the first person to contact the dragon? When did the story start to change? Now, besides the dragon's original owner, Linnea, she couldn't remember anyone else. The baby dragon said, I'm certain I engraved with Noah. Since the engraving wasn't a failure, I thought I just needed to sever the resonance with everyone besides Noah. The little dragon hung its head, full of self-reproach. It only felt like it was causing its master more pain. It seems like I'm only hurting Noah. I thought even if Noah hates me, I have to endure it. Eleonora quickly comforted the baby dragon. Muihio, have you forgotten what I said before the engraving? We promised not to blame each other. This was my choice, so I'll take responsibility. I will absolutely not hate Muihio, and we'll live together for a very long time. Resonance, that thing, we just need to find the culprit and sever it, right? So, please help me find them. Hearing this, the little dragon's face brightened with a sunny smile that finally appeared. Yes. Eleonora thought, from now on, I just want some peace and quiet, but now I have something to do. Kai said he would return to the capital and instructed Eleonora, I plan to return to the capital. You've been cleared of suspicion in the Lisaberger new egg theft, so I intend to investigate the next suspect. If I catch the culprit, it should also reveal who resonated with the dragon first. If I find the perpetrator, I'll contact you. In the meantime, you'll probably have to remain in that form. If possible, please stay here. She asked, You're telling me to stay here? Kai warned her, if Baroness Eleonora's death wasn't a suicide, then she was likely murdered. I plan to go back and investigate if there's anything unusual about it, who killed her and why. If the dragon's power is too strong, you shouldn't use it. This is a warning. She replied yes. Kai, before you go to the capital, would you mind accompanying me downtown? Kai was taken aback. Certainly. The three of them quickly packed their belongings and began their journey downtown. Afterward, they arrived at a location. Eleonora said, Sir Leonat, it's here. This is where I discovered Muio. He thought, so this was just one link in the investigation. The vendor replied, an egg? I've never sold or bought an egg that big. Kai asked the egg seller, have any strangers come to Soren Village recently? The egg seller replied, this is a remote village, so not many people come here. Kai asked again, do you remember if any of the strangers were women? The egg seller thought for a moment and said, a woman? I did see some. There was a mother carrying a child and an old woman. And there was also a young lady. Kai asked, do you remember what she looked like? The egg seller pondered. She was wearing a cloak, so I couldn't see her face. Kai asked again, so what did she come here for? Do you remember anything else? The egg seller answered, yes. I was about to open for business when she came and asked me what time the train to Tajiva was leaving. Because her way of speaking was very polite and had a distinct capital accent, I still remember. Kai asked Tajiva, when was that? The egg seller thought back. Let me see. I don't remember the exact date. I just remember that after I told her the Tajiva train would depart in an hour, she hurried off quickly. A train to the capital comes every 4 days, so it wasn't 3 days ago. So, it must have been about a week ago. Kai sighed wearily. A week ago? That's the day I arrived in Soren Village. Could we have passed each other? Eleonora suddenly appeared. I asked the innkeeper and the inn chef, even the owner of the nearby tea house. All three of them said they saw a cloaked woman a few days ago. It's possible she saw me pick up the egg. Kai asked her, but Baroness, why did you initially give the dragon to the butcher? Eleonora said, please call me Noah. Kai was stunned. Yes, Eleonora said, you keep calling me Baroness. The reason I gave it to the butcher was because he said he was going to the capital. Kai asked her, why the capital? She complained, oh dear, my head. I don't feel very well. I think it's from walking too much. Kai immediately saw through her act. I know you're faking it. She feigned distress. Really, I'm truly sick. Right? Kai just stood silently, watching her. Well then, let's go back. I'll escort you. She quickly ran off. Okay. He stood, thinking. She clearly said that the day we first met. Back then, Eleonora said, abandon it? I'm just returning it to its original owner. After I first picked up this dragon, Noah sent it to the post office 4 times. She securely locked the box and even used express delivery to send the dragon to the capital. But for some reason, the dragon kept returning to Noah. The recipient's address Noah used all 4 times was the same, Teva Capital, AZ District, in front of Baroness Leniavana's house. Noah must think she's the dragon's original owner, though I don't know why she targeted her. When I return to the capital, I'll have to investigate Baroness Leniavana. Not long after, Eleonora arrived home and collapsed onto the sofa. Oh my, I'm so tired. Kai instructed her, don't you dare skip a single dose of your medicine. What if you experience another magical reaction shock? Eleonora replied, I'm unlucky, so please don't say things like that. He then turned to leave. I'm going home now. Then he suddenly stopped. He said, I know Noah is hiding something from me. She quickly denied it, and oh, I'm not. Kai continued, I would appreciate it if you consider my decision not to pry further as a sincere apology for my rudeness throughout this time. Of course, this doesn't mean I've completely eliminated my suspicions, so keep that in mind. Since you promised to cooperate with the investigation, until I contact you, you absolutely must not disclose any information about Mule. And don't contact Lady Leniavana either. Eleonora softly replied, yes. Sir, if you retire, please contact me. I want to hire you as my butler. Kai quickly refused that I don't need. Eleonora cheerfully teased Kai. Who knows? Maybe you'll change your mind someday. Have a safe trip, handsome inspector. Kai finally left. As he walked, his footsteps made a clunk-clunk sound. He smiled and sighed. After a while, the carriage arrived. Kai boarded and settled into his seat. Once again, he sighed. It takes half a day to travel from Soren to the Lunazul stop. From Lunazul, I have to go through Bachuana or Esmang to get to Teva. That journey takes at least 4 days. If I miss the train at night, I'll have to stay at an inn. So, if I'm unlucky, it could take more than 6 days. Such a waste of time. 1. The disappearance of the Liza Virginia egg. 2. The embezzlement case of the Lenia District Security Force in Teva. 3. The disappearance of the Nova Scotia mining slave organization. He pondered for a moment, then read the last line. Aloud. Point 4. The murder of Eleonora Assin. She has the appearance of Eleonora Assin, but she isn't Eleonora. That girl will eventually stand amidst the destruction and chaos caused by the dragon's existence. Right, I've decided to remove Noah from the investigation, so from now on, she has nothing to do with me. I probably won't have any reason to return to this remote countryside. I won't have to clean that horribly filthy 2-story house anymore. I won't have to wake up that lazy girl and force her to eat. But since she's become the dragon's owner, she probably won't be able to live a lazy and peaceful life in the countryside anymore. If so, then it's inevitable that I'll see her again, and if the truth behind Eleanor's murder is brought to light, who knows? Who knows? I might be able to see her true face. He pondered, a headache forming. Why am I having these thoughts? Just then, the train station announced, the train to Teva will depart in 10 minutes. The train to Teva will depart in 10 minutes. Kai abruptly stood up. It's time to board. Kai suddenly spotted a familiar head of hair. He called out, Noah. She smiled brightly to, you're late, aren't you? Kai stopped her, asking, why are you here? She explained, didn't you hear what I said to Mule earlier? I said I also want to find the culprit who stole the egg. That means I'll be cooperating with you in this case. The station announced, this is the train to the capital, Teva. All passengers, please board. She quickly urged him, come on, let's go. You'll really miss the train if you dawdle. Kai smiled and thought to himself, from now on, the troublesome matters will probably increase. The Lauren Empire is divided into 9 large regions. And within those 9 regions, it's further divided into many smaller areas. Each area is assigned a different number depending on its political, economic, and social importance. The smaller the number at the front, the closer it is to the city, and the larger the number, the closer it is to the countryside. For example, area number 1 in the capital, Teva, is AZ. That's the area where many of the imperial palace and high-ranking nobles' mansions are concentrated. Number 2 is the Lenia region, where many lower-ranking nobles and the middle class live. And finally, Number 12. The Heisen region is mainly comprised of slums. That's how it is. Soren Village is area number 10 of Lunazul. Initially, Lunazul was the region furthest from the capital and hadn't developed significantly, so it was very quiet and peaceful. It didn't even have a designated number. If you're looking for a flourishing city, you probably have to mention Lunazul, area number 1, just like its name suggests. Right now, Mule and I are heading there, because if you want to go to Teva, you have to go there first to catch the train. The three of them quickly gathered their luggage and boarded the train together to begin their journey. Kai didn't trust Noah, so he repeatedly warned her, I'll say it again, no indiscriminate killing. I absolutely forbid you to teach the dragon to engage in illegal and inhumane acts. Indiscriminate killing? She retorted, Do you think I would order Mule to do such things? Despite her words, Kai didn't trust the woman in front of him. Who stole the ancient dragon egg? A dragon born in the dark magic era. What if its existence affects the continent? The Minister of Magic, is he still on extended leave in this situation? The front page of a newspaper is filled with dragon-related nights. The Security Investigation Bureau headquarters has listed 10 suspects, including Eleonora Asin, Kedrick Babelion, and DM Kakno, and assigned inspectors to monitor them. Everyone in the Empire is saying Eleonora Asin is the prime suspect. Eleonora said to Kai, Sir, if we go to the capital, please report that I cooperated fully with the investigation. Kai immediately replied, If a summons is issued, please comply swiftly. Even if you're treated as a suspect, you'll be protected by the Security Investigation Bureau, so you'll be fine. It's not like there are only 1 or 2 people targeting you. She innocently asked, Because I'm the dragon's master. Kai explained to Eleonora, It's because you're Eleonora Asin, so don't let your guard down, even for a moment. He continued, Of course, I don't expect anything to happen to you, so stay close to me. Eleonora obediently replied, Yes, yes. Kai sat in contemplation for a moment, then said, Even the fact that you know about Miss Lenia Vander. Suddenly, the train shook violently, causing the carriage to sway. She exclaimed, Whoa, that startled me. The tracks in Lunazul are not safe at all. Eleonora, finding it strange, asked Kai, Sir, what's wrong? Kai told Eleonora, Noah, put this on. They heard footsteps outside the carriage. Looking out the window, they saw a saleswoman standing outside with a strange smile. But we have newspapers, coffee, warm blankets, and even cookies. Kai said, relieved, it's just a saleswoman. Eleonora, feeling hungry, stood up and was about to go get some food to go. I'm a bit hungry right now. But his long legs immediately blocked her way. Having no other choice, she shook her head at the saleswoman. The saleswoman immediately left. Eleonora asked Kai, puzzled, why did you stop me with your leg? Kai explained, because we can't show any apprehension. Besides, even if I called out, you wouldn't have listened, right? You were about to get up without a shred of caution. The saleswoman, she didn't visit any other carriages and just left. Eleonora asked, surprised, that's right. When did you realize? Kai said, from a moment I heard her approaching. They don't serve food on short train journeys. Eleonora said, but you just said she was a saleswoman. Kai explained, I meant she was disguised as one. Since I knew she might come by, I couldn't speak up and warn you. I told you, Noah, there aren't just 1 or 2 people targeting you. It's not just because you're the dragon's master, but also because you're in Eleonora Asin's body. The powerful witches in Lauren who can kill without leaving a single mark on Eleonora Asin's body can be counted on one hand. The person you need to be wary of is that person. I don't know if it's right to say that person, because I don't know how many are behind this. Eleonora said, I've been fine so far. Nothing happened in the past 2 years. Me too. Kai thought for a moment, then replied, perhaps those people assumed you died in Soren Village, which is why you've been safe until now. If you had actually died, things would be different. Although I couldn't uncover anything in Soren Village, I must find out how you know Lenia Vanter. Eleonora suddenly realized, oh no, should I tell him? About me transmigrating? Kai gave her time to think. I'll give you 30 minutes to think until 1 o'clock. He stood up coldly. Eleonora quickly asked Kai, sir, where are you going? Kai said, isn't there someone who needs to be apprehended? While I'm out, you must draw the curtains and absolutely not show your face to anyone. After Kai went out, the door slammed shut. The loud noises startled her. The female attendant was quickly captured by him. Seeing Eleonora's frightened reaction, Kai apologized, I'm sorry. The situation wasn't ideal, so I brought her into the train car. Then Kai's voice deepened as he questioned the attendant. Who sent you here? The attendant refused to answer, stubbornly remaining silent. Kai asked again, Are you with Xylem? Eleonora also thought, Xylem. I know Xylem from the novel. It's the criminal organization that one of the villains aiming for the dragon hired. They're an unethical criminal gang. They have no sense of justice. As long as they're paid, they'll do anything. This person is from the Xylem gang. The attendant vehemently denied it, that I don't know anything. Kai began his interrogation. Your disguise is poor, and you're not good at concealing your movements, so it seems you're an amateur. Do you want to be captured by Xylem and killed, or do you want to be protected by the Security Investigation Bureau, even if it means being locked up in prison for life? Don't laugh. The inspector's right of judgment. Didn't your superiors tell you about Kai being with the woman presumed to be Eleonora Assen? The attendant stammered, Sir, what nonsense are you talking about? Kai continued his interrogation to Ian Loren. There are exactly 4 people with the right to on-site judgment. His Majesty the Emperor, the Minister of the Security Investigation Bureau, the Vice Minister, and finally, the Commander-in-Chief. With my discretionary authority, I can shoot a criminal's vital points. You're unlucky. Why did you have to run into me, right? The attendant trembled. Jay, just the face. I was ordered to come here just to see the face. My accepting the order is the duty of a surveillant, whether they intend to kill or harm me. Kai continued to ask, besides you, did anyone else receive the same order? The attendant hesitated, unable to speak before Kai struck her unexpectedly, knocking her unconscious. Eleonora asked Kai, aren't you going to question her further? Kai explained, those in Xylem have magnetically triggered bombs implanted near their head or heart. It's operated by magic. If she reveals who hired her or the organization's secrets, the device will explode. Perhaps that's why this person couldn't reveal anything. That was Eleonora Assen's first invention. That woman received a large sum of money and handed over the chip's blueprint to Xylem. For that crime, she was sentenced to death. Thanks to a plea from a minister of magic, she avoided hanging. That's the kind of person Eleonora Assen is. Although she didn't join Xylem because her personality dislikes being tied down to any one place. I'll take this person to the Security Investigation Bureau headquarters for surgery to remove the chip. When we arrive in Tajiva, I'll make sure to escort you closely. The priority is getting to Tajiva safely. Kai continued, I'm sure you're aware of your dangerous situation now. In this situation, not sharing the information we have will become an obstacle. Can't you trust me and tell me? What? Eleonora was silent for a moment. Then she said, even if what I'm about to say is hard to believe, will you still believe me? Kai's face was serious, that I promise. She began to tell Kai, there's a book containing the contents and story of this world. Kai asked her, a book? What book? She started to explain about the book. It was a novel about the story of this world. The stories of Linnea, Eleonora, the dragon, and he, Kai, also appeared in that novel. In the novel, the dragon's owner was originally Linnea. Kai asked, so you mean this world is a story written by someone? Eleonora replied, at least, that's what I know. Kai felt like he was listening to a mysterious book, his heart in turmoil. He asked suspiciously, when did you realize this truth? Eleonora blushed and said, I'm not delusional. At first, I was also skeptical, but Eleonora, Linnea, and even this country, everything is exactly the same as the contents of the novel. Kai curiously asked about the book. First of all, I understand. If it's a novel, it must have a plot. So what's the plot? Eleonora began to talk about the book. It's mostly about Linnea's growth. The story is about the female lead, Linnea, and you dating, and then the events that unfold. Kai asked, dating me? Eleonora replied, yes, because you're the male lead. Seeing his face become serious, she fumbled, don't make that face. I know it sounds strange when I say it. It's a typical good versus evil motif that lasts until the ending. The kind and righteous main characters repel the villains. The villainous, Eleonora, is also punished, and the main characters realize their feelings for each other. And, well, that's it. Kai asked her, until the end? So what's the ending like? Eleonora replied, in the novel, the dragon kidnaps Linnea and flies to another world. That's the end. Kai said, I see. Unbelievable. Although I feel extremely uncomfortable, I know now. There are some eccentric people in the world where Kanoa used to live. Huh? Taking someone else's name and writing such a nonsensical novel. Eleonora thought to herself. Actually, It makes sense for him to think that way, because everything here being created by someone's imagination is too real and vivid. Just like I transmigrated to this world, it's possible that someone from this world transmigrated to the world I used to live in and wrote that novel. She said, "Sir, please don't think too much about my account. I also don't know if Lenia really stole the egg, because actually from a moment Eleonora died, everything has completely changed from what was written in the novel." Kai replied, "I understand. I'll take that into consideration." Eleonora was silent for a moment, then asked, "But sir, I'm really just curious. Do you truly not have any feelings for Miss Lenia?" Kai replied, "Noah, I've never even met Miss Vanna." She softly said, "Oh, I see." The train's announcement began to sound. The next station is Lunazil Zone 1, Lunazil Station. Passengers headed to the capital, Tajiva, please transfer here. Kai spoke and instructed her, "First, let's get off the train. You absolutely must not take off your hat. As you know, Baroness Eleonora is very famous. If it's revealed that you are Baroness Eleonora, those informants, like the one just now, might swarm us." Lunazil, Kai added. Those heading to the capital, Tajiva, should transfer here. He reminded her, "First, we need to get off the train. You absolutely cannot take your hat off. As you know, Baroness Eleonora is quite famous. If it were to be revealed that you are Baroness Eleonora, those informants, like the one from earlier, who knows how many might show up. Sir, is there a more certain way?" Kai turned to look at her. What? Not long after, they finally arrived. As a precaution, they had disguised themselves as a family. She cheerfully said, "Now, let's go." "This is what?" Kai looked at her glasses. He began to sweat, feeling dizzy. Eleonora asked the little dragon, "See anything, Muyo?" Muyo replied, "There are 2 people, one at 2 o'clock and 2 more at 7 o'clock and 10 o'clock, respectively." Immediately, she looked in the direction the little dragon indicated. Indeed, there were 2 people standing there talking to each other. Suddenly, a middle-aged man turned to look at them. Eleonora froze. Dado. The middle-aged man slowly walked towards them. Eleonora couldn't help but flinch, her heart pounding. The man was getting closer and closer. The man continued to approach her, but fortunately, he passed by without incident. Eleonora breathed a sigh of relief. She asked the black dragon, "It seems like that person was planning to monitor both stations, right?" The black dragon replied, "Yes, he went to the front of Station B." Eleonora began to think, there's only one train going to Tajiva, but there's a separate engine at the front and back. The destination of the front 8 cars is different from the destination of the rear 8 cars. The front passenger cars boarding at Station A will go to ES Mang City in the central region. We were originally going to transfer at the city we were aiming for to get to Tajiva. The rear passenger cars boarding at Station B will transfer at the coastal region of Bachuanu in the west to reach Tajiva. Although the train is initially connected and departs together, it splits at the border between the Lunazil and Seka regions, so each engine heads in different directions, ES Mang and Bachuan. There are 4 people monitoring at Station A, and 2 at Station B, right? It seems like no matter which car we take, we'll have to travel with at least 2 other people. Should we stay in Lunazil for a day and then continue? Kai suddenly walked up. She called out, "Sir, I think we should stay here overnight." Suddenly, Kai stepped forward and hugged her tightly, whispering in her ear, "Even staying a day won't change anything. I received a report from the security team that a red-haired woman was attacked yesterday. If you want to leave Surin Village for another location, you definitely have to transfer here. So it seems like all the surveillance is focused on this place." Eleonora asked Kai, "So what should we do?" Kai replied, "We have to slip through." She asked how. Suddenly, Kai placed 2 tickets in her hand. One was to ES Mang, and the other to Bachuanu. The trains would depart simultaneously. Kai began to explain the plan. "The plan is this. Let those people see Eleonora boarding the train to ES Mang. Those searching for Baroness Eleonora will follow you and gather in the ES Mang-bound car. As soon as you board, use Muyo's magic to become invisible. It's a simple spell, so Muyo can do it. Right, Muyo? Once all the surveillance officers have boarded the ES Mang car, I'll send you a signal. At that moment, immediately move to the Bachana train car, number 9. This is a very simple operation." Kai turned to the little dragon. "Muyo, how many minutes can you maintain the invisibility spell?" The little dragon replied, "About 30 minutes. Any longer, and Noah will be in trouble. She'll be exposed." Eleonora asked Kai, "Will 30 minutes be enough?" Kai replied, "We'll have to time it right, won't we?" "Noah, how are you feeling?" Eleonora confidently said, I'm fine. I'm all right. Kai extended his hand. That's good. Then let's go, Noah. She placed her hand in Kai's, softly replying, yes. The train's announcement began. 5 minutes until departure. Please board the train quickly. Eleonora began to remove her hat. Everyone turned to look at her, murmuring, what? Isn't that Eleonora Assen? Seeing her, the little dragon cast the invisibility spell. Got it. Her body gradually became transparent. She gasped in surprise. Whoa, right now, I'm in the second car. If I want to get to the 8th car before departure, I have to move quickly. The little dragon saw Kai and exclaimed, there he is. Eleonora said, sir, over here. Over here. Kai said in surprise, perfect. I really couldn't recognize you. Eleonora replied, yes, I know. Have the other surveillance officers boarded the train yet? Kai said, yes. 3 of them have boarded the ES main car, and another group of 3 are on the Bachuana car. That group of 3 will also be going to ES Mang, so we need to move before then. She said to Kai, yes, please come this way. At that moment, something whizzed past. A few strands of her hair fell to the ground. With so many people around, they're playing with lives? Are you all right? Eleonora said, frightened. I'm fine. That was close, so close. Kai comforted her. It seems they were aiming for you, the one affected by the Turian spell. The opponent seems to be a sorcerer. She asked Kai, there are sorcerers in Zayulam? Kai said, in Loran, those with magical abilities are allowed to register with the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry is trying to thoroughly manage all sorcerers, but of course, any magic has its loopholes. Suddenly, the little dragon said, it's getting closer. Kai said, this makes it even harder to move. Moving together will be difficult, won't it? She asked frantically. Yes, so what do we do? A thought struck Kai. If we can't follow the original plan, there's no other way. We'll have to go up top. Eleonora said, up on top. Indeed, on the roof of the train. Kai replied, the train's speed hasn't increased yet. It will maintain this speed until it reaches the junction between the Lunazil and Siegen borders. It's not impossible to travel on the roof. Is it? Kai lowered himself and told Eleonora to climb onto his shoulders to reach the roof of the train. Eleonora glanced out the train window at the rapidly moving scenery. A chill ran down her spine. If she fell, she would be crushed. Kai said, if you feel uncomfortable, change back into Muyo's form. Although over 200 people on this train will know you're the dragon's owner. Eleonora angrily replied, you said that knowing I couldn't, didn't you? I'll go. She hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and opened the door, summoning her courage to go onto the roof. There. Kai was ready to help her onto the roof. Come on, get up. She hesitated for a moment. Oh, a loud rumble echoed through the train car, and the train lurched violently. Kai urged her, there's no time to think, Noah. Eleonora stepped on Kai's hands and climbed onto the roof. The train cars crashed into each other with a clatter. Looking back, she saw someone had fallen off the train, that we have to get to car number 8 quickly. Muyo, hold on tight. The little dragon soared in the air. She panicked and quickly grabbed the black dragon, almost both of them being thrown off. Muyo, be careful. She thought this. Muyo's concentration is gone. The magic has been dispelled. Then both of them drifted forward. Muyo, let's go. She frantically reproached Kai. Hick, this crazy male lead. Are you still down there? At that moment, enemies also climbed onto the roof. One of them pulled out a gun and yelled, found you, Eleonora Assen. She gasped and screamed, ah. Eleonora closed her eyes, thinking she wouldn't survive, but then a gunshot rang out and the enemy instantly fell. It turned out Kai had shot the enemy to protect Eleonora and her child. Seeing Kai, she called out, sir, just one more car and we're there. She listened to Kai with relief. Yes, so warm. It makes me feel safe. When they safely descended into the train car, she called out, sir, you should come down too. Kai said, Miss Noah, it would be better if we separated for a while. Eleonora was taken aback. Yes? Kai continued, anyway, I have to separate from those people. Let's meet again at noon, 4 days from now, in the Banchuano area. Looking at Kai before her, Eleonora felt, no, telling me to go alone? I'm scared. I'm already so exhausted, and now I have to go to Banchuano alone. She muttered, 4 days from now at noon. Kai smiled. Quickly, the 2 train cars separated. As they parted, they looked at each other, and Kai said, good luck, Miss Noah. Eleonora seriously replied, yes. Then they continued their journeys. Suddenly, Kai went to a car and pointed a gun at the train conductor's head. Hey, you don't seem to be from the Loran Railway, do you? The conductor turned to look at Kai and was shot several times. Where is this train going? This isn't the way to Esmang or Lunazil. Just tell me. The chip on your wrist is broken. Suddenly hit on the head by Kai, he said, Tell me. Magic piece. Kai thought. Magic piece. The conductor continued shakily. Loron Magic Peace Society. Behind the cloak. I see. I saw the Loron Magic Peace Society's insignia. Kai continued to interrogate the conductor. What orders did you receive? The conductor said, to apprehend Eleonora Asin. Kai continued to ask, apprehend? Not assassinate. The conductor muttered, there's no reason for Zayulam to assassinate her. Kai pressed on, no reason for Zayulam to assassinate Baroness Eleonora? Before receiving the order, you had no intention of approaching her. The conductor trembled as he replied, that's right, only a madman would get involved with her. Kai thought to himself, it seems Zayulam isn't the one who killed Baroness Eleonora, who in the Magic Peace Society is pulling the strings in this case. They've been quiet all these years, and now they're acting like Eleonora Asin is leaving. Soren, they must be deeply connected to Eleonora Asin's assassination. It would make sense if the person behind this is also the one who killed Baroness Eleonora. The person who assassinated Eleonora Asin knows that the current Eleonora isn't the original, and that's outside the assassination plan. So they sent Zayulam to capture Noah, who is in Eleonora's body. That must be it. Thinking this, Kai punched the conductor in the face. Then he quickly left. The train continued for a while longer before stopping. Kai slowly got off the train. He took off his glasses as he thought, this is cumbersome. Kai removed his glasses and looking at them, remembered. Eleonora. Thinking of her, his face flushed. I wonder if Noah can handle herself? No, the Dragon King is with her. I don't need to worry. Suddenly, someone called out to Kai. Captain. Kai saw the officer and exclaimed, oh, you received the report already? The officer said, we took action as soon as we received the emergency report from the train heading to Banchwanu. The report was sent from a passenger on the train. Hearing the officer's words, he immediately thought of Eleonora and smiled to himself. He ordered the officer, immediately send a request to the Minister for Authorization to investigate the relationship between Zayulam and the Magic Peace Society. Go! The officer wondered why he was smiling. The Magic Peace Society and Zayulam, what's so funny? Kai said, right, make sure this request is sent confidentially and find the mage who messed with the train. The officer obeyed. Yes, sir. The scene changed to a different frame. Eleonora had boarded the train and complained, oh, my whole body aches. My endurance has reached its limit. I should return to the city soon and sever the resonance with Lenia. If we return to Tees safely. She thought of Kai's words. We'll meet again in 4 days, around noon at Banchwanu Station. She worried. Will we be able to reunite safely? He's a professional. I don't need to worry. He'll catch up quickly. I should worry about myself. It's a whole day on the train to Banchwanu. I need to rest. At night, she woke up and saw the little dragon looking out the window. She asked, Muyo, what are you looking at? Muyo replied to her question. The sky. It sparkles even more at night. What do humans call it? Eleonora explained to the little dragon. Oh, you must be talking about the stars. They light themselves up and twinkle in the sky. They're called stars. The little dragon said, they look like what I saw when I was in the egg. Eleonora replied, is that so? I'm curious about what you saw while you were in that egg. How interesting. Eleonora thought to herself. Noah, working at the office, is always so busy and tired. She never even thinks about looking at the sky. She never thought she'd have the chance to see such a beautiful night sky. Life is so unpredictable, including, of course, being chased by those scary people. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. She wondered, who could that be at this hour? Then she asked, who is it? A voice called out, shouldn't I be the one asking that question? This is my passenger compartment. Eleonora, confused, called back. Excuse me. The voice outside continued. My lady, there seems to be some mix-up. I'm sure I was assigned to this compartment. Oh dear, please double-check. Hello, miss, is there any room in there? Could we perhaps share? She replied hesitantly. That's a bit. The person outside continued. I apologize, but there are no other vacant compartments. And there will be trouble if we're caught sitting in compartments other than our assigned ones. Could you make an exception, miss? She was silent and thought for a long moment. He sounds older. It would be rude to refuse. Please come in. Thank you very much, miss. As he sat down, The man in the black cloak said, "Thank you, miss. It seems you have a child with you." The cloaked man showed no hesitation in sitting next to Eleonora, making her flustered. Why is he sitting next to me? But when he lifted his hood, his face was so beautiful it almost made everything explode. Asterisk, how can he look like that? Even looking at Kai Leonard's face didn't make me this flustered. Asterisk, suddenly, he spoke. "Eli, it's been a while, hasn't it?" She was stunned. Asterisk, what? What's going on? Asterisk, he asked her. What an interesting pair of glasses. She pondered. Since when were we the only two left here? She turned to look for the old woman. Where did the old woman go? He explained to her, she was just a creation of elementary magic, Eli. Do you really want to cut ties with me? She asked herself. Is he a close acquaintance of Eleonora's? Suddenly, he took her hand and kissed it. You're making me sad. I've helped you so much. She was bewildered. Asterisk, what should I do? What should I say to get out of this situation? Asterisk, she asked him coldly. I'm sorry, but who are you? She thought to herself, I'll just play the role of Eleonora with amnesia. Who do you think you are, boarding this train and causing such a commotion? I'm already exhausted, and now I feel even more uncomfortable. He took her hand and said, I'm your friend and your lover. Moreover, I'm your savior and the one who understands you best in this world, certainly more than that Kai Leonard. We've been such good companions, the two of us. Eleonora quickly swung her hand and pushed him away forcefully. It's true that I've forgotten many things, but if I don't have any memories of you, it means you're not worth remembering. He put on a pitiful expression and pretended to cry. Feeling wronged, she said coldly, Eli, you really have forgotten everything. You wouldn't say such things if you wanted to start over with me. Just leave me alone. The black dragon, Adrian, trembled with anger. Why does Muyo look so angry? She asked him, who are you anyway? How do I know you're not some pervert taking advantage of my amnesia, pretending to be my lover? He retorted, shouldn't it be the other way around? How do I know who you are? Maybe you're just playing a prank, or maybe you've forgotten everything about me. Or maybe you're someone who kicked Eleonora out of her body and took over. She was silent for a moment before asking, how would you know? He smirked. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted outside. Did I apologize? He said, I just wanted to confirm if you were really Eleonora. So you really are Eli. Eleonora's face paled, and she trembled with fear. He asked her, I didn't mean to scare you, but who is that kid? How could he block my magic? She reassured herself. Calm down. Don't be scared, Noah. She snapped her fingers. None of your business. Now can you leave? Suddenly, some vines appeared that you're bothering me, she said, tightly binding his hands. Then she kicked him out of her train compartment. Get lost. He knocked repeatedly from outside. Hey, Eleonora, aren't you curious who I am? She replied indifferently. Not anymore. She instructed Muyo, let me know if that guy tries to get back in. The little dragon obeyed. Yes, master. Eleonora thought to herself, why do I keep stepping on landmines ever since I left Soren? I wonder if I'll make it back to the city safely. Finally, the two of them could sleep peacefully. The next morning, Eleonora woke up and sneezed. Achoo! A train announcement echoed. We will be making a temporary stop at this station. The train will depart tomorrow afternoon. Please be mindful of your boarding time. She worried, I want to get back to the city quickly and avoid having to spend the night off the train, but it seems we have no other choice. Unexpectedly, Adrian was waiting for her. He rambled, oh, hi there. I've been standing here since yesterday afternoon. You kicked me out, so I had to sleep in the aisle last night. Do you have a cold? This village is remote, so there won't be a proper hospital. Here, Eli, where are you going? Looking for an inn? Eleonora, exasperated, glanced at Muyo and signaled. Muyo. The little dragon understood immediately, transforming into a cloud of black smoke that engulfed Adrian and swept him away. Eleonora sighed in relief. Phew, give me a minute of peace. She rented a room and lay down, thinking of Kai. That's better. I wonder if Sir Kai is all right. She pondered for a moment and called the police. Yes, this is the Security Investigation Bureau, Saison Branch. How may I help you? Eleonora said, oh, hello. Could you connect me to the Security Investigation Bureau, Lunazil Branch, please? The operator replied, yes, please hold. Security Investigation Bureau, Lunazil Branch. How may I help you? She said, yes, I'm the one who reported the terrorist attack on the Esmang train yesterday. The operator said, yes, one moment, please. A voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, Miss Noah. Suddenly, a voice spoke, causing her to blush. Kai asked, how are you? He continued, I told them to let me know if the person who reported yesterday called back. She replied, oh, I see. He asked, what's wrong? Is something the matter? She complained, Kai, I'm sick. Surprised, he said, what? She whined, I think I have cold. My body aches. and I have a bruise on my shoulder. He replied, it's not a bad thing to have a mild cold if you want to boost your immunity. Eleonora pouted, that's all you can say? He inquired, have you taken any medicine? She responded, are you worried about me? If you are, then stop nagging me, okay? Kai flatly stated, no, you'll develop bad habits. If you're calling me like this, it seems you've temporarily gotten off the train, right? Are you at the Saison Center? She replied, yes, I got off to freshen up. When are you coming? Someone used magic on the local railway, so I can't leave right now. She asked him, when will it be finished? He answered, I don't know. Yesterday's attack suggests the Loren Magic Fragment Guild is involved. So, in this situation, we can't request cooperation from the Magic Fragment Guild. Moreover, it seems the Minister of Magic is currently absent. Just head back to the city if nothing happens when you stop at Bachuanu. The police are already at Linia Vontare, so there's no need to worry. She blushed and said, I understand. Come quickly, I miss you. Kai, not quite comprehending what she said, mumbled, She said, my time's up, I'm hanging up. Hearing that, he froze for 5 seconds. Kai, blushing and embarrassed, sighed in relief. Phew. Then the mother and child went to a restaurant and ordered food. The food arrived. Muyo was so surprised that he exclaimed, wow. Eleonora asked him, looks delicious, right? Suddenly, Eleonora turned and said, hey you. Are you following us? When will you leave us alone? Adrian sat down opposite them, making Eleonora uncomfortable. He used flowery words to try and win her back, saying I'm following you is a bit much. I'm just following the call of love. I'm worried about you. It's not like our happiness vanished in a thin air just because you lost your memory. Eleonora firmly stated, I don't know why I dated you in the first place, especially since all you have is a face. Suddenly, he introduced himself, Andrian. She was surprised, huh? He clarified, my name is Andrian. You keep calling me the wrong name. Eleonora pondered, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Andrian, that's a beautiful name. After Eleonora called his name, Andrian blushed. Embarrassed, Eleonora asked Andrian. He replied, yes, 2 years ago, we broke up. We had a big fight in front of the royal palace. Eleonora coldly asked, you still have feelings for me? He replied, well, I don't know if you could call it persistence. Eleonora thought to herself, give up, you fool. The woman you loved is dead. At least it seems that way, but I think it would be better if you gave up. I've lost almost all of my memories. I'm not the same person you knew anymore. As soon as Eleonora finished speaking, the cup in Andrian's hand shattered, his face filled with disappointment, his heart as if cut by a knife. Eleonora, worried about him, bent down to check, hey, be careful. She looked up at him and thought to herself, oh my God, it seems he's really serious about Eleonora. Did I just hurt him? Andrian said, I won't get in your way. I don't intend to bother you or put you in danger. Just give me a chance. Eleonora, feeling a bit sorry for him, agreed that if you want, you can follow me, but on one condition. Deal with those rice power cameras for me. And if anyone's following me, I'd be happy if you could quietly take care of them without disturbing the other passengers. Andrian confidently said, all right. A moment later, they arrived at Bachuanu. Eleonora exclaimed in surprise, wow, this is my first time in Bachuanu. Suddenly, Andrian gently hugged her from behind. Seeing this, Muyo angrily kicked him. Get away. Noah doesn't like it. He asked, puzzled, what do you mean? She didn't say anything. Muyo glared at him. She doesn't like things to be bothersome, and you're bothering her. The two said nothing, just stared at each other as if ready to fight. Eleonora happily thought to herself, Muyo, he's speaking more fluently now. Let's see, first we'll go to the hospital, then stop by the security room to contact Kai, and tomorrow we'll leave. Andrian said, there's also a ferry that runs from Bachuanu to Taziba. Eleonora asked the ferry. He said, the ferry's travel time depends on the weather conditions, but the facilities on board are very luxurious. There's even a clinic and outstanding meals on the ferry. Eleonora thought, Andrian excitedly asked Eleonora, what do you think? Eleonora said, no, it's better if we wait here a day to board the ship. Andrian asked why. She explained, we won't be able to escape if we're attacked on the ferry. More importantly, she said, I get seasick. Andrian shrugged. Well, I can't argue with that. Suddenly, there was some beeping sound from his pocket. Eleonora asked curiously, where's that sound coming from? It keeps beeping. Andrian explained, oh, it's my pager. A lot of people are looking for me, especially today. Eleonora asked, you seem quite popular. Why don't you go? People are looking for you. Andrian said, I usually do the opposite of what people tell me. Eleonora replied softly, what a shame. She thought to herself, who is he anyway? He seems so carefree, but the way he handled Dayulim's assassins didn't seem like the actions of a fool at all. But he doesn't look like a multi-talented person either. Eleonora turned back and stared at Andrian for a moment. Then she asked, "Why did we break up?" Andrian blushed. He said, "You're asking me that now? You weren't even curious about it." Eleonora asked coldly, "Why do you think that?" Andrian looked tenderly at Eleonora and said, "I can tell by your expression." She thought to herself, has he been watching me all this time? Andrian said, "You asked why we broke up, right? I guess you really have forgotten everything. But you know, Eleonora, just because you've forgotten doesn't mean the things you did to me never happened. So don't be so cruel. Is there any Kai in this world who loves and cherishes you like you?" Eleonora was stunned to hear that. It seemed Andrian's feelings for her went beyond love. Lovers who had been through so much together couldn't help but share such emotions. But Andrian could be involved in Eleonora's assassination attempt. "I should tell Kai about this." The next morning at the train station, Eleonora said in a panic, What am I supposed to do? I bought the tickets yesterday." The ticket seller said, "I apologize, miss, but due to the recent incident with the Esmang train, all trains passing through Lauren have been magically suspended. The terrorist attack also affected the train to Bachuanu, so we had no choice but to reevaluate the railway system." Eleonora asked, "So when will the railway be operational again?" The ticket seller replied, "Well, as it's only temporary, we can't be sure." At that moment, Andrian's message notification chimed. He stared at the message, and Noah watched him silently. Not long after, Eleonora said to Noah, "I asked, and it seems other passengers are also stuck here because the trains have been stopped. Let's stay here for now." Noah replied, "Okay." Eleonora added, "We'll have to stay here for 2 days, so let's get a spacious room." "Hey, Andrian, get your own room." "Wow, it's even more luxurious than I thought. The bed is huge too. I had to sleep on a cramped bed during the whole trip, so it feels like I come back to life lying on a real bed." 4 days later, Eleonora sneezed loudly. Her cold was getting worse, and she could only lie weakly in bed. Noah was constantly worried. "Noah, are you okay?" He fidgeted, his worry overflowing with compassion. Eleonora responded to Noah's concern. "I'm fine, cough, cough. I just need a rest for a few days." Noah turned and hurried out with his short legs. He climbed onto a table and reached for a phone, wanted to make a call. Andrian peeked at Noah and stealthily unlocked Eleonora's door with a key, entering as she slept soundly, unaware of his presence. Andrian asked, "Eli, are you asleep?" Eleonora's unconsciousness gave him the opportunity to touch her soft pink hair. He thought to himself, "Impossible, Eleonora. You can't be the woman in my memories. And she's so warm. No wonder I haven't seen her all day. It turns out she's sick. I should put a wet towel on her forehead." Before he could do anything, Eleonora suddenly grabbed his hand. She murmured, "Butler, when did you come in?" Andrian was surprised, thinking, "Butler? What does she mean?" "I heard Kai Leonard left to find Eleonora when the egg went missing." "Is she talking about him? Since when did they become so close?" Eleonora mumbled, "Butler." He thought to himself, how close have they become? He couldn't help but press his forehead against Eleonora said, "I want to take a bath." Andrian was surprised at a bath. At the same time, Noah was on the phone with Kai. Kai asked, "She's sick?" She did say she had a cold a few days ago. "Hasn't she recovered yet?" Noah sniffled, "No." Kai comforted him, "Don't cry." The little dragon asked Kai, "When will you get here?" "If Noah doesn't make it, I'll deal with you." Kai was speechless. "Why are you blaming me?" "Noah getting sick is definitely your fault." The little dragon burst into tears. Kai comforted him. No, it's not your fault. Stop crying. It's my fault. Don't cry anymore. Just let Noah sleep for a bit. I'll be there around noon tomorrow. Okay." The little dragon sniffled and nodded in agreement. "Okay." Then, still sobbing, the little dragon returned to the room. Suddenly, the little dragon realized something. Looking towards the door, his pig-like eyes widened. It turned out the person he saw was Andrian. The little dragon spoke up, "Keep walking and leave." Andrian was stunned. "I didn't realize you had come back." Then he said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, dragon." The little dragon said coldly, "It seems you humans catch on quick." Andrian replied confidently, "I'm not an ordinary person. You see, I'm quite talented in magic." The little dragon thought to himself, "Noah told me to be careful, but I've been recognized by 2 people already. What should I do? Should I just kill him?" While the little dragon was considering whether to eliminate the person in front of him, Eleonora suddenly rushed out of the room, saving Andrian by a hair's breadth. They saw Eleonora shout, "Noah, how are you feeling?" She looked at him and muttered, "You knew about the pig being a dragon. Since when?" After saying that, she hurriedly popped a few pills into her mouth. Andrian said, "I thought you were sleeping, but it seems you heard everything, huh?" Eleonora swallowed a pill and said, "It's hard to sleep with a cold." Andrian turned and asked her, "That's right, you're sweating. Are you all right? Are those mana suppressants? Why do you need them? If you made a pact with a dragon, you should be absorbing more mana than even when you're in peak condition, right?" Eleonora said coldly, "Don't change the subject. Tell me, how long have you known?" This time, Andrian reached out, not to stroke her hair, but to gently rub her shoulder. Then he said, "Ha, Eleonora, no wonder. You haven't fully completed the pact with him, have you?" Andrian continued. "The imprinting process isn't complete, which means that when magic isn't used properly, magical power isn't regulated. So it's natural for your health to decline. No wonder the bond between master and dragon feels so weak." A look of annoyance spread across her stunned face. She immediately ordered the black dragon to throw the stalker out. "Muyo, get him out of here, and don't ever let him back in." With that, Andrian was thrown out like a sack of garbage. He landed on his back with a thud, his head spinning, and could only curse under his breath. Humph. Ouch. Well, I didn't expect that. There's definitely a reason why the imprinting is incomplete, so I'll observe more closely. Suddenly, at that moment, several beeping sounds rang out. Andrian pulled a pocket watch from his pocket. It's better to retrieve this before the imprinting is complete. The scene changed to outside the hotel lobby. The magic within iron objects is a blended magic that causes them to continuously rotate in place, such as trains or anything else. A mage capable of enchanting all iron objects, regardless of a distance of thousands of kilometers, is truly rare. The Ministry of Magic is still continuously requesting his assistance in resolving magical issues. So, Eleonora asked, "I wonder where the Minister of Magic is?" He said, "I don't know. I heard he's on a long vacation and completely out of contact." Eleonora complained, "Oh, can civil servants do that?" He replied, "That's why. And from what I've heard, there's another reason for it dragging on so long." Eleonora asked, "What reason?" He answered, "Someone in the public safety department overheard that it was originally supposed to be handled by the Security Bureau's investigation division. The railway network was paralyzed for quite a while, but the handling of it was put on the back burner." Eleonora thought to herself, come to think of it, Kai mentioned that someone from the Ministry of Magic was discovered to have been in contact with Daiulom. The man continued, "It's good for our business, though." Eleonora turned back with a knowing look. Definitely. Since the railway operation suddenly stopped, many people's trips were interrupted. Those who need to travel urgently are all crammed onto passenger ferries, so it's really difficult to find a ferry ticket right now. "When will we be able to get off this ferry?" the man said to Muyo. "Young master, shall I bring you some chocolate?" Muyo was silent for a moment. Eleonora spoke up, "Muyo, take it. You like sweets, right?" Muyo silently took the chocolate. Eleonora hurriedly said, "Muyo, you have to say thank you." The boy turned to the man and said, "Thank you." The man cheerfully replied, all right, all right." Eleonora sighed. "When did I get a headache?" Suddenly, someone sat next to her. "Hello, yo." Andrian tried to charm her with a handsome smile. "Good morning." Both mother and son were startled. Eleonora used magic to create magical ropes to bind Andrian's hands and feet. She dragged him along like walking a dog. "You damn stalker. I was surprised before, so I let it slide, but this time I won't repeat it and will definitely hand you over to the public safety team." A damn pervert sneaking into a room with a woman and child sleeping and then handing you over to security. Andrian put on a pitiful expression. "You call me damn twice now. I was worried because you hadn't eaten all day and were just hanging around in your room, so that's why." Eleonora was unmoved and determined to take him to jail. "Are you saying you're monitoring whether I went out or stayed in my room? You'll face the judgment of the court, you damn, and complaining about it now." Andrian mumbled dejectedly, "That's 3 times now." Eleonora was speaking when he interrupted her. "The public safety team won't do, Eli. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Don't take me to the public safety team. I'm afraid of facing the court. It's really embarrassing." At the jail, a soldier saw her and asked, "Is there something I can help you with, miss?" Eleonora replied, "Yes, I want to report a stalker. Please help me arrest this person." The soldier stammered, "This person." He trailed off, then exclaimed her name. Damn it. She turned away coldly. Humph. As expected, the law is impartial. Suddenly, a soldier requested, "Please show us your identification." She turned and asked, "What? My identification?" The soldier replied, "Yes, because I have to verify the report form." "Don't you have it?" she said in a flustered voice. "Teach that." Suddenly, the soldier grabbed the rope and said, "This magic rope, according to magic law, is something that's not allowed to be used without this permit label." It was then that she realized she was facing a 15-year sentence. In the end, both of them were taken to jail. Eleonora Asin said, "Hey, Eleonora Asin, I tried to escape the imperial court and came all the way to Bachuanu, and yet I handed myself over to the public safety team and even planned to file a report. What a fool completely." Andrian said, "That's why I told you not to go there." The two faced each other, their eyes filled with hatred. Eleonora said, "This is all your fault, you damn bastard. It's your fault for breaking into my room and letting me catch you." Andrian said, "Why can't you just say it plainly?" "Yes, it's me, Eleonora Asin. I'm the one who stole the dragon egg. Are you satisfied?" "But actually, I didn't steal it." Eleonora thought, "How long do I have to wait with this guy? Why do we have to wait? They didn't tell me. It's not good if there's a problem with the schedule." Suddenly, footsteps could be heard outside the door. "Aigu, you've arrived. You must be tired after such a long journey." He asked, "Where's the woman?" The other person meekly replied, "Yes, they're waiting inside. Please follow this way." Kai then asked, "You said she came with someone of unknown origin." The other person replied, "Yes, our branch has identity recognition equipment, but somehow it couldn't identify them at all." Kai thought identification with identity recognition equipment didn't work. The soldier continued, "There's also a child with them. We tried to separate them, but the child stubbornly refused to leave, so they're in the waiting room with Baroness Eleonora. The child's identity is also unknown. Looking from the outside, there are no signs of abuse." He said, "Is that so? Is Eleonora Asin still healthy?" The other person wondered, He replied, "Nothing, let's go." Inside, Eleonora sighed, "I still haven't recovered from my cold." The other person entered and said, "Here it is, please come in." A familiar voice called out, "You still haven't recovered from your cold." Eleonora lost her composure. "When did you get here? I've been so worried about you." Kai said softly, "I'm sorry." They faced each other, their eyes a little awkward. Then they both coughed at the same time, not knowing what to say. Kai turned to Andrian and asked, "By the way, why are you here, Minister?" Eleonora was stunned. "Minister?" Kai said, "I'm asking you why you're here now. Where did you go on this long-term assignment? I've been messaging you for days, and you haven't replied. You need to return to the capital quickly." Eleonora thought back. "Messages? What's that sound that keeps beeping?" "Your pager. You're quite popular today." Andrian replied, "That's why I didn't want to set foot in the Security Investigation Bureau." Kai turned to her and asked, "Miss Noah, what is your relationship with the Minister of Magic?" Eleonora said awkwardly, "There's nothing like that. Neglecting work, how irresponsible." Kai asked Eleonora, "Have you revealed anything about yourself to him?" "You may already know, but he's Eleonora's ex-lover." Eleonora replied, "I told him I have amnesia." The look in his eyes at the time suggested he believed me to some extent. Andrian felt a surge of jealous anger and gritted his teeth, saying, "Hey, I want to ask you something. When did you two get so close?" Kai asked, "Hey, as far as I remember, if you weren't at each other's throats, you were both incredibly annoyed." Kai said, "We're not close." Eleonora echoed, "Right, not close." She turned to Andrian, snapping, "We were just talking about that lazy good-for-nothing who got arrested. What, you went on a gossip? Get back to work." Andrian turned back to Eleonora. "Eli, is there something I should know? And why are you being so cold?" Eleonora replied, "There's nothing for you to know." "Something?" Andrian thought. "Seriously, this girl should know Muio is a dragon, right? That news is all over town, a crime punishable by death." Eleonora grabbed Andrian's collar. "Listen here, stalker. If you breathe a word of this to anyone, Muio won't hesitate to roast you alive." Andrian chuckled. "Even your threats are cute. But can Eleonora really do that? Ever since your memory loss, you've become so gentle, like a different person. Could you really ask a child like that to kill someone?" Eleonora bristled at his words. Andrian continued, "So, just make me a promise, and I'll keep your secret. If you come to Taziva, you'll continue to see me once or twice a week, right? All the mages seek me out, but I have a particular interest in dragons. If you let me see the dragon up close, I'll teach you how to regulate its magic more effectively. What do you say about that deal?" At the same time, a gaze fell upon Eleonora and Andrian. Eleonora said, "I'll think about it, and keep your mouth shut for now." Andrian obeyed. "Your wish is my command." Eleonora threatened, "If this shows up in any newspaper, I'm blaming it all on you. A dragon never reveals its tail, meaning you keep this secret for life. Understand?" Andrian said, "Even your threats are beautiful, my Eli. I promise. So please stop glaring at me." Suddenly, he leaned in and kissed her lightly on the cheek. The sound of shattering glass followed. Eleonora turned to see Kai. "Dado, did I startle you? Are you all right?" Kai asked, glaring at his rival. "Fine, it's just a glass." Sensing the tension, Andrian made a hasty retreat. "Well, I'll be going then." Eleonora cursed under her breath. Damn it, that guy definitely just ran away before I could get mad. Such a coward, honestly. Kai said, Noah, could I speak with you for a moment? She agreed. Yes, sir. She thought to herself, I have a bad feeling about this. They quickly entered a private room. Sitting together, Kai broke the silence. I understand being cut off from the outside world, but you haven't read a newspaper in 2 years? He's not only famous for becoming the Minister of Magic at such a young age, but he's constantly in the news. His looks are so popular that he's always on the front page. And you're telling me you didn't recognize him? Eleonora was shocked at, to put it bluntly, I feel like a pathetic piece of trash. Kai said seriously, it can't be helped if you have to do everything. Eleonora looked pitiful. That's not true. Kai was silent for a moment. Then he asked, let me see, how's your fever? It's still a little low grade, but I'm okay, sir. You used Mule's magic, didn't you? As I thought, something happened between you and the minister, right? Eleonora shouted. There was no other way. He attacked me first, and he barged into my room, so I tried to chase him away. I only borrowed a tiny bit of Mule's power. Kai sighed. For now, I understand. Because it wasn't a big deal, I'll let it slide. First, Noah, go back to the hotel and get some proper rest. I'll pick you both up tomorrow afternoon. Eleonora asked, tomorrow afternoon? Kai replied, we'll be moving again tomorrow. We'll be taking a ferry. I already have the tickets, so just relax and come along. Eleonora responded, okay, tomorrow? But I get seasick. Kai said, then I'll ask the doctor to prescribe and bring you some motion sickness medication. Eleonora asked, what if something happens at sea? As long as Noah and Mule act normally, nothing will happen. If anything does happen, I'll handle it. Just listen to me. Okay, see you tomorrow then, Kai. Eleonora suddenly suggested to Kai, why don't you come sleep in my room? Kai was startled. Eleonora was silent for a moment then. Kai also froze, speechless. Quickly, both of them turned away awkwardly. Eleonora chuckled. Just kidding. See you tomorrow. The next day, a beautiful morning. Kai said to Eleonora, we'll be boarding a luxury ferry, quite popular with nobles and the wealthy. The facilities are excellent, so the trip won't be strenuous. Eleonora said worriedly, all right, but aren't they checking identification? Are you sure we can get through? Kai replied, it'll be fine. My papers are all in order. The staff member, seeing him, was taken aback. That I'll check your identification first, sir. Oh, Commander. He presented his papers and said, here are my documents. The staff member stood frozen for a moment, then said, Sir Kai Leonard, I presume the lady beside you is Lady Kai. He replied, that is correct. The staff member said, I have confirmed your identities. Please come inside. Eleonora, walking behind, asked, can those security personnel forge identification? Kai explained, I didn't forge them. My identity is guaranteed by the Duke Kai name. If you need to show identification, just use the Kai name. They can't know who you are, but it doesn't matter. They'll just confirm with the Kai household. Eleonora thought to herself, so that means I can buy anything on credit. Oh, Kai quipped, of course. Only if you don't tarnish the Kai name, only use it when necessary, and it doesn't allow you to buy ice cream on credit. Eleonora replied, yes, of course. She thought, how did he know? As you said, a luxury ferry, quite large. The 5th floor is entirely reserved for first-class passengers, with many convenient facilities, but it would be troublesome if you were discovered, so you don't need to go up there. Eleonora was surprised that, there's no 1st or 2nd floor, only the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. Perhaps the 1st and 2nd floors are restricted for maintenance, so the 3rd, 4th, and 5th are for guests. Is that right? Yes. This elevator is for guest use, so it's not connected to the operating room. It only travels between the 3rd and 5th floors for safety purposes. Eleonora thought, I'm sure it's not real gold, is it? We're on the 4th floor. Let's get out. Eleonora said cheerfully, there's our room. I can finally rest. Kai asked, didn't you rest the entire time before we left? Eleonora replied, just a little bit. Suddenly, a voice called out, Mr. Vantail. Eleonora and Kai turned to look. Vantail? If it's Vantail, then. 2 men were standing there talking. Mr. Cartoon, it's been a while, hasn't it? Fancy meeting you here. Kai said to Eleonora, I'll go. You go in. Eleonora turned to him and said, I have an idea. She threw a small blue marble out into the hall and closed the room door. Kai asked curiously, what was that? One of Eleonora's inventions? Eleonora replied, exactly. It's called Lego's eyeball. She opened a panel and listened in on the 2 men's conversation. It's working. The 2 men continued their conversation. I thought you were in Siegen. What are you doing here? Things aren't going according to plan. Are you heading to the city? My younger daughter suddenly begged us to go there. Kai and Eleonora listened silently as the two men talked. That means Lenia is currently on the ship, but she was summoned for questioning, so she might have already arrived in the city. The two men continued. I heard work at the farm has been tough due to the lack of rain this year. So much so that you haven't been able to visit the city mansion even once. Unless it's pouring rain. So what can I do? Thankfully, my daughter can secure the distribution network within the palace, so we've avoided losses. Of course, I told you, Miss Vantail has a knack for business. Speak of the devil. Miss, it's been a while. Eleonora turned to Kai and said, Sir. He replied, It seems they've noticed we're following them. But isn't Lenia being investigated in the city? From what we've found, Lenia boarded the ship to Taziva the day she arrived in Soren. Lenia Vantail is in the city. Eleonora said to Kai, Excuse me, but just now? The city police have secretly confirmed Miss Vantali's whereabouts. I received a report yesterday morning that she's been secluded at the Vantail mansion for at least 5 days. The Vantail family has 2 daughters? Kai replied, No, the only one Vantail refers to as his younger daughter is Lenia Vantail. I'm certain there's only one. Eleonora asked then, Who is on the ship? Kai explained, Although my subordinates found Vantali's location reliably, I haven't seen her with my own eyes, so I can't be 100% certain. So far, the only thing we've confirmed visually is that the woman we suspect is Lenia Vantail arrived in Soren. And she's also on this ship. Moreover, it seems Lenia realized she's being followed. She kicked Lego's eyeball. It can't be a coincidence. Eleonora thought for a moment and said, With all this, I'm not sure Lenia Vantail is the one who stole the dragon egg. But with what we know, it seems Miss Vantail is hiding something. Perhaps the Miss Vantail in the city is a double, and my subordinates were mistaken. Having a double suggests she's hiding something. Furthermore, it doesn't seem like she kicked Lego's eyeball unintentionally. Perhaps this is for the better. Eleonora was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Kai took out his gun and loaded it, preparing to leave. He instructed Eleonora, as you said, there's no way to escape in the middle of the ocean. I'll go to the captain's cabin and send a message to the police. I'll also notify security to get an official investigation started on Lenia Vantail, so we can arrest her when we dock. Miss Noah, I told you to conceal Muyo's identity. I'll retract that. Eleonora, puzzled, asked, Excuse me? Kai continued, If you assess the situation as too dangerous, don't hesitate to use Muyo's power. I'll take responsibility for everything afterward. There's one thing you must prioritize, Miss Noah, your safety. Eleonora, stunned, repeated, My safety? Kai replied, Yes. Muyo spoke up, I will protect Miss Noah. With that, Kai turned and left. Soon night fell. Kai opened the door and stepped out. The silence was unusual, so much so that each of his steps echoed loudly. In that dim space, a foot suddenly appeared. A figure darted past a room, then grinned slyly. It turned out he was looking for the stone Eleonora had dropped that morning. He picked up the blue stone with satisfaction, found it. The next morning, Eleonora was reading, glancing at the empty chair beside her. A sense of sadness washed over her as she thought of Kai. He hadn't returned. She asked Muyo, you said you were awake when Kai left, right? You're sure he left last night and hasn't come back? Muyo replied, No, he said he would be right back. Eleonora pondered. It shouldn't take all day to send a message. What is he doing? Eleonora turned to Muyo, can you find Kai's location now? Muyo replied, No, he said he would be right back. Muyo concentrated for a long moment. Then he said, I can't pinpoint his location because this ship is powered by magic, but I think he's not nearby. Eleonora sighed and said, I understand. She thought to herself, I wonder what happened. Did he run into someone who's after us, like on the train? I'm worried he's hurt. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Eleonora immediately jumped to her feet. She put on her hat and said to Muyo, let's go find Kai. Eleonora searched around the ship. He's not here. Here too. Where is he? When will Muyo be back? Meanwhile, Muyo was searching on the 3rd floor. Eleonora thought, when I find that guy, I'll give him a piece of my mind. Just you wait, Kai. Suddenly, a voice called out, Baroness Eleonora, it's dangerous to be alone. Eleonora turned to see the woman. Thick, golden blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and a petite figure. Could this woman be Lenia Vantail? She looks quite different from what I imagined. The woman approached Eleonora. Shoo, lower your voice. You've already attracted attention. Eleonora asked her, did you steal the dragon egg at the old capital? Eleonora thought to herself, it's been so long since I've encountered Linia without Muyo around. This is the perfect opportunity to break the resonance between Muyo and Linia. The woman said, there's only one way up, Baroness. I apologize. Eleonora wondered, what is that? She was interrupted by the woman clinging to her shoulder. Remember this, Baroness. There's one way down, but no way back from there. There's only one way up, and that's the emergency passage only for crew members. Eleonora, half speaking, started, what do you mean? She stammered, I came to tell you that. I don't know why we're on the same boat. I thought the ships the nobles used would be safer, but I was wrong. I still can't stand up against them, but you can, because I gave you the dragon. Eleonora thought, so Linia stole the dragon egg. Then she said, excuse me, please calm down. Linia interrupted, yesterday too. I saw the guy drop a listening device on the ground. It looked like a bead. I kicked it away as soon as I saw it, but I didn't expect him to be on this ship too. If I'm caught, I'll be killed. Eleonora thought, a bead? I was the one who dropped it yesterday. Linia continued, this time, I'll really be killed. Wait, I'm the one who... A voice called out, Linia, what are you doing there? Come inside quickly. Linia quickly replied, I'll be right there, father. Baroness, I don't have time to chat. We've drawn attention to ourselves here. I don't want to be buried in the vast ocean, you know. Eleonora was incredibly puzzled. Wait, tomorrow, from 3 to 5 a.m., room 409. I'll leave the door unlocked. I'm sorry for talking so much about myself, but it's difficult for me to give you answers right now. Once I confirm this ship is safe, I'll tell you everything you're wondering about. With that, Linia left. The baby dragon had also returned. Noah, he's not on the 3rd floor. Eleonora replied, I know. The baby dragon, seeing her silence, called her name, Noah. Eleonora said to the baby dragon, I just met Linia. It seems like she sent you to me. Someone will be looking for Kai, and she said to meet at sunset. The baby dragon worried for her, Noah. Eleonora was silent for a moment, saying nothing. Suddenly, her voice dropped and tears fell. Muyo, Sir Kai, what if he's really hurt or something happened? Where could he be? According to Linia, maybe somewhere on a lower floor, but I don't know where he is. What if I'm too late? The baby dragon, seeing this, also started to cry. Noah, don't cry. I don't know what to do right now. Eleonora quickly wiped her tears and pulled herself together. I'm sorry, Muyo. That was embarrassing, wasn't it? I'm just scared and worried. Linia talked about a way up, but I think it refers to Kai. There might be a floor below. First, we'll go up to the elevator and down to the 1st and 2nd floors. It's only supposed to be used by staff, so we have to be discreet. We should wait until nightfall. You understand, Muyo? The baby dragon cheerfully replied yes. When night came, Eleonora sat on the bed and said, just in case we need to use magic, we'll bring the medicine, wear comfortable clothes and shoes, and have dinner. That person Linia mentioned might have something to do with Eleonora's death. Maybe that person is an assassin. Muyo, you can use magic if something happens. Sir Kai gave permission, and we brought the medicine, so it'll be okay. The baby dragon replied yes. Eleonora, her face serious and ready, said, Muyo, let's go save Sir Kai. That night, Eleonora and the baby dragon stealthily went out into the hall. It's quiet tonight, isn't it? Suddenly, she sensed something behind her. When she looked back, there were footsteps approaching. Her face became worried. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. This made Eleonora hold her breath. It turned out to be a female staff member. The staff member, seeing her, approached and asked, Madam, is something the matter? It's quite late. Do you need any assistance? Eleonora replied, No, I just wanted to get some fresh air. The staff member pointed Eleonora towards the deck access. The way to the promenade deck is that way, madam. Have a good night. Eleonora cheerfully replied, Yes, thank you. Eleonora breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. She said to Muyo, Let's hurry to the elevator. Just as I guessed, you feel it too, right? Muyo nodded. The ship has stopped. Eleonora asked Muyo, It's no wonder we felt different ever since we were in the room. When did the ship stop? Muyo replied, I don't know, but I can't feel the flow of magic beneath the ship anymore. Eleonora thought to herself, Did someone stop the ship? Did the person targeting us take control of the ship? How long have we been watched? I wonder if Sir Kai is safe. Eleonora suddenly remembered something and looked at the sign by the elevator. IT only operates between the 3rd and 5th floors for safety purposes. All right, if I want to go down below, I need to find a staff elevator. Eleonora stared at the row of buttons on the elevator for a moment. Hey, yesterday there wasn't a button for the 1st floor. So why? This isn't a staff elevator. Muyo, I took this elevator yesterday too, right? Muyo replied yes. Eleonora thought back over everything and started pressing the elevator buttons. This is exactly what Lenia said. Remember, there's a way down, but no way back from that place. There's only one way up. The first floor button suddenly appeared. The same words Lenia said. It feels like it's luring us down, but I can't not go. I hope Sir Kai is safe. Eleonora instructed Muyo, you have to stick close to me quietly when we go down there, okay? If you feel anything, tell me right away. Muyo cheerfully replied, okay. The elevator doors opened. Bloodstains met Eleonora's eyes. Eleonora slowly stepped forward. I'm sure Sir Kai came here. Shell casings. I wonder whose blood this is. Is this the handle of a magic coordination device? It seems like it has something to do with the ship stopping. Suddenly, she stepped in a pool of blood. She muttered blood. Muyo, seeing her worry, sat down to examine the blood stain. It's not his blood. Eleonora sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Muyo said to her, Noah, if you focus, you can feel it too. She asked, feel what? Muyo replied, the flow of magic. Eleonora stammered, the flow of magic. Suddenly, a light appeared around Eleonora. He mentioned using magic bullets, so there's residual magic flow. There's a lot of blood in empty cartridges, so it wasn't just one or two people. There's blood but no bodies, so it's likely he's still alive and running. And hiding. Muyo sensed something and ran off. There's something over there. Noah. They both looked at something. What is this? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Eleonora quickly picked up Muyo. What was that? It doesn't seem to be any broken equipment nearby. So where did these fragments come from? Suddenly, there's the sound of an elevator. Eleonora immediately turns back. That's the sound of the elevator. I should hide there. Hiding behind some barrels. Suddenly, there's a noise. Eleonora is extremely worried about the current situation. Suddenly, she realizes something and turns around. A hand quickly reaches towards her. Then it grabs her claws. Eleonora is startled. Who is it? A voice says, gotcha. Eleonora trembles uncontrollably. She cries for help in despair. Anyone help? Suddenly, a voice calls out, shh. Eleonora, as if realizing something, turns to look. Kai. Kai says, at this rate, you'll poke me in the eye, Noah. Tears well up in her eyes. Do you know how worried I was? Kai hugs her. Shh. I'll listen to you later. Be quiet now. Hearing this, she falls silent for a moment. But outside, loud and small noises continue to echo. Are those the sounds of the scrap metal Muyo found? Kai says, nothing's happening. Then the door opens. The three of them remain silent. After hearing nothing more, he speaks. I think they're gone. Eleonora breathes a sigh of relief. Phew. He says, I was worried you'd come down here, but I'm glad you did. Eleonora asks him, how long have you been here? Kai replies, since the night I left the room. How long it's been, I can't tell, because the clock is broken. Eleonora answers, it's been a day and a half. Kai continues, I've been here longer than I thought. Has the ship stopped? I broke a magic circuit, so I threw the breaker down because I thought it would explode. The ship has stopped. That's why I came down here. I understand, thank goodness. Suddenly, Eleonora's hand touches Kai's cheek. You're injured here. Kai shyly avoids her touch. It's just a scratch. I didn't even know it was there because it doesn't hurt at all. Have you been eating all right? Eleonora reproaches him. Is that what you should be saying now? Do you know how worried I was? I searched everywhere for you. I was worried you were hurt. Kai falls silent for a moment. Perhaps you know the way out. I found the emergency exit for the crew, but I couldn't get close because it's surrounded by magic. I don't think there's any other way. Let's go there. Muyo, you could disable the magic on the door, right? The little dragon nods, yes. Kai turns, I need to do something. You go ahead, Noah. Eleonora asks, excuse me? Why? Why not go together? He explains, there's still someone else I have to catch. I'm talking about the person who went out that door earlier. Eleonora asks, can't we go together and have Muyo lock this place down? We could trap that person here and continue the investigation as soon as we get to Tezabar. He replies, there's a chance we'll destroy the evidence, and that person might know another way out. There will be a staircase if you continue that way. When you're halfway up, there will be a door there. You can leave it open. I'll lead him to it. Eleonora says sadly, I understand, but I'm just so worried. Then she asked herself, why am I so worried? He lifted her face and said, it'll be all right. Kai asked Eleonora, Noah, have you taken your medicine? Eleonora thought to herself, did he just smile? Then replied, not yet, but I brought some just in case. Kai seemed relieved. Good. Muihyo neutralizing the magic might affect your body, so taking your medicine is a good idea. Eleonora said, all right, let me see. I found it. It's a good thing I brought it. Muihyo silently watched the two intently. Eleonora said to Muihyo, let's go. Muihyo cheerfully replied, okay. Kai advised her, all right, be careful. Don't touch anything strange and cause trouble. Eleonora took out her pocket watch. Do you think I'm a child or something? Good heavens. Let's see. If I hurry to Lenya's room now, I might make it in time. Oh, that's right. You said your watch was broken, right? Take this. You should be careful too. Kai took the watch. Thank you. I might be able to finish everything and be back before 6 o'clock. Eleonora ran off with Muihyo. Promise? 6 o'clock. Kai silently watched her back as she left. Then he sat down with difficulty. He clutched his stomach and sighed deeply. Muihyo suddenly stopped and looked back at Kai. It seemed like he had noticed something. Eleonora urged, Muihyo, come on, we have to hurry. Muihyo replied, okay. Kai grimaced and let out a pain breath. When he looked at his hand, it was stained red with blood. Muihyo, also noticing this, muttered, the smell of blood. Eleonora thought to herself, room 409, from 3 to 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll leave the door unlocked. I've been down here longer than I thought. She told Muihyo, let's go. Don't stray too far from me. Muihyo replied, yes. Eleonora thought about Kai. As I suspected, it's suspicious. Muihyo pointed ahead and said, Noah, I think that's the door. Eleonora asked Muihyo, oh, Muihyo, can you undo the spell? Muihyo replied, yes, but I don't know if Noah will be okay. Eleonora said, I'll be fine. I took my medicine, so at least I won't faint. Muihyo touched the door, okay. She flinched. Muihyo turned back and said, Noah, I'm sorry. Eleonora said, no, it's not Muihyo's fault. I should exercise as soon as I get to the capital. Kai was fiddling with something. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, handed over. Kai spoke frankly, you have no chance of winning. Even standing is difficult for you. Let's cooperate with the investigation, and you might just keep your life. The other person asked, isn't your current condition not exactly favorable? This isn't the time for you to be playing around. Kai questioned, what's the purpose of your actions? Enough to remove the chip implanted in you? Is it loyalty, or does it have something to do with a mark behind your ear? The other person ordered his subordinates, seize him and kill him. Suddenly, there was a loud noise that Eleonora and Muihyo also heard. Eleonora reassured herself. Did they find him? Everything will be all right. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead. Excuse me, has the engine stopped working? Is there a problem? We're checking on it now. So we can't dock until the morning after tomorrow? Eleonora thought, oh, everyone knows now. Room 409, room 409. Ah, found it. Eleonora tried to open the door. Lenya, you said to leave the door open. Muihyo, break the door down. Quickly, Eleonora threw the door wide open. She suddenly realized something. Looking back, Eleonora saw Lenya drenched in sweat. Eleonora asked, what's wrong, Lenya? You told me to leave the door open. Lenya stammered, I'm sorry. You were later than I expected, and I thought you had failed because the ship had stopped. Baroness, your complexion. Has something happened? All her pent-up anger finally exploded. Yes, it's also because of you. Because you only carved half the imprint with Muihyo, my body is deteriorating. I'm running out of breath, so please stop the resonance. Lenya looked curiously at the not fully conscious little dragon. Huh? What? Lenya stared at the little dragon for a moment. A dragon. The little dragon said, hello. Eleonora said, yes, a dragon. Don't say anything. Give me your hand. Oh, as I suspected. Although it's faint, there's definitely a carved imprint. She ordered the little dragon, come on, Muihyo. The little dragon obeyed, yes. Then the little dragon went and touched the mark on Lenya's hand. A light flashed, radiating throughout the room. Eleonora thought, it's miraculous. My heartbeat and breathing have stabilized. It seems like power is flowing through my body, through my blood vessels. Lenya turned to ask Eleonora, my Baroness. Eleonora's hair floated in the air. At the same time, Kai was fighting with the other man. The gun was pointed directly at his temple. The other man yelled, you bastard. Kai thought, trying to get rid of the evidence in this situation. Then he threatened, stop. If you move again, you'll bleed to death. The man repeatedly called out, Master, Master, my esteemed master, Serac. Suddenly, a stranger appeared at a mask. Kai asked, are you this man's master? Scrap metal, just a pile of machinery. The man from before had turned into machinery. The masked man just remained silent. Kai glanced over, that's. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick smoke enveloped him. On this side, Lenya anxiously asked Eleonora, Baroness, are you all right? Quickly, everything returned to normal. Eleonora said, I can't believe it. My condition has improved. Something seemed to be radiating from Eleonora. Lenya suddenly screamed, Eleonora held out her hand. Linya, what's wrong? Give. Before she could finish, the nearby glass shattered. Eleonora muttered, I can't control myself because I suddenly have so much power. I'm sorry, Linya. I didn't mean to hurt you. The little dragon ran over and hugged Eleonora. Noah, Sister Noah's power is back. Now Sister Noah won't get sick because of me anymore. Eleonora thought. He was very worried about this situation. Eleonora said, we've received some news. Oh no, I think some of the first-class passengers have woken up. I don't think I can talk normally with Linya in this state. We should talk later. The little dragon cheerfully replied, okay. Eleonora instructed her, Linya, I'll be back later. Be careful. Don't open the door for anyone. She shakily said, oh okay. The Baroness will stop him. Now I just need to keep living, just keep living. Eleonora went outside and was stared at and gossiped about by everyone. Hey, is that Miss Eleonora? Eleonora thought, honestly, it's troublesome. After the imprint was completed, everyone gives me the same expression and avoids me. Sometimes a few people look at me like Eleonora, but that's because of the dragon imprint's aura. They were standing in front of a door. Eleonora looked at something and said to the little dragon, oh, that's great. Muihio, hiding your identity is useless now. Isn't it? The little dragon blushed. Eleonora thought, is it because the imprinting is complete? It seems easy to know what he wants. Maybe it's because Muihio is comfortable with me. They had been very disappointed because the imprinting had failed, but now it was complete. I just want to drink a cup of hot chocolate and go to sleep. And when I wake up, take a hot bath prepared by a butler. After the bath, I'll have an expensive breakfast. The sun is rising. It looks so beautiful. It makes me want to fly. Truly, as she said, the sky sparkled with flying seagulls. Everyone looked up. Eleonora appeared, following everyone's upward gaze. Eleonora told the little dragon, Muihio, you haven't forgotten what I always tell you, have you? We don't hurt ordinary, unrelated people. Oh, and you must listen carefully to what Kai says. The little dragon replied, yes, I will. Eleonora looked at the little dragon and smiled. Now I need to help you, Muihio. At the same time, on Kai's side, purple smoke was spreading. Hallucinogens. Damn it, how could I miss this opportunity when I'm so close to the culprit? The man said, oh, what a mess. Kai muttered, that kind, the air has changed. What are you going to do this time? I've experienced this feeling, but when? That's impossible. Noah, what are you doing? The little dragon had transformed. While Kai was distracted, the man quickly ran away. Gunshots rang out like New Year's Eve fireworks. The one who fired was none other than Kai. The man was hit by several bullets, staggered, and then collapsed. The little dragon, now seeing him, turned, flying quickly over the bow of the ship. Kai stood frozen. Really, don't we have any peaceful days? Even so, it was a beautiful scene. He approached the little dragon and asked, Muihio, why are you here? Spit that out. Are you planning to swallow it? The little dragon agreed and spat it out. Looking at the pile of metal below, he thought, could it be? In that room, I definitely shot a person. However, when I came to my senses, only broken pieces of equipment had fallen down there. Is it teleportation magic? But teleportation magic is something even Eleonora, after much practice, hasn't mastered. It's not a power that Yao Lu's subordinates should possess. All the people I met this early morning were living, breathing humans in human form. Could they all be fake? I can't verify anything now. A whisper in the signal device, if you're scared, why did you climb up there? I don't know either. I didn't know it was like that at the time. What could I do when I woke up so high up? You really? Really what? In the end, I woke up, didn't I? It wasn't a good idea to obtain a power that couldn't be properly controlled, but we were too hasty. Perhaps they didn't know the unstable imprinting was due to Count Van Tolera's daughter. Linya, you played a dirty trick. You, the nameless girl, swapped the bodies of Eleonora and the Security Bureau's highest commander. It wasn't easy to get all three of you in the same space, was it? If so, there's no other way but to deal with each of you one by one. If you die here, no one will recognize you, you know? So why did you do such a foolish thing? It's truly comical. Linya Van Tolera. Someday, you will definitely be caught. A splash of blood splattered. After dealing with her, Andrian changed into a waiter's uniform. This is taking longer than I thought. Kai, one of the staff members called out to him. Hey you, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you. Andrian cheerfully replied, yes, I'm coming. Meanwhile, Kai anxiously asked Eleonora, is your body all right? Eleonora replied, not just all right, I'm feeling incredibly well. Muihio is also enjoying the flight until we arrive. It's a bit chilly though. Maybe we should close the window. As she spoke, she used her power to pull the window shut. A loud bang startled them. Kai said, That was reckless. You have to be careful not to think about doing something as if you want someone else to do it too. Eleonora responded, that's just a thought. I didn't really know, since my mental strength isn't that strong yet. Kai gently handed her a cup of hot cocoa. For now, just get some good rest and think positive thoughts. Here, she happily accepted it. Ooh, hot cocoa. It must be delicious. Kai continued. They've made an excuse about needing to protect them and have confined Count Ventalera and his daughter to the guest room. After we arrive in Taziva, I'll take them both directly to the Security Investigation Bureau, and the ship will be investigated immediately as well. Eleonora sniffed the air. I smell something. Kai asked, puzzled, why are you looking at me like that? Eleonora replied, Kai, come closer. Thinking to herself, with Andrea and Rosine, I should act like Eleonora always has. Aloud, she said, Kai, didn't you hear me? Kai quickly evaded her. Well then, I'll go check on the situation below. Deck. Eleonora hurriedly got out of bed. What? Are you avoiding me? Immediately, Eleonora slammed the door shut using Bluetooth. Kai exclaimed in alarm, wait, what are you doing? Eleonora pinned Kai against the wall. What is this? Kai pushed her away. Why are you doing this? Is there a problem? Eleonora replied, because it smells like disinfectant. Kai quickly explained, because of the commotion this morning, some passengers were injured. I checked on their treatment, so I must have picked up the smell of disinfectant. Eleonora remained suspicious that I see. Kai, the wound on your face is quite deep. Are you really okay? She suddenly reconsidered. Kai, even though you always think you're so capable, if you keep acting like this, you'll definitely regret it. Once you catch people like me, someone like you finds it so easy to catch and interrogate someone, but I'm sure a fool like you wouldn't know how to spare a life. Arrogant and trusting your family. Do you have to lose a limb or two before you finally wake up? He was silent for a moment and said, it's really no big deal. Eleonora said, I see. So you're handling the clues about what happened in that room, right? Kai replied, there's almost no evidence left, so I haven't been able to confirm anything. I plan to try investigating based on the photos taken in that room. There were a lot of equipment fragments in there. The shapes of the broken equipment were strange, not like they were broken normally. Kai continued, Miss Noah saw it too, right? Eleonora wondered, it's like you shot them, Kai. What did you actually shoot? Kai answered, I shot living people. She asked back, people? He explained, before that, they looked like humans. If you think it was teleportation magic, it's possible, but there's one point I'm still unsure about. Because teleportation magic is known to be very difficult. Even for a genius mage like Eleonora, it's extremely challenging. So, it's hard for me to verify whether it was teleportation magic or not. Eleonora thought, it's a difficult spell even for me. I wonder if that Andrian is proficient in it. To have climbed to the position of Minister of Magic at such a young age, he must be quite skilled. Today, when I dealt with the people I chased on the train, it was very quiet. I don't know how they were handled. She frowned, looking at Eleonora. Although I know for sure the person inside that body is definitely not Eleonora Assen. Her face still looks like Eleonora Assen's, but she doesn't instinctively show discomfort like before. Maybe I've been treating her a little coldly. I feel a little guilty. Suddenly, the little dragon cheerfully entered the room. No, she asked the little dragon. Muihio, you came back quickly? The little dragon replied, yes, because I saw land. You said to come back when I saw land. Eleonora peeked out. Really? You saw land? It's still a bit early. We're not there yet. Oh, that's right. I see the capital. Quickly, the three of them arrived. Outside, a group of people were waiting. Seeing him, one of them approached and called Commander. Everyone politely returned the greeting. Penelope and Eleonora stood next to him. Eleonora thought to herself, oh, are those Kai's subordinates? Penelope spoke up, I've arranged for a car to wait. Eleonora mused, she's a beauty. I should get in the car first. Suddenly, Penelope called out, Baroness Assen, please remove all your weapons. The little dragon, hearing that, looked a bit annoyed. Seeing the little dragon's frown, Penelope broke out in a sweat. Kai intervened. I've already checked Penelope. I guarantee her safety. Penelope hesitated, but this is what the commander really wants, even though she's Baroness Eleonora. Kai called out, Penelope, don't provoke the Baroness. The area around Eleonora started to crack. Large and small tremors erupted around her. Seeing this, Penelope felt a chill down her spine. After that, the two of them left. Sitting in the car, Kai spoke up, Miss Noah. I didn't mean anything by it, but Eleonora burst into tears. I didn't mean to do that just now. Kai said, I know it's difficult to control a dragon's power, but if this continues, it'll be hard for me to side with you. Eleonora said, crying, I was going to ignore it, I really was. It's Penelope's fault because that woman antagonizes me. So Muihyo got angry. That's why I couldn't control my emotions either. The chubby little dragon grumbled, because she was going to hurt Lenore, right? Eleonora said to the dragon, Muihyo, you don't need to be so angry. I'm all right. Kai sighed. First, I'll hold Muihyo. Constantly clinging to each other could be the reason the bond is getting stronger. The little dragon looked back. Kai also seemed a bit puzzled. Then, the little dragon leaned against Kai. Eleonora cried out, Hey, since when were you two so close? She turned to the little dragon and asked, Muihyo, did he secretly give you candy? The little dragon innocently replied, I like whoever Noah likes. Hearing that, the two fell into an awkward silence. They turned their backs to each other. Eleonora said, I think if I'm away from Muihyo, I might be able to control my magic power more easily. Kai replied, Is that so? Then, not being so attached during normal times is also a good idea. We're here. This building is the security bureau. Eleonora gasped, Wow, it's huge. Eleonora, seeing a staff member holding her briefcase, said, I can carry that briefcase. Unfortunately, the female staff member dropped the briefcase. Flustered and panicked, she said, I'm so sorry, Baroness. My hand slipped. I sincerely apologize. It was my fault. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Eleonora said, It's okay, I'm fine. But the female staff member kept bowing. Thank you, Baroness. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Eleonora, embarrassed, said, Bowing down to your knees to apologize? Does it really have to be this sincere? Kai stepped forward, because you're Eleonora Assen. Baroness Assen was someone who treated and mocked those she considered beneath her terribly, and it seemed she used to think everyone in the world was below her. Just what kind of person was Eleonora? Hearing about the things Eleonora did, she sounds like a rare lunatic, but Adrian seemed to have favored Eleonora immensely. What did Adrian even like about that lunatic? What was it anyway? What have those people been doing all this time? I thought they were waiting for Kai and me, weren't they? Suddenly, someone came to greet her. Baroness Eleonora, it's been a while. Kai whispered, It's the Minister of Finance. He greeted them. And you too, Commander. Kai replied, It's been a while. The minister turned to Eleonora and said, You haven't changed a bit, Baroness. If you were a woman who knew shame, you certainly wouldn't dream of returning to the capital where Minister Rosine is. Eleonora thought to herself, a woman who knows shame. He continued, I like to have that kind of shamelessness. Trying to abandon the faith in your heart once must be quite surprising. Eleonora thought, shameless. Is he talking about the time Eleonora and Adrian argued and fought in front of the Imperial Palace? No, but why is he talking as if Adrian was the victim? This dramatic man, what right does he have to insult me? Oh, honestly, this is annoying. Kai turned and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. The Emperor replied at ease. Kai replied, I was planning to report immediately, but I didn't expect the news to reach the Imperial Palace already. Because of the importance of the case, I had to report as soon as the ship docked. I didn't know how to greet His Majesty. Should I say Annyeonghaseyo? I missed the chance to greet him. The Emperor continued, I had hoped it wouldn't come to this. The culprit is the one who caused the Jirabel Junior incident. Eleonora was saying that, but was cut off by the man. Baroness Eleonora, how dare you be so arrogant and disrespectful? Don't interrupt His Majesty. Eleonora lowered her head. Okay, I'm done. She thought to herself, why has he been insulting me this whole time? Calling me a shameless, impudent girl. Well then, just drop dead. The bald Minister of Finance, seeing her expression, flinched, sweat dripping down his face. Suddenly, Kai grabbed her hand tightly. Both looked at her with worried expressions for a moment. Then Kai shook his head, cautioning her. Seeing this, Eleonora stopped abruptly. Why did I think that? Murder. She turned to the minister, that I came here with the intention of cooperating. I spoke with you, minister, intending to take on this investigation seriously. But how can you speak to me with such vulgarity? He stammered, Baroness, you started it. The emperor finally spoke up, now. You were the one looking for an excuse. Baroness, that was disrespectful. Seeing this, the minister's face paled. If my word offended you, I apologize, Baroness. The emperor smiled. The scenery is quite lovely, isn't it? Baroness, I trust you wish to cooperate with the imperial family. Eleonora readily agreed. Ah, yes. With that, the emperor turned and left. Kai quietly asked her, Lady Noah, are you all right? She replied, Yes, I'm fine. I'm sorry for causing such a commotion. She reflected, I almost caused an accident, even if it was just a fleeting thought of murder. Kai continued, how does it feel to be a bit further away from Weihio? If you ask, I'll definitely hold him for a while at the Imperial Palace. The little dragon looked dejected, away from Noah again. Weihio, I'm sorry, but we need to be apart for a while. The little dragon's eyes started to well up. I want to be with Sister Noah. Eleonora comforted him. Not yet. If you keep clinging to me, I won't be able to control my magic properly. If you go to the Imperial Palace, everyone will take care of you. Because Muihio is such a lovely child, everyone will like you. The little dragon said, but I like Sister Noah more. Eleonora soothed him. If you stay at the Imperial Palace without causing any trouble and stay healthy, you'll return to your original form and might be able to come visit me. Kai sighed. Well then, we must head there right away. Eleonora bid farewell to the little dragon. Goodbye. The little dragon said cheerfully, but if Sister Noah is in danger, I'll definitely fly to you right away. Eleonora replied with a smile. Oh my, that sounds reliable. A while later, Eleonora, upon receiving her room, was overwhelmed by its luxurious beauty. Wow, it's like a hotel. Someone here for an investigation gets to enjoy such a luxurious and magnificent place. Kai, walking behind her, spoke up, this is where witnesses who are royalty or nobility stay when summoned. However, there are recording devices and the doors are locked. Will you be all right with that? Eleonora, spotting the bed, happily ran towards it, giddy with excitement. The bed. Oh, the bed. Wonderful. Before she could lie down, Kai grabbed Eleonora's clothes. Did you hear what I just said? Eleonora whimpered that I heard you. I'm completely adjusted. Oh, I want to lie down so badly. Kai pulled her along. Before you get into bed, you have to take a bath and change your clothes. Muihio always properly changes into pajamas. Why do you always forget? Eleonora replied, because Muihio is a child and I'm an adult. Kai angrily threw her into the bathroom. I have somewhere to go, so take a bath and get into bed properly. She obeyed, yes. Meanwhile, a subordinate spoke to Kai. Captain, it would have been very dangerous if you hadn't received treatment back then. You've been injured like that several times already. Putting on his coat, Kai said, if a task needs to be done, even if it's as big as Mount Tai, it should be dealt with immediately. Is Linnea Vantarare in the basement? His subordinate replied, I'll be in charge of taking Linnea's statement. Captain, please rest for a while. Even if it's just for a day, please recuperate before. He suddenly tossed a tape to his subordinate. This is a recording of everything that happened in Angelico. Edit it according to different timelines. I'll take charge of taking witness statements regarding Eleonora. Don't talk to the Baroness on your own or act unreasonably. Don't provoke Baroness Bul. Did you order food, by the way? The subordinate replied, yes, of course. That woman, if she really gets angry, then it'll be a disaster. Kai instructed, and don't give her too many snacks. Check if she's leaving a lot of leftovers. The subordinate asked, managing her meals, does that have anything to do with the investigation? The subordinate thought to himself, he's telling us to manage her meals and snacks. As expected, the captain is thorough in everything he does. But the captain is doting on Baroness Eleonora, isn't he? That's strange. Penelope quickly opened the tape to watch. This is so weird. Were these doting words really spoken on the ship? Something terrible must have happened. This captain, why is it like this? The next morning. Which interrogation room is it? Room number 0, the one equipped with a magic disruption device. The captain's dedicated interrogation room. That's right. Eleonora thought to herself, I have to be investigated in such a scary place. 2 days ago, they were so kind as to not touch me and let me relax. They said it's the captain's dedicated room. So Kai must be there, right? It's someone I know, so I feel a little more at ease. Suddenly she saw something. It was Linnea. She asked, wait, so she's been released? The subordinate shook his head. That's not something the Baroness needs to be concerned about. Naturally, it's because she was proven innocent and cleared of suspicion. Eleonora thought, she clearly told me she stole the eggs. What the heck is this? She was really released? Doesn't Linnea see me? Why is she pretending not to know me? As soon as Linnea disembarked, she was arrested. At that time, the double posing as Linnea was confined at the Van Toller mansion, so the forgery of the alibi will be a matter of time. Suddenly, Eleonora grabbed her. Everyone intervened. Please let go. Eleonora looked upset. Innocent my foot. You clearly spoke to me that day, saying, if I save you, you'll answer all my questions. So, what you said on the ship was a lie. She remained silent for a moment and then said, I don't know. Eleonora wondered. What? Linnea looked up and said, I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything. I apologized, Baroness. Eleonora thought to herself, what? Did Lenia betray me? Is she trying to put all the suspicion on me? How could this be? If I just confess now, I can go home and rest comfortably. But should we just kill her? Suddenly, Kai called out to her, Baroness Eleonora. Eleonora turned around and saw Kai standing nearby, his face etched with worry. Eleonora calmed down. What strange thoughts were those just now? Kai spoke up. You promised me you wouldn't cause any more trouble. Come with me. I'll take you to the interrogation room. Eleonora thought to herself, I don't remember what I was thinking just now. I only know that my current state isn't normal. Later, when it's just Kai and me in the interrogation room, I'll talk to him. A subordinate said to Kai, everything is ready for the testimony, sir. Eleonora then went inside. Penelope watched her go without saying a word. All right, the door finally closed. She entered the room, and Kai pulled out a chair. Please have a seat. Eleonora looked around and thought, recording equipment, it can't just be the two of us. I wanted to talk naturally, just the two of us, but Kai continued. Today's interrogation regarding the evidence of absence. All actions, all words, everything will be recorded without missing a single word. So please answer and explain truthfully and accurately. Eleonora worried. This is scary. Kai asked, tell me about your relationship with Lenia Van Tolera. Why did you threaten Lenia Van Tolera on the Angelique? Eleonora responded defiantly. What are you talking about? Threaten her? Why would I do that? Kai presented some pictures. In addition to Van Tolera's testimony, we've inspected the scene. You illegally entered the guest room on the ship where she was staying, and you intended to harm her. Eleonora thought to herself, does he really have to ask? Or is he asking for the benefit of the others watching? I've never done anything like that. Kai knows that too. Kai asked her, what was your reason for trying to get close to Zillum? Eleonora asked back, are you saying I did it on purpose? Kai explained the terrorist incident on the train to E.S. Mang and the explosion in the engine room of the magic ship Angelique. You were near both scenes at the exact time of the incidents. You also have a prior record of trafficking dangerous magic tools in Zillum. Eleonora retorted angrily, I had those because I was bringing my dragon to meet those people. I didn't do any of that. Not from the beginning. I didn't steal the eggs. She thought, asterisk, while knowing I didn't steal them, why won't he take my side? In this world, the only person who truly knows me is Kai. Even if everyone else sees me as a lunatic, a master criminal, curses me, but Kai, asterisk, at least he should be on my side, defending me. Kai looked at her and suddenly kicked her leg. Please, I apologize. So, after disabling the central magic device of the Imperial Palace firewall, you infiltrated the inside. After taking the soon-to-hatch Liza Bergino egg, you restored the central control device and returned to Soren. Eleonora replied, wait a minute, I didn't. Kai kicked her legs twice as a signal. Did you have an accomplice? Eleonora answered no. Kai continued, so you acted alone? What was the reason for imprinting with the dragon? She replied, because it was cute. He was taken aback, huh? Eleonora indifferently continued, I said it was because it was cute, because it was beautiful, so I brought it home to live with me. Why? Is that not allowed? Kai said, then I will record it as such. The reason you met with Zillum again was to secretly test the dragon's magic power, right? So you went to E.S. Mang and then got caught, correct? She replied, yes. Just out of curiosity, just because I like playing with the adorable child. I didn't know the train would have an accident and the ship would be stopped. My biggest wish in life is simply to live the peaceful life of an ordinary girl. I never had any thought of harming people or affecting Lady Anne. Kai asked her again, then I'll ask again, what was the reason you threatened Lenia Van Tolera? I had no intention of threatening her. It was simply a misunderstanding. After imprinting with the dragon, because I wasn't proficient in controlling magic power, I made a few mistakes. If you consider that intentional, then I sincerely apologize to Van Tolera. Eleonora's face darkened, and she said, really, why am I being blamed for something I didn't do? I know Kai cares, but this is so unfair. If I really wanted to kill her, would Lenia Van Tolera still be alive and well until... Now, Kai was silent for a moment and said, all right, the record will be sent immediately. A voice inside echoed, the recording has been finalized and checked. I will discuss it with the vice minister. First, inform the Baron about the schedule for the trial. He stood up and replied, yes. Eleonora thought to herself, was the date and time of the trial already decided beforehand? Then he walked over and pressed some buttons on the device. All the lights from the recording device and other equipment gradually dimmed. Everything shut down. Only then did he speak. You've had a hard time, Lady Noah. You must have been surprised, right? Eleonora replied, You don't need to know. Kai was puzzled. Your face is pale. She lowered her head. It's not pale. But you can't hear anything now, right? You can't hear anything anymore. I've turned off all the transmission devices. Let's see, about 30 minutes should be appropriate from now on. Being suddenly dragged down to the basement must have been a surprise. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Seeing this, he panicked. Why are you crying? She couldn't hold back and yelled, I'm so angry. Because of you. So I'm very, very, very angry. Why do I have to be interrogated like this in a place like this? It's fine if others don't know, but Kai, you shouldn't be like this. You're the only person I trust in this world. Honestly, you clearly know I'm not like that. He tried to calm her down. Wait a minute. Noah, calm down. She stood up abruptly. I want to go out. He held her back. Didn't you hear me? She said coldly, I have nothing to say to you. Kai pulled her hand back. Miss Noah, Lady Noah. Only then did he see her face drenched in tears. His eyes widened in surprise. Noah was deeply disappointed in Kai. She turned her face away, not wanting to look at him anymore. He tried to hold on to her, but suddenly froze. Lady Noah. Noah's tears gradually welled up, a mix of emotions overwhelming her. She sobbed softly, causing Kai, who stood beside her, to hesitate, unsure of what to do. He could only offer an apology. I'm truly sorry, Lady Noah, so sorry. The two sat down at the table. What happened with Lenia? She asked. He replied, that matter. The investigation is quite complicated. Kai recounted the situation. Lenia refused to explain her actions. After returning from the ship, she hasn't said a word, playing dumb. Noah asked, I heard she had a double in Tezabar. Can't that be used as evidence? He replied helplessly. After arriving in Tezabar, our people searched Vantiria's residence, but we found that she had left a month ago. And as for her return not attached to my report, I explained that I saw her with my own eyes, but the investigator sided with Vantiria and claimed I mistook her for a servant. He had no intention of cooperating, so proving the existence of a double is nearly impossible. The deciding factor is that the government, or the person suspected to be the double, has no record of entering or leaving the Imperial Palace on the day the egg disappeared. The Imperial Palace is heavily guarded, so the identities of those entering and exiting are automatically recorded. We investigated the records for that day, but Lady Vantiria wasn't on the list. Noah, confused, asked, You mean there's no way to slip through unnoticed? That's right, Kai replied. The magic of the Imperial Palace walls is not that easily bypassed. He added with a touch of admiration, If it were a magic genius like Eleonora, it might be possible. Noah's face suddenly fell. Kai continued, However, even though I don't know what injustices you've suffered, immediately after Lenia's testimony, I received orders to detain you. Given the situation, clearing your name will be difficult. Her hands clasped together, a hint of indignation in her voice. Blaming an innocent person like me, is that the best you can do? As an inspector, isn't that incredibly irresponsible? But he only responded with a somber, I truly regret that. Because the quickest way to get you out of this is to accept the suspicion, receive a reprimand with a reasonable penalty. She sighed, What if I'm imprisoned? He interrupted, That won't happen. He offered Eleonora a glimmer of hope. It's just a formal reprimand. The dragon's appearance is a wonderful opportunity to revitalize our weakening magic. Therefore, things will be simple. According to expert predictions, your punishment will only be the confiscation of some assets or community service. She asked, Really? Eleonora seemed to see a final ray of hope. Of course, it's not just empty words. There still has to be a formal penalty. She couldn't help but ask, So, what exactly? 2 thick stacks of blank paper were placed before Eleonora. Right? He said. She stared blankly at the enormous piles of paper. What is this? The defense attorney smiled brightly. It's a written apology. Eleonora asked in bewilderment. A written apology? You're telling me to write a written apology? All of this? All these pages? That's right. She broke out in a sweat, unsure of what to do. But how can writing a self-criticism? Oh, do you mean if I don't want to go to jail, I have to write a self-criticism? That's right. Eleonora's face became dejected and lifeless. Will this not actually work? He replied, If it's only 1 or 2 pages, of course it won't work. The judge isn't an idiot. It's precisely because Eleonora Assen has committed 10 years' worth of extremely serious crimes that it needs to be so long. You're a baroness, Eleonora, and you've committed these crimes for 10 years. 100 or 200 pages won't do. You'll need to write 300 pages. Maybe then it might work. He turned to her with a glint in his eye. Right, Baroness Bloodcold? Didn't you admit your wrongdoing and beg to become a new person? She quickly said no. How could my words be interpreted that way? Then, the defense attorney pointed directly at Eleonora's face. There's absolutely no way they'll imprison the Dragon Master, who only appears once every 500 years. He embraced her, beaming. The self-criticism is just a formality. This trial is just a show to make things legal. She was utterly dejected, crying silently. For something I didn't even do, you're making me write a self-criticism, in 300 pages at that. What am I supposed to write in a 300-page self-criticism? Kai, seeing her dejected face, sat down beside her. Oh, you know how many nights I had to stay up to get your sentence reduced? Eleonora asked. 3 days. He replied, for days, actually. So, from a standpoint of someone who received help, what should you do? She sighed, accepting her fate. I'll write it. The rustling of paper echoed throughout the large room. Kai sat beside her, opening each page to read. The missing person file of Nova Scotia, the corporate records of the Scotia Mining Group, Eleonora Assen's legal documents, the secret investigation into Lenya Vanteria, the post-interrogation reports of D. Lung's assassins. He couldn't help but sigh and lean back. Still the same things that need to be done, huh? Suddenly, a beep from inside his coat startled him. I shouldn't have questioned her so much in the interrogation room. It was his radio. Kai quickly picked it up and answered, "This is Kai." A hurried voice came from the other end. "Captain, there's something I need to tell you." He asked, "What is it?" The radio continued, relaying recent events, and it's nothing major, but are you interrogating Baroness Assen right now? He didn't understand and asked again, "What is it exactly?" The voice on the other end said, "It's not urgent, so I can report it later. Sorry for the interruption." Kai, having received his orders, started to turn off the radio. Understood. Talk to you later. After the call, he stood up to leave. I might have to go upstairs for a bit. Eleonora looked surprised. Upstairs. Yes, to confirm what this is all about. She really didn't want him to leave, so she tugged on the hem of his coat. Noah will try to finish writing the 300 pages. So I'll write quickly. Can I go with you? Noah pleaded with Kai, her eyes sparkling. Is that okay? He sat back down, resigned to waiting for her to finish. A hurried voice urged her on, then hurry up. Kai looked at Noah with a complicated expression. Others might not know, but Kai did. In this world, there was only one person who knew her true identity. It was truly lonely. I must have unintentionally hurt her. According to her, only I know that she is an Assen. Looking at her serious expression as she wrote her self-criticism, I couldn't help but think, seeing her so quiet and still like this, she really isn't Eleonora. Kai fell silent, motionless, and didn't speak. Suddenly, he asked her, "Lady Noah, what was your past life like?" She looked up and replied, "Me? It was just a very ordinary life. In my past life, I had ordinary brown hair like this. Back then, most people had black hair, so mine was quite unique. Compared to now, it's not as special though." He was curious. "What about your eye color?" She replied, "My eyes were brown too. It would be nice to go back to that life. I probably wouldn't have to live like a dog like this." He said, "It seems that if you were to return to your previous life." At this point, Kai suddenly paused. If she were to return? If I were to return, what would happen? Realistically, the possibility of waking up is almost zero. Noah sighed and stretched wearily. "Are we done for today? Can we go now?" The two of them immediately left. Kai said, "Yes, let's go." "You've worked hard," she replied. "I'm probably just going to collapse in a bed when I get back." Kai didn't forget to remind her, remember to take a bath before going to bed. The door slammed shut, leaving only the sound of. Yes. In the dim room, only a chair and a lonely table remained side by side. But unbeknownst to anyone, a sparkling, luminous object lay beneath the table. Elsewhere, Penelope sat in a room filled with bright sunlight. She stared at the silent walkie-talkie, not saying a word. Time ticked by, second by second. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled to life with a recording of the earlier conversation. "Lady Noah, what was your past life like?" "Me? It was just a very ordinary life." Penelope's face darkened as she pondered. What the heck are they talking about? That whole thing is suspicious. I want to ask the captain what's going on right away, but with the trial coming up, I don't have time to talk to him now. I'll keep quiet for now. After Baroness Eleanor's trial is over, I'll go see the captain and ask him about everything. Lost in thought, she heard a knock at the door. She quickly stood up, flustered and unsure what to do. "Yes, I'm coming." And then securely locked. She opened the door to find the minister standing before her. "Yes, please come in, minister." The minister smiled brightly. It's been a while. Penelope, hasn't it? The two of them entered. Penelope asked, bewildered, because of what? Adrian replied, oh, nothing in particular. Regarding the ES Mang terrorist attack last time, our side says they found evidence related to us, so I came to take a look. Because of the confidential nature, I came directly. It's a rather sensitive matter. Adrian looked around the room, but it seems the captain commander-in-chief isn't here. Penelope replied, our captain is currently in the interrogation room. As you know, it's an unspoken rule not to call someone out during interrogation, so it should be avoided. He then noticed the box placed on the edge of the table that I understand, but could you find out how long it will take? Penelope replied, yes, I'll contact the interrogation room. A click sounded from the phone. Yes, this is she. Adrian looked to the side, silently. He suddenly stepped closer to the box. Then, he took something out of his pocket. He gently poked it into the lock, causing it to glow. The box sprung open, revealing a small object neatly placed inside. Adrian quickly picked up the object. At this moment, she slowly walked out. Minister, I've inquired with the interrogation room. Today the situation is a bit difficult. I sincerely apologize. Adrian smiled. Well, that's all right. It's my fault for coming without contacting you beforehand. There seems to be a trial tomorrow, right? So perhaps I'll return the day after tomorrow. Yes, I'll inform the captain. Adrian left in a very cheerful mood, the object in his hand. He tossed it in the air and caught it. She just recited what she had memorized. The trial will be about 30 minutes. Not too long, right? If things go as planned, the verdict will be just a formality. Stay calm and don't use magic recklessly. You're still not proficient in controlling magic, so remember to focus on maintaining your composure. Noah has already appeared inside the courtroom. The trial will begin shortly. Please go to your designated position. Suddenly, she looked up and heard a voice calling her, Noah. It turned out to be Mule upstairs, who saw her and waved cheerfully. Eleonora was also happy to see the little boy so healthy. He seems very healthy. My goodness. But looking at the two people who were looking after the boy, their hair was a mess. I'm sorry, their hair looks like instant ramen noodles. Those sitting in the courtroom immediately began. Please everyone, take your seats. The trial will now commence. Someone invited Kai to stand. Investigating officer in charge. Inspector Kai, please begin the questioning. He immediately began his interrogation. Eleonora Assen, you stole Liza Berganoa's dragon egg and are the one who carved the dragon seal, correct? Eleonora, standing beside him, didn't know what to say and just nodded. Yes. He asked again. The reason you returned to Dayulam was to test the dragon's magic power, correct? She replied, yes. He asked again. You received the accusations. Are you involved in the Dayulam terrorist attack on the Angelique and train number 6478A to Esmang? Then it was her turn to answer. No, the Dayulam people tracked the dragon and attacked me first. At that time, the treaty with Dayulam was already void, Your Honor. The defense attorney beside her gave a thumbs up. Well done. With just those few answers, my lines are almost complete. In the end, I just need to swear allegiance to the Empire. Quite simple, isn't it? I want to quickly return to Soren with Muihio. After a while, he proposed a sentence for her. Therefore, I recommend a sentence of 5 years of social service and 1,000 hours of community service for the defendant, Your Honor. Kai asked again, Defendant, do you have any final words? She replied, This incident has been a deeply reflective experience for me. I'm very sorry. I will in the future. She was continuing to speak when suddenly there was a creak of the door. Who is that? That look. Inspector, Kai doesn't seem to know either. The interrogators looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? What's that? Someone whispered in their ears. It was unclear what they were saying. It seems they're explaining something to the inspector. What is it? What's happening now? Suddenly, the interrogator, sweating profusely, spoke again. The court allows reference to the witness's testimony. Witness. A footstep echoed in Eleonora's ear. She abruptly turned her head to look behind her. It turned out to be Adrian, who had followed her here. The stalker from before, she thought to herself. She couldn't help but stare at the person before her. What are you doing here, Your Excellency? He gently soothed Noah's agitated state. Stay calm. The minister stood up before the court and spoke clearly, All mages in Lorraine are under my jurisdiction. Although I am here to defend her, Eleonora Asin, with her innate magical talent. This incident threatens sensitive security matters. Due to her lack of awareness of the gravity of the dragon egg hatching and imprinting, coupled with her curiosity, she stole the dragon egg. I have been observing Eleonora Asin from the 2nd to the 7th of May, the 5 days during which the incident occurred. I am certain that currently, Eleonora Asin cannot properly utilize the dragon's magic. For the past 2 years, she has lived in seclusion in Soren, so it seems her magical abilities have atrophied. Therefore, she likely stole the dragon egg to restore her magic. A series of questions flooded her mind. What is going on? How did that stalker? Why is he here saying these things? What should I do? How did things turn out like this? Adrian glanced to the side. The team must be out of necessity. Darkness enveloped Eleanor's body. Adrian said, just like now. Kai's tone was pleading. The special guardianship of Baroness Eleonora from now on. Please entrust it to me. I swear on my honor, status, and name that Lady Noah will not pose any further threat. Because this was previously my responsibility, I will take responsibility for any future incidents related to the Duchess. Adrian froze upon hearing those words. She was deeply moved. Noah, Baroness Asin. Noah's eyes widened in disbelief. Kai's face was dripping with sweat. She tried to calm herself down. Stay calm, stay calm. Noah, don't get angry because of that stalker's provocation. Don't think anything and don't destroy anything. A loud boom echoed. In more incidents. Noah was startled by the loud noise. A small child suddenly appeared, shrouded in darkness. The couple above couldn't hold him back. She quickly and cautiously approached the angry, shadowy figure. Muihio, stop, come here. The small legs ran swiftly, unstoppable. The child ran and embraced her tightly. His bloodshot eyes glared at the others. Adrian, from above, was laughing, his face red. Pandemonium erupted in the courtroom. Order, order in the court. Adrian snapped his fingers. You almost lost your mind to the dragon, didn't you? It turned out he had created a barrier between Eleonora and Muihio. He stood up and pleaded, Your Honor, please allow a barrier to be erected between Baroness Eleonora Asin and the archdemons. The judge replied, Permission granted. A barrier against the monstrous demon. Soldiers suddenly rushed in, weapons drawn. The weapon, like an electric collar, tightened around Eleanor's neck. She gritted her teeth and glared at Adrian. That bastard. He smirked that don't you remember? You invented this. Eleonora. He stood before the judge, pleading, Your Honor. As you've seen, thanks to the barrier, Baron Asin not only couldn't control the dragon's power, but even maintaining her sanity was difficult. However, the fact that she and the dragon merged their powers is true. Please understand the importance of a benevolent dragon master like Asin. Baroness Asin, for her contributions in creating the magic barrier for the great demons, the court sentences you to 20,000 hours of community service. At the same time, special restrictive management will be implemented on the defendant. She was stunned. 20,000 hours. If 20,000 hours, that's 833 days. 833 days is about 2.3 years. If it's 12 hours of community service a day, it's 4.6 years. And if it's 8 hours a day, it's 6.9 years. He was satisfied. Thank you, esteemed judge. A very reasonable sentence. The judges sitting above remained silent. Everyone quickly left one by one. The clicking of high heels echoed. Eleonora, with a darkened face, walked forward. Adrian approached sarcastically. The collar suits you, Elia. Today was truly interesting. Although it's a bit of shame I wasn't granted guardianship over you. But before that, Kai had spoken up. Your Honor, please entrust her to me. Noah couldn't believe his ears. He stepped forward sarcastically. Inspector, you shouldn't be so naive. Kai asked back, I don't know what you're talking about, Minister. Adrian continued, a criminal and an investigator spending time together. If the public sees this, what will they think? Actually, we're not quite sure either. He didn't understand what Adrian was saying, that a criminal and an investigator. What's the problem? Back in the present, Eleonora, furious, suddenly rushed forward and grabbed him by the collar. She cursed him vehemently. Hey, stalker, you think I can't smash a measly collar like this? Adrian calmly replied, "Of course, Elia. I've thought about that too. Listen carefully. Although it seemed like I was trying to trick you with those words, that's not the whole truth." Eleonora immediately asked, "Then what is it?" Adrian answered, "You can sense your own dangerous state, right? Even though that little dragon has a cute appearance, if you really think because of that appearance, think it's a cute child, you can't. Those violent thoughts that have been appearing recently, have you never considered they're because of the dragon? That you can't control it properly, do you know?" She thought to herself, actually, I vaguely sensed it. After the imprint, there have always been these instigating thoughts that if I don't suspect something, I'd be a fool. Thoughts like that are obviously not because I haven't mastered my magic. It's because Muihio wants to kill people. Adrian continued, wanting to control Noah. Unable to control your magic, unable to maintain your sanity, and unable to tame the dragon. So let me help you. He gently reached out and touched Noah's small face. This magic barrier will protect you from the dragon. Of course, someone with a dragon's power like you, if you really try, you can break things like barriers. But if you do that, will it be good for both you and the dragon? She remained silent. He grew more fervent as he spoke. Anyway, you promised that if you came to Tziba, you would learn to control the dragon's power. Learn magic from me. If you increase your power and judgment to the point where you won't be consumed by the dragon, that means you've escaped. She hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Why did you have to make plans for me?" Adrian replied, "I don't really know. As a mage, I'm quite interested in dragons, but of course it's also because I love you, right?" Eleonora said angrily, "I'm not in the mood to joke with you." Adrian, seemingly rejected, chuckled. What a boring, bland person. Then he turned and left without another word. Sunset fell, the sky ablaze with a vibrant orange-red hue. Kai opened the door and entered. "Lady Noah, the car to take you home is ready." She remained silent, staring out the window. Then she suddenly turned around. Lady Noah, as if deeply hurt, embraced him tightly. Kai was deeply moved by her action. He remained silent as she clung to him, burying her face in his chest. Kai's hand gently stroked her long hair, comforting her. The two stood silently in the room, empty and still. The car slowly started moving. The child, nestled in Kai's arms, remained quiet and obedient. Then the child's sniffling voice echoed in the car. "Noah, I'm sorry." Muihio cried, looking pitiful. Because Muihio caused trouble, Noah got punished. Eleonora, touched, watched the child apologize. "Muihio?" She quickly moved to wipe away Muihio's tears. Muihio, destroying the courtroom was wrong. But Muihio was trying to protect me. Thinking of Adrian, she felt a surge of anger. And I wasn't punished because of Muihio, but because that Adrian barged into the trial. Eleonora felt incredibly guilty. "I'm sorry for pushing this onto you." He replied wearily, "You probably used an inside man. I was also careful to prevent this within my jurisdiction. It was my carelessness. I apologize." Lady Noah, that person knew about your unstable condition. His goal was probably to make you and Muihio lose control and cause chaos in the courtroom. Kai comforted Noah. You don't need to blame yourself too much. Comforted, she smiled faintly. He turned to look out the window. "Anyway, I've also realized the necessity of education these past few days." The child slowly recounted. "Muihio destroyed His Majesty's room and also destroyed many places in the Imperial Palace. Maybe thanks to what you said, others won't get hurt. Still, it's a relief that I can hear my own words." Suddenly, something outside caught her attention. It turned out to be a very large mansion. This was Eleanor's mansion. Eleonora walked through the mansion, finding everything new and intriguing. The garden, the hallway, everything was unchanged since she left. The three stood before an identification device. It emitted small beeps. Clicking sounds echoed. It couldn't identify them. "Master, Kai is not welcome. The child is unidentified." A robotic voice echoed from the speaker. "Uninvited guest, Kai Leonard, Chief of the Security Investigation Bureau, has arrived. An unidentified individual has also arrived." Muihio, hovering bewildered, looked at the anomaly. "Are they permitted entry, Master?" Eleonora sighed. This house's systems are always so troublesome. Finally, the door opened. "Well then, Lady Noah, you've had a long day, so please rest," she replied, surprised. "Oh, are you leaving already?" He answered, "Yes, I was planning to head out now." Eleonora, regretfully, tried to persuade him to stay for dinner. At least have dinner before you go. No one else is home, so we can talk more freely. He replied, Lady Noah, it's getting late. Having a man in your house when you're alone. She was disappointed by his refusal, just for a little while. You haven't had dinner yet. Are you really that busy? I don't know about others, but you shouldn't push yourself like this. In this world, only one person knows my true identity, you know? Seeing her expression, Kai relented. All right, I'll stay until 8 o'clock. And 30 minutes to pack, and 30 minutes to shower and change. Eleonora and Muihio were overjoyed. Dishes were already set on the table. Eleonora, fresh from her shower, a towel still in her hand, walked out. Kai, Muihio, neither of them were there. Where did they go? Suddenly, she heard a sound from another room. Don't surprise Noah too much, but I won't be able to see her for 3 days. Kai emerged, carrying a tray of food, Muihio hovering beside him, looking disgruntled. It's better to learn patience, Muihio. Seeing Eleonora emerge from the bathroom, Kai called out, Are you finished? Come in. Eleonora, bewildered, responded, Oh, this. A lavish spread was placed before her. Please, enjoy your meal. I didn't mean for you to make dinner, Eleonora said. I just did, Kai replied. The two sat down side by side, resembling a family gathered together. A flicker of surprise went through her. I thought he'd sit across from me. Why beside me? Eleonora stammered. Kai replied, Don't mind it. Just eat. You have 30 minutes. Eleonora, without another word, quickly started eating. A meal prepared and waiting after a shower. In Soren, the meal Kai had prepared for her had been especially heartwarming. She hadn't experienced this kind of care since she was a child. Ever since entering society, she hadn't had the time to prepare a proper meal. And of course, no one had taken care of her. She glanced at the person beside her. Muihio and Kai were sitting together, looking quite content. Eleonora yawned. Come live with me. I'll pay you double your salary at the investigation bureau. Kai asked, You haven't given up on that dream yet? Eleonora replied, This meal is so delicious that I just had to ask. So, teach me how to cook. I want to eat this again. He looked surprised. You want to cook yourself? Yes. Eleonora scratched her head, a little embarrassed that it's fine. Now that I'm in the capital, it's easy to go to the market. At that moment, he noticed the wound on her neck. Lady Noah, the wound is swollen. Don't touch it. Eleonora asked him, What about your wound? Kai quickly left to find the first aid kit. Please continue your meal. I'll bring the medicine. Where do you keep it? Eleonora said, I think it's next to the bed. The child sitting beside her, hearing she was hurt, became extremely worried. Noah is hurt? Does it hurt? She replied, It just stings a little. It's okay. Without another word, the child became angry. I'll punish it. Eleonora broke out in a sweat. No. You know violence isn't allowed, right? He stood by helplessly. What are you two doing? I'll apply the medicine. Please lift your hair. Eleonora replied, Oh yes, that's quite a large wound. It extends behind your neck too. Even if it's itchy, don't touch or scratch it. Kai gently touched Noah's neck, causing her to flinch. Yes, she responded, Be gentle with Noah. Stay still. Ask the minister to change the size. If it continues to get scratched, it will leave a scar. She replied shyly yes. Noah's heart fluttered a bit. How can I eat like this? The medicine was quickly applied. All done. Please continue your meal. Before Noah could finish her sentence, she dove into the soup in front of her. This soup is so good, she thought to herself. Only I'm acting like a flustered idiot, even though nothing happened. The child standing beside her, seeing this, suddenly shouted. He frowned. Unexpectedly, it's so delicious. Touching. Lately, there haven't been many men. 20 days ago, Baroness Asin Eleonora appeared in court, suspected of stealing Liza Virginera's eggs. The Baroness admitted to some of the charges and received a sentence of 200,000 hours of community service and a fine of 100,000. Kai Leonard, the former investigator and prosecutor, was granted special authority to manage the Baroness. The newspapers also wrote. The Minister of Justice appeared in court. The Baroness, unable to control the dragon's power. The court was thrown into chaos by the Baroness and the dragon's rampage. It is expected that Baroness Asin will be under the special management and supervision of the Minister of Justice every week. Adrian quickly arrived and said, L.I, have you forgotten? You really have become foolish. What are you thinking about in that little head of yours? Planning to attack with magic, I bet. Eleonora immediately said, Looking at your face is truly irritating. Adrian replied, What are you saying? This is the first time I've heard that in my life. Eleonora scowled. Don't irritate me, or I might just destroy your face. because you can't see how great my magical power is. The Kaji M trio, security personnel from the Ministry of Justice, gossip. The Baroness's personality has changed a lot, hasn't it? Not being reckless with the Ministry of Justice staff and try to repair the damage in the classroom. Maintaining her image? Well, if she destroyed our office, it will be great. The recent trial submitted a review. What's this about? It's just political maneuvering. They have to pay attention to public opinion and the media, too. I think it's because of love. The two standing to the side were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What? Talking about that again? Listen, the minister and the Baroness definitely have a romantic relationship. Every time the Baroness gets into trouble, the minister appears and stays by her side. Because of this, the minister has been criticized a lot. Even so, they must have been dating for a long time. Their love is deep. But due to Baroness Eleonora's careless words and actions, she was always getting into trouble, and the minister couldn't stand it anymore. So they argued and broke up. Seeing her muttering to herself, the other person asked, "Are you writing a story?" After breaking up with the minister for the first time in her life, the Baroness felt a strange emotion, a feeling of emptiness. Even though she possessed enormous wealth, her heart felt irretrievably lost. Baroness Eleonora began a reclusive life in Soren, filled with nothing but regret. Oh, could her prayers come true? The Baroness received the power of the dragon. Although his attitude upon their reunion at court was very cold, she stood before him to atone, and atone again. And Minister Rosine also tried to change his attitude for her sake. As expected, the two were destined to. Having said that, she laughed joyfully. This is the content of the novel I'm writing. The two people standing next to her were angry that it's all made up. It's all just a fantasy. While she continued to mutter, the innocent young man is moved by her remorse. I want to write something like that. The heartless woman melting the innocent young man's heart like the sun. Something like that. Okay, stop it. The other person asked, what about the Countess's helplessness that you wrote about before? She pushed up her glasses. I'll just wrap it up somehow. I'm bored. The others were utterly exasperated. All right, be careful not to get caught. If you keep using other people as models for your stories like that, you'll get sued. I know. Meanwhile, Eleonora, reading a book, thought, what is magic power? Magic power is the power that encompasses this entire dimension. There are many theories and scopes regarding magic power. The most plausible theory currently is that it exists not only in this dimension, but also in other dimensions. Magic power is the power that covers all dimensions. Many researchers are expanding on this theory, based on the premise that the dragon's power is an existence from another dimension originating from magic power. The dragon's power is pure, and its density is also higher than the power of our world. Based on this, each dimension has a different level of power, and it is believed that magic power exists everywhere. In ancient times, dragons began to migrate to Mwit, and magic power also became more abundant in the human world. At that time, more people could use magic than now, and pure magic was widespread. However, the dragons began to lose interest in this dimension and left Mwit one after another. When the dragons left, Mwit's magic power significantly decreased, and the power of true magic was depleted. And that void was filled by human ingenuity. Instead of using telepathic magic, people built railroads. Instead of using attack magic, they developed guns and gunpowder, and medicine developed to replace healing magic. Although it's not as advanced as the 21st century. To qualify as a mage, one must be extremely sensitive to natural magic power, or be born with more magic power in their body than ordinary people. A genius who can discover natural magic power and knows how to use it correctly. Most modern mages belong to this category, and the type of mage with abundant magic power in their body is also very rare among mages. So, Andrian is the only one currently who can teach me how to control my magic power. Is that right? Andrian then quickly woke Ely up. Ely, wake up. We've decided to do another. Again. Eleonora sprawled on the chair, acting spoiled and refusing to get up. That I won't do it. I want to rest. I want to go home. The two of them, one complaining, the other refusing to get up at us. Oh, how much longer do you plan to rest? We have to practice, right? We've been working together for several days now, and there's still no progress. Eleonora said a word. Andrian disagreed. 30 minutes. Eleonora, lying on the chair, glanced at him. This guy acted tough in court, but now he was being soft with her. If it were Kai, he would have made her get up and do it right. Away. He sat on the chair, questioning her. You're thinking of someone else, aren't you? She replied, no, I'm not. She turned her face away, secretly thinking. How did he know? Andrian anticipated who it was. That's right. I knew it. Who is it? Kai Leonas? Eleonora gulped. He's a devil. She stretched out on the chair, her arm draped over her forehead. Sorry, I won't let my mind wander anymore. That sentence made his heart flutter. Andrian blushed and turned away, embarrassed. Even if you were thinking of someone, how would I know? Eleonora found it amusing. Asterisk this guy, so easy to read. Anyway, his reaction right now is normal. Kai is the strange one. It's natural to be softer in front of a beauty like this. Even though it's not my own body, it would be strange if only I was flustered and embarrassed. Asterisk. It hurts my pride. Suddenly, he spoke. I'm very curious about you. Eleonora slowly sat up after lying on the chair. She only saw the blushing, embarrassed look of the minister. A feeling of unease arose in her heart. This is stressful. Sorry, but I'm not the girl you like, you idiot. That evening, while eating, she spoke with her mouth full. Andrian is very suspicious, anyway. Kai responded blankly, what? She replied, I said Andrian is very suspicious. He sighed, Kanoa. You two calmly sit facing each other. You're talking while eating, and I can't hear you. Suddenly, Kai slammed the table and stood up. He put on an act that startled her. Kai asked her a question. Why have you been avoiding me lately? Or, am I mistaken? Eleonora turned her face away. Probably you're mistaken. Kai asked, did I do something wrong? She replied, no, it's not like that. He wondered, are you hurt somewhere? She replied, I'm fine. After saying that, he grabbed his coat, about to leave. Well then, I'll go ahead. It seems like you're not comfortable with me. So let's do the handover details on paper later. Muihio, let's go. Since there's a place to go with the investigation tomorrow night, let's keep the evening free. Noah remained silent as she saw the two of them. About to leave, the door clicked as they stepped outside. The child grabbed the hem of his coat. He looked down, but didn't know what the child wanted. He only saw the child looking at him with bright eyes. Kai quickly picked the child up. Sorry for arguing in front of you. Muihio, we can see Noah again tomorrow, so let's stop here today. The child said dejectedly, Noah doesn't want you to go. The two left, feeling uneasy. Huh? You mean you don't want me to leave? Yes, but your master avoided me all day today. The little one offered comfort, saying if Kai kept coming near, it would be awkward for Noah, but she didn't want him to leave either. Meanwhile, she sat inside, feeling conflicted. Should I apologize tomorrow? Kai wondered, awkward if I come near, but doesn't want me to leave? I can't stay mad at her. At the Randia District Security Bureau, someone approached to guide Noah. This way, please. Why do we have to come all the way to Randia? It attracts less attention than headquarters. The main building is new and more secure. All witnesses and evidence are managed on the second floor. Meanwhile, Muihio was playing with Kai's subordinates. A door clicked open, and he invited her in. Come in, Kanoa. I called you here to show you this. The objects inside evoked a sense of familiarity for her. This shape is familiar. Everything looked familiar, like she had seen it on the ship. She looked at the bizarre skeleton placed on the table. Noah shuddered at the sight of the skeleton, but it's like a robot. Amazing technology. She couldn't help but ask, did you fight this machine? He replied, yes, before it became like this, it had a human form. I faced 5 of them there. Except for a few, the rest ended up like this. And behind the part that corresponds to their ears. Suddenly, a red letter caught her attention. The letter, it's like the one on Kai's neck. Even when they had human forms, the letter engraved behind their ears was identical. I still don't know what it means. She recalled the past of the 5 I fought on the ship. I was lucky to capture the only one who was actually human. He claimed he didn't know the meaning of the letter either. So, there was a survivor? Yes. According to the examination results, the back of his ear was engraved with a capital D. He picked up his radio and spoke, uppercase and lowercase, to distinguish between real and fake humans. So, it could signify the original and the copy. The origin of these machines is... The voice on the radio responded, I don't know. I only heard there's a factory somewhere. A factory, a place capable of mass production. Eleonora crossed her arms. Let's hear the rest. Kai replied, Magic Ministry. That's all I know. Everything is decided by the higher-ups, and people like me just follow orders. According to them, it seems to be an important figure. The higher-ups, the head of the Diu Lu? She answered with certainty. Probably. Kai put away his radio. The key is the figure of the Magic Ministry. Eleonora asked suspiciously, figure of the Magic Ministry? The Magic Ministry wasn't originally structured in a specific hierarchy. Currently, the Vice Minister position is vacant. The authority of those in charge of the lower departments of the Magic Ministry is also very limited compared to the Department of Defense. The organization concentrates all decision-making power in the minister. The scale has even shrunk, allowing a young man like Andrian Rosanel to assume the position of minister. In other words, the so-called figure could be Andrian Rosanel. It can only be him. Eleonora realized his aim. Andrian is targeting Eleonora for the dragon's power. He said, that's possible, and who knows how long this will go on. We shouldn't forget the Baroness Eleonora murder case. She didn't want anyone touching that adorable child, and if Andrian Vozenel was involved in Baron Eleonora's murder, he might also know she wasn't the real Eleonora. It was a plan to capture Eleonora. It's unbelievable they'd assassinate her in Zulum. According to the terrorists' testimonies, the orders they received weren't to kill, but to capture her alive. A thought suddenly crossed Eleonora's mind. If Andrian already knew she wasn't the real Eleonora, then how'd he know? While others avoided Eleonora, he sat down with her. He even said, I'm very curious about you. Noah suggested a very reasonable plan. First, after the interrogation, we'll focus on investigating Andrian Vozenel, of course. All these investigations will be conducted secretly, like the previous trial, in case we don't know the extent of the minister's involvement. I also want to help everyone. If there's anything I can do, I'll try, since I'm with him every week during class. If needed, I'll tell him, Kai's side, don't overexert yourself. I'm going on a business trip to Nova Scotia. You'll have to pick up the pace on your own. Eleonora asked in surprise, what? A business trip? Seeing her surprised reaction, he explained, if anything happens during that time, I won't be able to help, so it's best you be more careful. She looked a little dejected. A business trip? Nova Scotia is in the Northeast, right? Why suddenly a business trip at this time? He said, after dismantling the robot on the ship for analysis specifically its place of manufacture point one of the mines in Nova Scotia has, or containing large iron deposits. Among the minerals from is a particularly precious magic stone, so we need to check the distribution source of the obtained magic stones. The documents were placed on the table. Of course. So far there are no records of creating such robots with magic. Eleonora wondered, so the magic stones are being circulated illegally? Kai replied, that's possible. We plan to search for any distribution sources we haven't checked yet. After all, there have been many disappearances there, as well as investigating that. Penelope suddenly burst through the door. Captain, the doctor is waiting. Please get your final treatment before departure. Oh, she couldn't believe her ears. Doctor? Treatment. Penelope, seeing Eleonora, quickly lowered her voice, hiding behind the door. I didn't know the Baroness was here. I apologize. Eleonora stood frozen when she heard the words doctor and treatment. Were you injured somewhere? A dark night fell. Everything in the mansion became silent. He sat in front of the mirror with the child, looking at the medicine box. Kai held the cup in his hand, silently. Suddenly, he turned to the child, Muel, and then unconsciously fiddled with the cup. Miss Noah, a dark shadow enveloped his entire body. Miss Noah is angry. Then the child replied, if I knew Noah would be this angry, I would have told you sooner. Muel didn't know that your pain was a secret, so I didn't say anything before. Noah seems very worried about you being hurt. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Sitke. Eleonora walked over, looking somewhat concerned. I can't stand it. Kai abruptly stood up and walked towards Jean. Kai, feeling guilty, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, she murmured, truly heartbroken. She couldn't help but reproach him that if I were injured and in pain, you would always take care of me and help me. So if you're hurt, I can also help take care of you. Even if it's nothing major, I want you to be able to trust me. It hurts me that you don't trust me this much. I'm also worried you're hiding something else from me. Kai hesitated upon hearing those words. Miss Noah, he stammered, only able to apologize. I'm sorry. Then, Eleonora interrupted, take it off. Her words startled Kai. He repeated it. I said, take it off. I want to see your wound. This, however, made Kai break out in a cold sweat. He hesitantly touched his wound and slowly undid each button on his shirt. One by one, the buttons came undone. The clicking sounds accompanied Kai's slight embarrassment. Eleonora innocently thought to herself, I can't see clearly because of the bandage. She slowly reached out to touch his wound, but it seemed quite large. Suddenly, a loud ripping sound echoed through the room. Eleonora flinched, pulling her hand back. Both of them immediately stared at each other in bewilderment, unsure of what had just happened. Kai's eyes widened as he looked at his sweat-covered body. Not long after, in a different location, Kai was summoned to Edmund. He was bewildered, not understanding why he had received such an order. What? Summoned to Edmund? Why all of a sudden? The man tossed him a stack of papers. Here's the reason. Check it yourself. If you have anything to say, say it. Kai suspiciously picked them up and read each line. It was clearly a demotion. Why now? Is this a journalist's draft? Head of the Security Investigation Bureau, and the ghost with 16 prior convictions. Love ends after years of pursuit. The more he read, the more something felt wrong. What is this all about? The other man crossed his arms. That I heard the journalist received information from an anonymous source and wrote this article. It's based on a recording containing a conversation between you and Baron Assen. Hearing the word recording, he turned to look at Penelope. She shook her head vigorously. That it wasn't me, Captain. The editorial team cooperated to prevent the article from appearing in the morning paper. For now, just relax in Edmund. Kai hesitated, but the Nova Scotia case is an emergency. The other man interrupted. All right, stop. The atmosphere became tense. He left with the sound of his footsteps echoing. Hand over the Nova Scotia case and the Vendia security case. Don't come back to the capital for the time being. Kai felt helpless. Penelope, how am I supposed to manage the data? I forgot to mention earlier that all the documents related to this case are confidential. Penelope put her hand up, exclaiming, I swear it wasn't me, Captain. Only then did she admit that the recording was hidden in a locked chest. It's true, I recorded the conversation between the Baron and the Captain, because the content of the conversation was very strange. But I swear, all the materials are kept locked up. Even when I'm not here, there's no way. Suddenly, Penelope mentioned the minister, even though the Minister of Magic stopped by for a moment. And then, even when Viscount Roland visited. Hearing this, Kai was startled. Who did you say came? Seeing his unexpected reaction, she also hesitated. What? Oh, Viscount Roland. Kai asked again and oh, not him. Before that. Here, Andrian came to see Eleonora. Ellie, where did you put the dragon? Noah gently replied, Mule is playing in the garden now. Andrian put his hands in his pockets and said casually, I told you I'd be training you to block mental unification today. You don't want to learn? Eleonora replied, you found out. He informed her of his plans for the next week. Ellie, I have a business trip next week. Until then, are you planning to do nothing, including studying and training? How long are you going to keep this up? Eleonora's face went blank. A business trip? Andrea nodded, but his voice carried a warning. Yes, a business trip. Eleonora pondered. Asterisk if so, I'll be free then. I'll sneak into his lab. Asterisk seeing her like that, he quickly said, don't get too excited. You still have to participate in volunteer activities. So, should we bring the dragon now? Ellie, huh? She replied irritably, yes. Within the grounds of the mansion, Eleonora walked along the road, lost in thought. Can I fake the volunteer activity records? Suddenly, footsteps approached her. Eleonora looked up, annoyed, to see who it was. She saw Lenia walking by. Hello, Baroness. She couldn't help but think, asterisk as expected. Last time, I thought Lenia was trying to tease me, so she pretended not to know me. No expression. Her actions were strange too. Asterisk Noah's eyes held a hint of suspicion towards the person in front of her. Different from the Lenia I saw on the ship. She suddenly grabbed Lenia's arm and pulled her aside. Lenia, it's just the two of us here. Tell me the truth. Are you being threatened by someone? Lenia paused, confused. I don't know what you're talking about, Baroness. The two exchanged words. Asterisk, is this a situation where she can't speak? If it's too difficult to say, give me a sign or a hint. Asterisk. Lenia persistently avoided answering Eleonora's question that I don't know anything, Baroness. Eleonora fell silent when Lenia wouldn't answer her question. In the silence between them, a heart beat loudly. Eleonora leaned closer to Lenia's face, making the sound even clearer. Eleonora couldn't believe her ears. Lenia shyly averted her gaze, unable to look directly at Noah. Lenia of the Walter Mansion, the one Kai's subordinate, said they mistook. It really wasn't a double. A double was never hired, nor disposed of. The one truly disposed of was a pair of small feet running up the stairs. A child asked lovingly. Can we go to Uncle's place? She quickly agreed without much thought, allowing the child to go. Muihio walked excitedly and briskly. Hurry up. I heard Kai is leaving for Nova Scotia today. I have to quickly inform him that the linea in the capital is a fake. The two passed a window. Let's find Mr. Kai. Muihio, the child, replied yes. A figure lurked behind them, unnoticed as they continued their search. Where is he? Let's check the lab on the second floor first. A crash echoed as a mysterious arm shoved her against the wall. Eleonora stared intently at the woman before her, Penelope. She gripped Penelope's hand. Penelope, I'm here to see the captain. Penelope replied, the captain left early this morning. Eleonora asked, when did he leave for Nova Scotia? I need to call the Nova Scotia Security Bureau. Penelope informed her, the captain went to Edmond. Eleonora was taken aback. What? To Edmond? Why? He clearly said he was going on a business trip to Nova Scotia. Penelope's face fell, and she remained silent. She closed her eyes. Did I apologize, Countess? It's all my fault. A cool, clear river flowed by, a peaceful train passing alongside it. He asked the person opposite him, Bao, have you found what I asked for? Bao immediately replied, ah yes. You're talking about Minister Rosanel's schedule, right? Kai praised him, yes, good work. Bao felt a surge of happiness at the compliment that I was praised. Kai looked at the paper in his hand. The official schedule seems packed. Is it because of last month's railway incident? Anyway, we have enough time to investigate. Scheduled to meet Baron Assen. Kai looked at the words on the paper, silent. He sighed softly. This is worrying. Bao spoke up. If it were Penelope, she would handle it well, sir. Kai said, I'm not talking about Penelope. All right then. Bao said, if not, could it be? Bao finally asked him, Captain, do you really have that kind of relationship with Baron Assen? Kai countered, what if I do? Bao was incredulous. How could that be? I can't believe it. Really? Kai fiddled with his collar, a complex expression on his face. Even Pao, who's closest to Penelope, doesn't know, so it doesn't seem like the recording was leaked. Kai's departure left Bao suspicious that he didn't deny it either. But why is he changing clothes? The thought gave him a headache. We'll get off midway. If we're discovered, there will be trouble. So behave yourselves. Bao worried. At least tell me where you're going. Kai said, the Nova Scotia mineral mass disappearance case. I'll be taking over. Bao anxiously called him back. Captain, if you're caught this time, you'll not only be penalized, but also demoted. Kai remained calm. That's all right. I found another job. Bao, disbelieving, asked, sir, where? What kind of job? It turned out to be a butler position. Eleonora sobbed. I miss the butlers so much. Adrian was training her. Oh, no. You have to train your body to recognize the dragon and yourself as completely different entities. Don't confuse the dragon's magic with your own. Try to differentiate them. She felt irritated with the man before her. This guy. She recalled their earlier conversation. Because of the scandal, Captain Kai was demoted. Is there any evidence for that scandal? Penelope said, I reorganized the recordings from the train, and there's a recording of a strange conversation between the captain and the Baron. Eleonora was stunned. Penelope continued, technically, I'm the one who manages the recordings. The captain suspects Minister Rosanel might have stolen it. That Adrian, the Baron. Penelope softly asked her, who are you really? I am sorry, Penelope. I can't tell you right now. She could only sigh, not receiving a satisfactory answer. Hearing her apologize like that, it seemed she really wasn't Baroness Eleonora. The captain left a message for you. Eleonora asked, puzzled, a message. Penelope continued, don't do anything dangerous. If anything happens, go down. Eleonora immediately asked, go down where? To Edmond. Penelope replied, I didn't say that. And be especially wary of Minister Rosanel. I see. Thank you, Penelope. Penelope's face then fell, looking somewhat dejected. The reason I'm relaying the captain's message is because I believe you're a good person. I trust the captain's judgment. Baroness, be careful of Adrian Rosanel. Back in the present, Adrian leaned against the door, bewildered. Why is this happening? No matter how much I expand its existence, it's still the same. He gave a sinister smile. There aren't many people capable of absorbing another's magical power like that. Eleonora felt a sense of apprehension. Does that mean, who are you really? He spoke in a tone that seemed to mock her. Just try your best, right, Ellie? Now go get some rest and go see the dragon. She replied, yes, teacher. The child she was tutoring said, pig smell. How do I know if it's right? Then she gently handed the child over to him. Good luck. He walked over to the butlers. Everyone knows what we're doing today, right? We're going to select the materials that can withstand the dragon's power for as long as possible. Hearing those words, she turned back to look. When the dragon's magic is injected into a human body, but unpleasant thoughts surfaced in her mind. How long would she have to investigate and sneak around like a thief like this? I have to find something today. Even a book or document with a related word or starting with the letter L would do. I'm guessing among the words starting with L is replication. This, I found it. Restoration Design Theory Fundamentals. Finally found something. There's no time. I have to photograph the contents first. After a while, dusk had fallen. She had read quite a few books in the library. Are these all the books there are? Eleonora stepped out of the library when something suddenly caught her attention. Stepping inside, she exclaimed, "This place is like an exhibition hall." Eleonora looked around, searching for something. Then she noticed an inscription, Eleonora Collection. All of these were made by Eleonora? I know a few of these. Convenient items that help me adapt to this world. There are so many items I've seen at home and on the streets here. As she walked, she couldn't help but exclaim, "She's a genius." The record was cut short at age 25. Why prepare this empty coffin? She looked closely inside the coffin. This coffin wasn't prepared in advance. So it was a project. Project Replica with Adrian Rosenell. Project Replica, research on human cloning, was conducted by the two of them. The blueprints must be somewhere here, right? I have to photograph them first. I also want to pass on clues to Kai. My own. Sending so many documents to Edmund will surely arouse suspicion. Why not do as Kai suggested? Go down to Edmund and relay the message directly. The captain left a message for you. If anything happens, go down there. She hesitated for a moment. Adrian is also about to leave on a business trip, so if there's a chance. Eleonora recalled their previous conversation. Go down? To Edmund? I didn't say that. She thought it over, finding it a bit puzzling. Could it be? At that moment, Adrian was standing at the table with the other two. He silently looked towards her, without saying a word. If you dream of changing your life, come to Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia is the largest region in Lauren, but also the least populated. However, buried beneath its dangerous earth are vast deposits of magic stones. Not only magic stones, but also iron, ore, and precious stones are excavated in large quantities. It has become a famous region not only in Lauren, but throughout the continent. Mining is a labor-intensive industry. The mines are mainly operated by nobles with large capital investments. However, there is one mine, and only one, operated by 3 generations of entrepreneurs from the middle class. The large-scale magic stone mine in central Nova Scotia is Maviana. A voice came from inside the carriage. Maviana, that's the place that's been in the bad rumors lately. The carriage driver replied. It seems like it started last month, and it's all gossip about the mining slaves there. The mine owner is having a real headache because of it. The number of miners has doubled due to the incident. The person inside the carriage called out. People still use the word slave? He steered the carriage while answering the passengers' questions. Yes, why not? Their true status isn't slave, but the miners call themselves that. Anyway, the Nova Scotia Protection Agency couldn't resolve it, so they requested help from the capital. They still haven't solved any of the problems. As far as I can tell, there are monsters on that mountain. Those monsters captured and ate the slaves. The driver asked, but you seem to be a young nobleman. Why are you going to the rural area of Maviana? Inside the carriage was Kai. He said, I'm here to apply for a job. The driver just smirked slightly. What an unusual young man. In the village, people bustled about, and adorable dogs played by the base of a tree. A cloaked figure approached the carriage and called out to the driver. Hey, mister, do you know the way to Maviana from here? Seeing someone asking for directions there, he immediately gave a warning. Maviana is very dangerous these days. Is it all right to bring a child along? Yes, it's fine. She quickly stepped down from the carriage. You can get off here, miss. There are inns and restaurants nearby. Yes, thank you. He politely greeted her. Be careful, miss. Eleonora turned around, scratching her head and cheerfully replying, yes. At the Canton office in Kwong San, a voice echoed from inside. What can I do for you, miss? Eleonora had quickly found a place to inquire about information. I was wondering if there are any undeveloped areas near Maviana. I'm planning to start a mining business, so I'm seeking advice from Mr. Kenton. The receptionist replied to her question. As far as I know, most of the undeveloped areas in Maviana are prohibited from mining, but I'll still inform Mr. Kenton. May I have your name? She recalled Kai's instructions. When she needed identification, she should use Kai's family name. A background check wouldn't be possible, but since the actual confirmation fell under Kai's authority, there wouldn't be any issues. Eleonora introduced herself to the receptionist, Noah Launat. Seeing the receptionist's expression, she worried, "Do I not seem credible?" Seeing her hesitation, the receptionist asked, "Excuse me, but do you have any relation to the gentleman who was here a few days ago?" So he had come to this place, disguised as someone else. Mr. Kai was here as well. Actually, I've heard Mr. Kai's alias before, Derek Kai. If that's the case, then you must be Mrs. Kai, correct? Yes. Noah boldly claimed him as her husband. Ah, Derek Kai, is it? The receptionist replied. Yes, that's right. Eleonora continued, but he's my husband. It seems he came to retrieve information beforehand. The receptionist recounted the situation. Yes, he said so from the beginning. We prepared and provided him with the data he requested. He came 5 days ago, and we haven't heard from him since. We were planning to contact you anyway. A complex feeling stirred within Eleonora. Unable to contact him? Has something happened? The receptionist led the way. Please come inside first. Mr. Canton will inform you. The room inside was incredibly simple and rustic. Donald Ian Canton, the mineral manager, opened a location map for her. This is a map of the Maviana mineral deposits and the mining sites. 90% of the minerals from Maviana are magic stones, and 80% are copper. Eleonora said, "Sir, I'm here because of the undeveloped mineral deposits in the area." Donaldian's face brightened at the prospect of a buyer. Acquiring developed mines was preferable to excavating new ones. But she suddenly hesitated. Despite this, Donald Dean continued. Furthermore, the mountain range behind Maviana has a treacherous terrain, making mining very difficult. This is the area the Ministry of Magic prohibited from mining a few days ago. Confusion welled up inside her. Why are you so eager to sell? This mine had been operated for 3 generations. Surely, there was a reason. Then she spoke. I wonder if the recent incident at the mine, that was it because of the disappearances? Donaldian's face immediately fell, his eyes unable to meet hers. This is the first time this has happened. It was around the beginning of last month. Maviana, as you know, is a rather unique area. Beneath the mountain range lies a massive, immeasurable underground lake. The deeper into the mine, the closer one gets to this subterranean lake. Currently, the shape of the lake is clearly visible. When it rains, the water can overflow. But they've also invested in pumps and other safety equipment, thanks to which the miners who lost their lives since my grandfather's generation can be counted on one hand. However, since last month, miners have begun disappearing one by one. Some bodies have been found near the mine and also in the lake. Seeing this, Eleonora asked, "How many people?" Donald Dean replied, "As of now, the number of missing persons is 43, but only 11 bodies have been recovered." According to the other miners, they discovered 2 objects emitting a red glow at the bottom of the lake in the mineral deposit area. It seems there's a monster living down there. She tilted her head, a large question mark hanging in the air. It took her by surprise. A monster? She pondered. Why a monster all of a sudden? I thought the excerpts from the magic book or the rumors were all intertwined. Are these just baseless rumors the locals believe? Donald Dean continued. You know, Maviana was known as a dragon's cradle before Lauren was built. So, people believe that Maviana possesses magic stones of high purity. The Duchess knows this too, right? Not long ago, a Lauren, which became a dragon's master. Eleonora mused. Does she mean the dragon hatching also affected this mountain range? Is that why the disappearances are happening in the mine? So, the disappearances and the magic stone smuggling are 2 separate incidents. Suddenly, Donaldian's lips curved into a slight smile. Anyway, madam, as long as you don't go too deep inside, it's safe. Currently, no miners go near the lowest level, so no disappearances have occurred there. This made her hesitate. Oh, what's your budget? She asked, thinking if I offer too high, I'll be ripped off. I'll try to adjust the price to your liking, madam. Considering the large scale and its equivalent value, it's around 10 million pounds. Before he could finish, Noah countered with an incredibly low offer for million pounds. Donald Ian broke out in a cold sweat. Even so, the value of the magic stones is... Eleonora firmly stated, for million. His whole body trembled, and he stammered. Even so, seeing his intense reaction, she reiterated, Vermilion. Donaldian's eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. He shakily picked up his pen and wrote a line. A shadow fell over Donaldian. Madam, do you have your payment method and identification? Eleonora presented her identification. Here's my ID, and I'll write a check. Seeing the name, he faltered, Eleonora Assen. She smiled. You want to sell the mine quickly, even if it's just for a day, right? Not to Derek Kai. Just deal with me. Just then, Mule came running up, calling, No. She quickly bent down and asked him, How is it? Did you see him around here? Mule replied, I didn't see him, but this place is amazing. There's so many spirits. I haven't seen their faces yet because they're too short, but I said hello to them. If you listen carefully, you might be able to hear them too, Noah. Noah, incredulous, asked, Really? I wonder if they're being suppressed. A man nearby, holding a sign, announced, We're hiring temporary workers for the mine today. There's extra pay, so the wages are very high. An idea struck her. Mule, let's go back to the inn and rest for a bit. We'll come back to investigate tomorrow. Mule replied, Okay. Looking at the men sitting in the vehicle, she hesitated. That I guess we can take this, right? The vehicle quickly filled up and started moving along the mountain path. Eleonora and Mule headed to the coal mine to work. The two of them quickly went inside. What was that all about? Was the carriage from earlier headed to the mine? I want to go back, but I don't know who to tell. Suddenly, a man saw Mule and cheerfully greeted him. Oh my, is this your first time here? Beginners like us shouldn't go down to the lower levels anyway, so don't be scared. And the little one should be careful not to get hurt. Eleonora stammered, No, that's not it. I want to go out. You've misunderstood. At that moment, someone spoke up. Hey, Missy, don't just stand around dawdling. Find a partner and head down below. Suddenly, a tall figure approached. Already partnered up? All right then. Eleonora was taken aback. What? She looked back in bewilderment at the figure. Kai had appeared, looking incredibly handsome. Long time no see. Having not spoken in a while, they had countless things to discuss. When did you get here? Kai replied, About 5 days ago. I was on my way to Nova Scotia. Why are you, Noah, here at this mine? Seeing the person she wanted to meet, she smiled radiantly that I didn't come to the mine intentionally. I don't know how I ended up here. Kai asked, You don't know how you got here? Has something happened in the capital? She voiced her suspicions about. The Lenia in the capital is a fake. Behind her ear, there's an R engraved, just like those mechanical dolls from before. And I think those mechanical dolls are a joint research project between Eleonora and Adrian. I found evidence in Adrian's library. Detailed things like blueprints are probably gone, since Adrian likely cleaned them up, but he couldn't believe his ears. You did something that dangerous? Eleonora complained. Can't you just compliment me at a time like this? Kai directed Eleonora's attention to the scene before them. This is the lower level. She was overwhelmed by its beauty. Below them was a dazzling, shimmering expanse, the light emanating from the water's surface. This lake is known for the magical power within it and its ability to emit light. The monster in this lake. He interrupted. Monster? We need to investigate whether those are criminals stealing magic stones. Mule slowly dipped his hand into the cool water. It feels like being back in the egg, he said. Kai stepped closer. Mule, I have high hopes for you. We'll do something interesting later. But how can we sneak around and get magic stones in a place like this? If we want to go out, we have to take the elevator back to the mine entrance. Isn't there a way out around here? Kai quickly picked Mule up. The depth of this lake is still unknown, but there's a story that it's connected to a river that flows outside Pig Snout Mine. Come here. He looked over at Eleonora, who was standing a short distance away. Noah, can you swim? Eleonora was flustered, a little, but why? He asked, Are you afraid of water, or do you have any trauma related to it? She replied, I don't have any trauma, but. Suddenly, he shoved Noah into the water. He looked up at Eleonora, who was still standing on the bank. You should jump down too. Eleonora muttered, Pig Snout, where's Pig Snout? Kai pointed down below the surface of the water. Pig Snout is here. Oh. She looked down anxiously. Pig Snout, are you all right? He replied calmly, yes. It seems Pig Snout is enjoying himself. If you borrow Pig Snout's power, you won't have any trouble breathing underwater. Eleonora stood helplessly on the bank, looking down at the water. Eleonora, mustering all her courage, prepared to jump. Well then, it'll be all right? The two quickly jumped onto the young dragon's back after it had transformed. Everything below made Eleonora exclaim, Ah, it's so beautiful. The lake at the foot of the mountain is so bright and warm. It's like the ocean. Kai explained, this is where the dragon lived 1,000 years ago. Thanks to the dragon's magic power, this place has become special. Suddenly, strange creatures flew overhead. Eleonora looked up and asked, "What are those? What's wrong?" Suddenly, the necklace around Eleonora's neck stirred slightly. The chain seemed loose. Kai wondered, could it be because of the lingering dragon power in this place? Man-made objects seemed to break easily. Kai offered her some advice. Don't touch it too much. She recalled what Adrian had said earlier. If the orb breaks, you'll be like last time. You'll lose your senses and act according to the dragon's will. A deep unease filled her. We'll be all right. At that moment, a red string tied to one of the wooden stakes appeared on the path, seemingly a marker. Thank goodness, we didn't come in vain. But the marker ends here. Mule, can you swim up? The three cheerfully surfaced. Was it fun? The young dragon happily replied yes. The three quickly climbed ashore when Kai suddenly noticed something. He noticed tools in the corner, suggesting it was a place where people came and went. Eleonora didn't recognize them. Are these all magic stones? Kai instructed, Noah, don't go too far. She replied, yes, I'm just looking around a bit. Suddenly, something caught her attention. Below, there was a strange rail. Do people mine here too? A rustling sound emerged from the darkness. That sound, the noise grew louder, emanating from deep within the rail. Eleonora froze, staring to see what it was. Something is coming this way. She turned to Kai. Kai, something's coming along this rail. Suddenly, a cold presence approached. Eleonora turned to face the creature. A face and a hand appearing. Eleonora was dragged into the darkness. The loud noise caught Kai and Mule's attention. Kai yelled in panic, Noah, answer me. Noah, where are you? The young dragon looked blankly ahead. Noah is over there. Kai was bewildered, only hearing a voice. That was a surprise. Eleonora sat to the side, cursing under her breath. My clothes are dirty now. This is so frustrating. They found her covered in the blood of some creature. Eleonora asked, you're here? She thought to herself, it was wet just now, but it's already dry, and the necklace, it's gone. The young dragon fearfully approached and asked, Noah, what happened? She replied, I think something was coming, so I turned around, and then I saw someone about to attack. Judging by the clothes, it seems like a mine worker. Still alive? A voice called out to her, Noah. Kai couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. What in the world had happened? Eleonora impatiently recounted the events. Didn't you hear me? Someone tried to attack me, so I killed them, but it seems they're not quite dead yet. Suddenly, Eleonora let out a soft cry. She seemed to transform into a different person, as if she had lost her mind. I intended to kill someone. I intended to kill someone. Oh, she exclaimed, frightened and unsure of what was happening. Why? I didn't mean to do it. It was just because I was so startled. Kai sat down and gently touched the person. They were still alive. Can they be saved? Kai asked. What? Oh, yes. I think they can be healed, she replied. Eleonora was overcome with guilt. But I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Mule suddenly heard a voice. This is where Zeller left the last remaining dragon on this land. But humans discovered it, and by the time they realized, they had already dug this much. Humans will continue to tear apart the nest that holds Zeller's power, so we locked them up. Some died, trying to escape. Kai saw Mule standing there frozen and approached him. Mule, what are you doing? The child replied, I'm listening to the fairies tell stories. Que wanderet feiries. Where? I don't see any. He looked at the child suspiciously. Telling stories? What kind of stories? Mule answered, it seems they don't like humans destroying the dragon's nest. So they captured and locked them up. Kai was surprised that, the miners who died weren't killed by the dragon's tantrums? That's surprising. And the fairies know about it from records. The fairies continued, humans are truly peculiar. Now, they're even being tainted by the dragons. Dragons must become family to humans. Kai lifted Mule onto his shoulders. The place where the other miners are trapped must be over there. Noah, follow us once you're finished healing them. Yes, she replied. The fairy spoke again. The union between soul and body is disharmonious. That's why this is happening. She admits that the owner of this body is not her. I know that too. What am I supposed to do if the owner of this body isn't me? A fairy asked, why don't you return to your own body? She replied, my original body is dead. The fairy asked, confused, what do you mean? You only temporarily left your body. If your body is dead, you should lose all your memories and disappear. Although the union is weak, if you've survived until now, then the owner of this body might not be completely dead. After my death, my dead body was discovered, and after wandering for a long time in a vast, dark space, I arrived here. I don't know if my body is breathing or not. I can't confirm. So you found an empty human body in the same situation at that time and entered it? That's certainly a peculiar situation. Eleonora's voice became increasingly hesitant as she spoke. If that's the case, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Then my body, can I find my body again? The fairy guided her. You must hurry, as the pathways connecting different worlds aren't always open. The fairy's words urged her onward. First, follow your people to the cradle. All the strange things happening here are related to it. Eleonora questioned, puzzled the cradle. As she approached, she gasped in astonishment. Looking ahead at the large and small stars, it was truly beautiful. A thought crossed Noah's mind, wondering if this was the scenery Muyo had described seeing from inside the egg. Kai asked, is this the right way? The child replied, yes. The fairies said they locked everyone up under this path. He glanced back and saw Eleonora talking to herself. Curious, Eleonora, it seems like you're talking to someone back there. Who are you talking to? Eleonora stammered. Well, that is... She softly asked, even if my appearance changes, will you still treat me the same way? This question stunned Kai Tao. He seemed to realize something. Could it be? She still held on to the hope of regaining her body. It seems I might be able to get my original body back, although it depends on luck. Kai thought to himself, if Eleonora returns to her original body, then... Suddenly, the child looked into the distance. Hey, mister, everyone's over there. The miners were gathered together, talking. Their faces were somber. One softly spoke. So the mine owner ordered the excavation of some undeveloped areas behind Mabiana. The magic stones mined in the undeveloped area aren't recorded in the books. A trader climbs the cliff once a month, and everyone here plays the role of transferring the mine minerals to that person. At that time, they receive money and transfer it to the mine owner. Eleonora looked at the imposing Kai. The mine owner, is it Mrs. Canton? He replied, yes. When was the first transaction? The miner answered, as far as I know, let's see, 2 years no. It's been about 2.5 years. The miner gently recounted past events. People here started being kidnapped about a month and a half ago. Since then, the number of workers has doubled, tripled. During that time, a few people froze to death or starved here. Noah couldn't believe her ears. 2.5 years. Kai, seeing her confusion, turned back to explain. That's around the time Eleonora Assen and Andrian broke up, right? The reason for their breakup and Eleonora Assen's death was, she said, you mean the conflict between them during their joint research? Kai replied, yes, although I'm not entirely sure. Kai asked the miner, where did the trader take the magic stones? The miner replied, there's only one path down the cliff. If you walk along the path, you'll find a simple station built to refuel trains. It's surrounded by dense forest. It's not used anymore, but a few decades ago, it was the train line to Lauren. On the day of the appointment with the trader, black smoke rose from the station. He continued to ask questions to gather more information. Through the closed station to transport magic stones. How many traders usually come here? The miner replied, at most about 3. Eleonora, beside him, asked in bewilderment, are they glare dragons? Kai continued, that's possible. At least, so far, everyone we've faced has been a glare dragon. The miner had previously read the news in the newspaper. The DS Mang train terror incident was reported to be the work of Yilam. Perhaps the mine owner saw that and tried to pull out, knowing that a large quantity of potentially misused material, like magic stones being stolen at least 24 times in 2 years, when or would be confiscated, if careless, could mean decades in prison. Then suddenly Eleonora cried out, there! He turned around in fright. What was that? That terrifying sound. Eleonora stammered, that. She was sweating profusely and quickly changed the subject. That mine? I've already bought it. He stared blankly at Eleonora after hearing her words. He was incredibly angry at her actions. What were you thinking, buying a mine? Do you know how much more work I have to deal with every time you cause trouble? Eleonora just hung her head. I'm sorry. I thought I could be of some help, so... Didn't you have something to do before this? Eleonora lowered her head, her face dejected. Yes, that's right. If you're afraid to go alone, I can go with you. She awkwardly refused his offer. No need. I'll be fine. He looked worried. Are you sure? Kai calculated the time. How long will it take? My work takes about 1.5 days. It'll probably take you around that long. Eleonora replied, 1.5 days? I'm not sure, but I'll be back within 2 days first. His hand gently rested on her small shoulder. He bent down and gently reminded her, if it's dangerous, come back here. Your life and safety are paramount. His words surprised her, and she widened her eyes, looking at the person in front of her, at the cave entrance. The three of them looked out at the dark night sky, filled with twinkling stars. A small figure flew and danced in the air, asking Noah, you can feel it too, right? She replied, yes, if we go a little higher up. Eleonora looked at the glittering things around her body. This is what connects to the world. The pathway. Fairy hovered above her and stopped at we're here now. Noah was a little confused. Just now. Which way should I go? Seeing her confusion, Fairy urged, just go where you can step. Since this is your homeland, I'll pull you back. She hesitated. Pull me back? The small figure beside her asked curiously, Noah, what was the place you used to live like? Hearing the question, Noah smiled and replied, the place I used to live? It wasn't a very nice place. In the real world, Eleonora's life was terrible. Her parents only cared about her younger brother. I thought that if I got into a good university and got a job, my parents would love me. So I left my friends and hobbies behind. I focused on my work to be recognized. But in the end, I was just a tool used and discarded by the company. Who did I want to be recognized by, anyway? After a while, Noah slowly opened her eyes, hazily waking up from her familiar bed. The bright sunlight shone on her bewildered face. I'm really back. She looked around her body in a daze. Was it the dragon's magic? I've been lying down for so long, but my body is still very healthy. Suddenly, a nurse walked in. She was stunned to see Eleonora awake. Oh. She couldn't help but exclaim that it's amazing. She's been unconscious for months, but her body is still very healthy. You could be discharged today. Eleonora was quickly picked up by her mother, but her voice was still as biased as ever. Let's go home. Your room has been taken back a long time ago. For the room, for now, use Seogen's room. Eleonora stared blankly at the phone in her hand. Contacts? None. The two of them had returned to the building, Noah's familiar place, before she entered another person's body. Everything had truly gone back to the beginning. She wondered, would it be alright if she didn't go back there and just continued living like this? A familiar place, a familiar way of life. No assassins threatening her life. No crawling on moving trains. No need to be put on trial as a criminal. No need to listen to the butler's nagging either. She recalled Kai's words, if you feel it's dangerous, come back here. Suddenly, Eleonora felt an odd emptiness in her heart. It was a strange feeling. At that moment, she saw a twinkling star before her. Muihio, is that you? She softly asked the child. Muihio, do you remember me? Or do you want to stay here? The child replied, as long as Noah is happy, I'm fine anywhere. Eleonora, feeling a bit despondent, laid her body down on the bed. A choice, really? Night gradually fell, and lights still shone in the houses. In the small kitchen, her mother noticed a slight sound. Seeing Eleonora, she asked, are you going somewhere? She replied, yes. Her mother asked, you're not planning on running away, are you? Eleonora frankly replied, don't bother looking for me. I'll be healthy and live happily from now on, because I found something I cherish. The small door slammed shut. Eleonora would now start a new life outside. Eleonora and the child walked along the main street. Muihio, if you want to eat something or buy something, just choose. She watched the child touch each item, a little hesitant. I was planning to use all my savings. Asterisk, now that I'm here, there's nothing I particularly want to buy. I have to buy a lot of toys for Muihio. Asterisk. Just then, she noticed something on the shelf. Let's see. Eleonora blushed as she saw the item. This is good. The brilliant sunset illuminated the falling petals. Kai, on the other side, was using binoculars to look up at the sky, silently waiting for her return. It's been 3 days already, and she still hasn't come back. He walked away disappointed. Asterisk, I hope nothing happened. Did she fail to get her body back? Isn't she wandering around aimlessly somewhere? No, could it be? Asterisk's mood was extremely gloomy and uneasy. Maybe she won't come back. His eyes were filled with longing for Noah. Asterisk disappointed? Because Noah didn't come back. If she returned to her hometown safely and regained her original body, of course, she might not come back here. Noah said she would come back, but a promise to a man she's only known for a few months. Asterisk Kai shook his head slightly. How awful. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Butler. He couldn't believe his ears. Is it an illusion? The voice continued. Butler. The child and the woman appeared from behind the light. Found you. The two of them happily approached. Butler. He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at her. Noah, Miss Noah. Eleonora, having met the person she wanted to see, smiled brighter than any flower that I'm back. Because she has regained her body. From now on, the female lead will be called Noah. Inside the dark forest, the train continued its work. Noah lay fast asleep on the simple bed. Deep in slumber, the child glanced out the window and asked, "Are we far from Torin yet? The train is so boring and stuffy." Kai replied, "We probably have another day to go. Just try to bear with it a little longer." Confused, the child asked, "But why are we going to Torin instead of back to the capital?" He explained, "While you and Noah were away, I captured and interrogated Yulim's dealers. According to them, it seems the magic stones are being taken to Torin. So, we're going there to check if that machine human was also made there." While we're talking, Noah seems to be sleeping soundly. They continued their conversation while she remained fast asleep. The fairy said it takes time for the body to adjust. That's why she's like this. I see. What about Eleanor's body? The child inquired. Noah didn't say what she would do with it, so it's just in the subspace. I was on a search for Eleanor's soul with Noah, but we couldn't find any trace of it, so we gave up. Kai asked, "So, nothing special happened in Noah's homeland?" The child replied, "Noah said she has to keep what she saw in the other world a secret, even from you." He thought to himself, "She doesn't want to tell me?" His gaze fell upon the bouquet of flowers resting on the seat. Asterisk, this is that bouquet. She gave me a bouquet like this before. It's a gift, hee, because when I look at these flowers, I think asterisk of you. So Kai gently lowered his head to inhale the fragrance of the flowers. Asterisk, let me see. And Noah, radiant as ever, praised him just like your eyes. Asterisk, Kai blushed, recalling the scene as he sipped his coffee. They arrived at a house that looked incredibly spacious. Noah entered, still sleepy and disoriented. Looking at a cabinet, they both exclaimed, "I can't reach it." Eleonora was tall, so she didn't usually have this problem. Well, no, even Eleonora might not be able to reach this. Noah used her power to open the cabinet door. Open sesame. One of the doors swung open. Oh, but a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Asterisk, is it because I'm back in my original body? I can use magic that I didn't know, and I'm not as tired as before. Asterisk, Kai approached from behind. Why didn't you call me? His tone was slightly reproachful. Didn't I tell you to just call me? She replied that I was going to use magic to move it. I'm sure my magic and spirit are much better than before. He sighed, looking at the documents inside the cabinet. Well, that's good. She lifted out a heavy object. Is this what Penn sent? It's so heavy. What's inside? He replied, it's the guns and documents I left in the capital. Kai read the papers and informed her, it seems there are rumors that you've quit volunteer work. She responded cheerfully, so that's it, but it doesn't matter to me anymore. Ho ho ho. Noah quickly replied, I can't say it's completely unrelated. Minister Rosine might have heard about it. According to the minister's personal schedule I received, he's currently not in the capital. Their voices dropped to a slightly awkward tone. Who knows? Maybe he's lurking around like someone else. Noah asked, are you talking about me? Kai continued, and me too. The conversation continued throughout the journey. We're all the same. Since we can't escape the risk of being monitored and watched by Minister Rosine, it's best to always be careful. The carriage now rolled along the trail. Noah sat inside, enduring the shaking. We could have just taken the train straight through. Why did we get off so early? Did we really have to take a carriage? It's so bumpy, he replied. It's to avoid leaving a ticket record and passenger list. Just bear with it a little longer. It's just a small deception. Fine. His suspicion led him to ask her a question. Noah, can I ask you this? Before you went to Nova Scotia? Did you ever do anything that made the minister suspicious? She replied, no, not really. I doubt he knows about me going into his secret library, right? Kai's words made Noah beside him extremely angry. I can't completely believe what you're saying, but for now, I understand. If the minister starts to suspect you, there's a possibility the Torrent factory will be shut down. That's why I asked. Suddenly, he hesitated for a moment. Anyway, I've noticed this for a while now, but why are you wearing sleepwear? She explained, well, since I've returned to my original body, Eleonora's clothes don't really fit. It looks like I'm stealing someone else's clothes. He calmly replied, even so, are you planning to wear that outside? She sighed, what's the big deal? It's no different from a normal white dress, just a bit thin. Kai sat beside her, continuing to ponder. Meanwhile, she couldn't stop thinking, why isn't he looking me in the eye when he talks today? Is it because my outfit is embarrassing? It seemed like Noah was hesitant about something, or perhaps maybe he doesn't like Park Noah's appearance when she's not in Eleanor's form. The purple twilight sky was nearly setting below the forest. Noah now held the sleeping child on the bed. He still sat silently in the chair. His heart fluttered a little. So cute. Noah is so cute. Actually, I tried to imagine what Noah looked like, but she said she was ordinary. She never said she was this beautiful. So I just imagined her as normal. And because it was my imagination, I never dare to say it. No, I shouldn't think like that. Judging someone based on their appearance, and then suddenly changing my attitude like this is really awful. He regained his composure, pushing the thoughts away. But were those clothes? The outfit looks a bit like men's clothing, but it's a complete set. No, the bottom part isn't swimwear either. So why is she wearing shorts like that? I want to ask Noah if that's a cultural aspect of her homeland, but he was quite embarrassed about her outfit, and now she's just wearing her undergarments outside like that. Honestly, I don't know where to look. It's so awkward. Oh no, stop it. How can I look at Noah while she's sleeping and think these things? This is bad. He sat in the carriage without speaking. If we get to Lauren first, we need to find an inn and let Noah and Mule rest. They've been traveling nonstop for months, so they must be exhausted. Kai sat in silence for a moment. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat. Dusk had fallen. The carriage continued along the road. Sitting inside, Kai thought to himself, 10 days after canceling the appointment at the Yulin or processing plant, I need to find the workers who waited those 10 days to pinpoint the Duke's location. I have to find the Duke's location and, if possible, quickly secure any evidence related to him. But I'm worried about Minister Rosine. Noah said there's nothing unusual happening in the capital, but I don't want him to think I've let my guard down. Besides, he knows Noah left the capital. I need to figure out what Rosine is secretly up to. The driver spoke up. We've arrived. Kai's voice came from inside the carriage. Thank you. Lady Noah, we're here. It's time to wake up. Despite his calls, Noah didn't answer. Kai reached out towards her. Lady Noah, we've arrived. Noah stepped out of the carriage. We're here. He replied, yes. She looked around, then said, aren't we going to the processing plant? Where is it? Kai said, would you like to hear my plan? We'll find the location of the processing plant in 10 days. For now, please rest at the inn. It'll take a few days for your body to adjust. As they entered, the receptionist asked, welcome. How many rooms would you like? Kai requested, 2 rooms, please. Noah thought to herself, unhappy. How thoughtless. The receptionist said, the large room is upstairs on the right. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Would you like me to bring food to your room, or would you prefer to eat in the dining hall? Noah stepped forward. I'm not eating. Kai spoke up. Skipping lunch is just an excuse to skip dinner. Noah sulked. I'm not hungry. I'll go up first. This puzzled Kai, who wondered, is she angry? What about? Then he said, please bring the food to the room and bill me for the rooms. The receptionist said, if you don't coax her, she might not eat. Kai asked, confused, excuse me? The receptionist replied, your wife seems very upset. Kai was astonished. Is she angry because I got separate rooms? Does she want us to share a room? The receptionist chuckled. Haha. Oh my, let me give you some advice. No offense, but you remind me of myself when I was younger. Kai interrupted. I think you've misunderstood. We're not married. Then he wondered to himself, why am I explaining this? He continued, it's nothing. The receptionist smiled. Oh, I see. Don't worry. I'll choose a suitable room for you. Kai walked up the stairs, muttering, a suitable room. A bit small, but not too bad. Quite clean. Is this the bedroom? As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Noah lying on the bed. He realized this was the innkeeper's doing. Noah sat up abruptly. He coughed and said, why do you always sleep in your outside clothes? You should bathe and eat before sleeping. She stammered, well, there's no bathroom in this room. Kai was taken aback. Could it be the innkeeper? Noah exclaimed, your room has one. I'll use it first then. A moment later, Noah went into the bathroom. She sighed contentedly. So warm. Outside, Kai tried to control himself. Stop thinking such thoughts. Noah was feeling a little down inside. Duke Kai is definitely ignoring me. Judging by his behavior, I'm sure of it. Even though the slow-paced life here suits me better than the busy life in Korea, the reason I left my homeland to come here was for Duke Kai. I thought Duke Kai would like me, help me whenever I had difficulties. Even though he grumbles a lot, it's all for my own good. Who else would help me this much? Of course, my university friends were always targeting me, so they were very busy. My colleagues at the company were also busy living their own lives. So there wasn't any adult who would help me, myself included. I haven't known Duke Kai for long, but I think he's a very chivalrous, friendly, and honest person. Even if it weren't me, I'm sure he would still help others at the workshop. Noah's eyes drooped. She couldn't stop thinking about his appearance and face. Then she hung her head. I feel a little pathetic. At that moment, she called out, Mule. The little creature replied, Did you call me? Noah asked, Can I go back to my homeland? Mule said, The intermediary object that can return you to your world hasn't been opened yet. Compared to last time, it can be open now, so you should be able to go back. Do you want to go back? It asked. She said, No, I was just thinking, what if something happens? Mule nodded. I see. Kai was puzzled. Piggy, what's wrong? Mule replied, Noah asked me if she could return to her homeland. Kai was surprised. What? Go back. Inside, Noah sighed. I went in without bringing any clothes. The towel was too big, so I just wrapped it around myself and came out. Outside, Kai was panicking. Piggy, what does that mean? Go back. Kai paced anxiously. I have to talk to her. Don't tell me she didn't even go to the bathroom and just went back? No, why on earth? Miss Noah, can you hear me? Noah, wrapped in a towel, stepped out. Looking at him blankly, yes. The two stood in silence, looking at each other for a moment. Snapping out of it, Noah darted away. You startled me. What's wrong? You call me Piggy. Kai said, Put some clothes on first. Noah's face flushed. You clearly call me first. She thought to herself, annoyed, he's acting like he didn't see anything. Thinking about this, she hung her head dejectedly. Then she turned and left. All right. Standing outside, Kai sighed, I'm not very good at this. Later that evening, Kai sat in a chair, lost in thought. Miss Noah has been in her room for 30 minutes. Don't tell me she's really left this time. Is Mule with me? Miss Noah must be angry with me. Because I suddenly changed my appearance, my attitude changed a little too, so she's disappointed? Maybe she sees me as a pathetic man with no backbone. Or maybe I should apologize for the mistakes I've made up to this point. Kai quickly went and knocked on the door. Miss Noah, are you still asleep? But there was only silence from inside. Miss Noah, I'd like to talk to you for a moment. After a while, she replied, Come in. Kai opened the door and went inside. Kai thought, Don't tell me she's still not dressed. It's a dress. When he went inside, he saw Noah lying on the bed. Kai sighed in relief. So she's dressed. Phew. Hearing the noise, Noah looked up. Kai just stood silently, looking at her for a moment. This made her very uncomfortable. Look, it's happening again. Kai hesitantly asked, Lady Noah, are you angry because of me? She replied, yes. Jean, Noah immediately interrupted him. I gave up my homeland where I lived for 20 years. Even though it's considered family on the outside, I also gave up my life to come here. Because that place only made me tired, I just wanted to leave it coolly. Just you wait and see. I'll live a good life in this new place. I wanted to hide that from others and even from myself, but it seems like I can't. Kai called out, Lady Noah. He thought to himself, does she regret leaving her homeland and coming here? I should have told her that if she wants to go back, she can. It's okay if she returns, but honestly, I don't want to let her go. Noah continued, even if I find a reasonable reason why I left my homeland, I can't hide from myself. Even though I tried to hate you, at some point, my heart kept screaming, it's because of Duke Kai that Kai was stunned for a moment. Yes, Noah sat up. Do you have that problem? Helping everyone, being friendly to everyone. Even though you're just diligently doing your work, others misunderstand you. For example, me. I thought you liked me a lot, but Kai was surprised and thought. So, as Lady Noah just said, she noticed all the stupid things I did. Well, it's understandable since I didn't pay attention to it. She said she chose to come here because of me. Seeing him remain silent, she worried. I'm confessing right now. Am I being rejected? Until the next morning, they didn't say a word to each other. Seeing her come out, Kai asked, are you awake? Noah quickly sat down at the table. She asked, what are you doing? Taking notes. Kai replied, these are coded messages for Penelope and Pal. It's one of the methods we use when we can't contact each other during investigations. We use the recruitment information in the daily newspaper to send messages. Minister Rosenal returned early. Cease all actions. Minister Rosenal is currently in the capital. Things seem quite calm. You should go and eat first. Noah didn't say anything more and started eating. She complimented him. The food you make is more delicious. How can you be so good at cooking when you clearly grew up in a noble family? Kai calmly said, isn't taking care of one's own body a basic survival method? I think the minister has probably sent wizards to look for you by now. And the situation isn't exactly calm, so we don't know what they're doing there, so we should be careful in everything. I'll go send a telegram and come back. You can't keep walking around like that, so you should wear Eleanor Assen's clothes or buy new clothes. It will be better. Noah said with clear annoyance. Thinking about being able to freely use Eleanor's money suddenly puts me in a great mood. After all the humiliation I've suffered. Kai glanced at her and said, "Don't be so obvious. I just told you to be careful, and you've already forgotten?" Noah replied nonchalantly, "With Mui EO here, what's there to worry about? Plus, I can use a decent amount of magic now. I could strip you bare in an instant." Beacon chimed in, "I'll undress you." Kai complained, "Please don't do things like that. I need to go out for about an hour. I trust you won't cause any trouble." Noah responded sullenly. "Fine. At a shop. Welcome. Please, take your time." Noah browsed for a bit before deciding. "I'll take this one." Having acquired what she wanted, Noah stepped outside, not forgetting to say goodbye. Then the two of them left together. After walking for a while, Noah asked, "Mui EO, are they still following us?" "Back on Zeepli, Zets." The two continued walking. When they reached a corner, she turned. Once out of sight, Noah immediately used magic. She said, "I used mirror image magic, so they shouldn't be able to see us now, right?" Beacon, excited, said, "Running away is fun." Noah forced a laugh. "Duke Kai said so. If we go back, he'll definitely scold me." Suddenly, she bumped into a man. Ouch. "What the?" A bucket of paint then spilled onto the ground. The man exclaimed, "Oh, what a waste." Noah froze. Could it be? This is crazy. She turned around and saw that. The man was still watching her. Over there. As expected, even if I use magic or run away, it's useless. They're clinging like leeches. Beacon tilted their head up and asked, "Are you going to do that?" She replied, "Yeah, the mark should be stable. Let me try it once." Teleport. Beacon asked, "What are the coordinates?" She replied, "For now, let's try the shortest distance possible." Then she turned to Fairy. "Can you go and call Dukai here for me?" Having received the instructions, Fairy flew off to do as she asked. Beacon asked, "Shall we go?" Noah replied, "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, a teleporting light emanated from around them. The followers had noticed by now. When they got closer, Noah and Beacon had already teleported away. In a different, desolate place, Noah appeared, her face blank. "Where is this place?" Beacon shrugged, also not knowing where they were. Noah looked around. Let's see. Torin District 3, Heron. Thank goodness it's Torin. In each region, there's always a representative city that's the most developed and wealthiest. Going all the way to the end would be an area like Soren, remote and mountainous. It's a slum with the poorest living conditions. Even without looking at the number 13 marked here, I can feel that the atmosphere in this place is really bad. It would probably be better to use continuous magic to travel around here. Noah pondered, "It seems like this is the edge of the village. The longer I stay in this village, the worse it seems. If I cross this lake, will I reach another village?" Noah instructed, "Make sure the invisibility magic doesn't disappear. Be careful." "Back on Zeepli, okay." Noah urged, "Come on, let's go." After walking for a while, Noah stopped. Why is there this smell in the water? It's sewage. I heard it's because there's a factory area in the Torn district. Almuio, don't go near there, it's dirty. The little boy turned his head and said, "But I sense magic." Noah was doubtful. Magic? Magic? Could there be a factory that produces magic-containing equipment? Maybe the replica factory we're looking for is also nearby. Noah approached. "Muio, can you open a subspace for me? I need to see if there's anything useful in my luggage." The little boy replied yes. Noah rummaged for a bit. Found it. I don't see the factory anywhere. It seems we're not very close to it. Still no news about him, right? The little boy replied, "No, haven't heard anything from Fairy." Noah muttered, "That makes sense. We just got here." Suddenly, the little boy noticed something. He immediately called out, Noah. It seems something is coming." Noah wondered, "What?" "Duke Kai." The little boy replied, "No, it's someone else. They're definitely heading this way." Noah was a little disappointed. Let's hide first." Muio, you absolutely must not use magic while we're in the subspace. And we'll probably have to use instantaneous movement, so it would be better if you prepare beforehand. If they really come to this place, it would be strange. And how would they know where we are? Could it be? Noah immediately opened a subspace. She took out a green stone, one of Lego's eyeballs. Its main function is to reflect images from one side to the other. Someone is holding Lego's other eyeball. It was clearly kicked away by Leniath somewhere in Lake Banglik. And then I completely forgot about Lego's eyeballs until the trial ended and I suddenly remembered them. Could it be that the person who picked up the other one is looking for this? A small screen projected from the stone in front of her. It's all black. Static noises emitted from within the screen that I can't hear anything, nor can I see anything but this thing. It seems like they're signaling each other. Yes, during these days, every time I moved, I opened this case a few times. I don't know who's following me, but it seems like every time I open this case, they learn my face and location and then follow me. The person they're following isn't Eleonora, but me. At this moment, she turned to call Muio. The little boy's eyes looked bright. Noah realized he seemed to have found Kai. If so, then, Muio, take this and bring it to Kai. The little boy asked curiously, just me? She replied, yes. If you see him, give him this eyeball. Be careful not to let this eyeball capture his image. If I send those who are tailing me to Muio and Kai, they'll know what to do. Anyway, it'll definitely be better than me handling it. Noah instructed, Muio, be careful not to get hurt. Protect him for me, okay? The little boy immediately replied, yes. She pondered, even if they find me through reflected images around me, I'm quite worried they'll come here too quickly, as if they were already lying in wait in this place. The factory area, I can sense magic through the factory's wastewater. It seems those who are following me were already waiting here. As expected, this city is very suspicious. A little while later, in a different place, Kai furrowed his brow and asked, so you left Noah alone? Muio replied, yes. Kai wondered, what was your plan? Muio recounted, she told me I had to protect you. Kai sighed, his face flushing. All right, I'm starting to get the picture. Just by looking at this, I can understand. They followed from Lake Angelic to Replica. The people who confronted me before. This is clearly Lego's eyeball, as Muio transformed and swallowed it. Oh, I clearly confirmed with my own eyes that it had turned into scrap metal and shattered. Lego's eyeball disappeared during that process. Did they track Noah using this eyeball? It seems someone is holding the other one. It was my oversight to ignore that. Just then, Muio signaled, sir, someone's coming. Kai turned around, thinking, all right, for now, I need to focus on catching these followers. Muio, with determination, said, I will protect you. Meanwhile, Noah was strolling around town. The atmosphere there was a bit gloomy. She thought to herself, the atmosphere of this village doesn't seem very good. A crossroads. Which way should I go? The signpost read, Heron Temporary School, Hotel, Residential Area, Security Office. Noah wondered, this village has a security office? For now, I'll go to the security office. Usually, the security office is located in the center. While I'm there, I could stop by the security office and ask a few things about the situation here. Come on. Thinking this, she left. Arriving at a location, she stopped. Noah looked up, observing. Heron Workers Hotel. It seems like if I keep going this way, I'll reach the security office. This messy village doesn't even have a proper signpost. I was too naive. I guess there's no other choice but to go back the way I came. At that moment, it started to rain. Noah was surprised. Oh, why is it raining again? She looked to the side. Noah saw a man hurriedly running for cover from the rain, saying, quick, get inside, unless the water in the lake rises again. Noah wondered, the lake water rising? Probably because the sewage in the lake is overflowing, causing damage. Oil doesn't even mix with rainwater. Although it's faint, I can sense magic here. People quickly started running. Hurry up and run, it's about to rise. Noah was extremely puzzled. What's going on? It seems like the villagers are all rushing here. There's so many tall buildings. Why this place? I have to find out how this hotel operates. What was that just now? I suddenly feel nauseous. At that moment, a man yelled, Champagne! Bring the champagne! Noah was stunned. What? This place. Why are there so many people here? Turning, she saw a group of men playing cards. Poker. Another group was playing something else. Noah became worried. I can't stay here like this. This seems to be a place for illegal gambling and drugs. It seems like gambling and drugs are illegal in Lauren. Legal, right? At the same time, someone said, Miss, don't just stand there. Miss, I told you to move. Are they talking to me? Could the nausea I felt just now have been a magic blocking device? As I suspected, there's something going on in this town. At that moment, a man turned around and asked, Miss, are you here alone? Noah replied, No, I'm with someone. Suddenly, something caught her attention. That symbol. But does this person's X-shaped mark mean a failed product? Could it be? Noah looked around the area. She approached a woman and called out to her. The woman turned around and asked, What is it? Noah immediately grabbed the woman's arm, causing her to cry out in pain. This person too. I can't believe it. Almost everyone in this hotel Could someone have marked them all with the same symbol? The guest list. I have to find the guest list. Just how many people have that symbol? Is this the list? There's nothing written in here. Staff. Staff. Isn't there a single staff member in this hotel? But come to think of it, it's been strange from the start. This village is a mess, as if it's unmanaged. The villagers don't look well off either, but they're coming and going from this hotel. Even though it's supposed to be a welfare hotel for the locals, the wastewater contains residual magic power, and there are traces of magic everywhere in the village. The hotel has a barrier, and no one cares if the impoverished workers disappear. They're just test subjects. This is the perfect place to conduct forbidden research. It's the ideal place to dispose of the wastewater generated during experiments. This is our destination. Suddenly, someone approached. Long time no see. Noah turned around to look. The man gradually came into view, his face somewhat familiar. It was none other than Andrian. The two stared at each other in silence for a moment. So, in the spring of 579 by the continental calendar, somewhere in some room, Eleonora asked, "Are you really not going to end things here?" Andrian mused. "It's not that Ellie isn't listening to me. She's simply ignoring me. As always, if Ellie ignores me, I'll just wait for her." After a moment of silence, Eleonora spoke. "You know I'm still not satisfied," Andrian asked curiously. "Is this project really that important? There are so many other interesting projects. What about the airship I mentioned before?" Eleonora interrupted. "No, the replica project must be done first. There's so many things I want to do, Ari. This world is too slow. No matter how grand and perfect a plan I make, in this world full of fools, they've made this world slow. Trains are still heavy and slow. Buildings can't be taller than 100 feet. People still work by hand. And if there's no phone booth nearby, you can't even make a call. Horrifying and tedious." Andrian thought, "No, it's all Lauren's magic. Thanks to you, the continent has begun to rise. Isn't it? Lauren is changing just enough. If you say so." "Ellie, that's a foolish observation." Eleonora walked towards Andrian and said, "There's so many things I want to see, but the world is too slow and life is too short. Someone like you will only live for a few more decades. It frustrates me to no end." Andrian thought, "That's the only thing I agree with her on. Eleonora is a genius who should live for over 100 years, and she's so beautiful. Can't she think more normally? Give birth to a child to pass on that genius bloodline." At this moment, Eleonora continued, "I need myself, not anyone else but me." Recalling their previous conversation, "What are you doing?" Kai replied, "This is the signal I usually use to contact Penelope. I use it when I can't directly contact her." Apparently, the message Kai received earlier said, "Minister Rosenel returned early. Unusual behavior." Outside, the rain continued to pour. Inside, Andrian spoke, "You've had many days of studying. You're not a good student, Ellie." Noah interrupted him. "Stop it. From the beginning, I told you I'm not Eleonora. You know that." Andrian shrugged. He said, "You came at the right time. The rain here can be harmful to the body. The only place to take shelter from the rain in this village is this inn." Noah asked curiously, "You created this place, didn't you?" Andrian replied, "Yes, that's right. A place where a large amount of magic can be used, or you could call it Eleonora." Noah was suspicious. "Lenia is dead, isn't she? What is this place, really? Did you take Lego's eyeball from Angelic? Is this your purpose? Are you, standing in front of me, real?" Andrian replied, "I don't know. Even if I told you, it wouldn't matter. Would anything change if you knew?" Noah said frankly, "I don't want to face a fake. I want to know if the person talking to me is a real person." Andrian took something from his pocket. Oh, that's it. It's only natural for a human to want to talk to a human. I understand. He then took out a small knife and cut a line across his palm. This action shocked Noah. Andrian said, "There you go, you doubter. I'm real." Noah wondered, is this the real him? Could the one in the capital be a fake? Andrian continued, "But it seems you've misunderstood something, so I have to say this. I didn't kill Eleonora. She killed herself. There's a story like this. You're not allowed to wear wings of mud and fly high, or they'll melt and kill you. An ordinary person like Eleonora did something beyond her capabilities, like creating a human." Andrian recalled their previous conversation. Eleonora had said, "This place is no longer the territory of anymore. Are you going to end things between us here?" Andrian worried, if you use your body and soul to create a magic device, it could kill a person, you know that too. Although the body can recover and heal from minor injuries, if the body doesn't have a soul, it can't recover. Ellie, I've been studying pure magic for a long time, and I've experimented too. It's not restoration, it's replication, but that's not something a human can do. Eleonora's face turned angry, and then she slapped Andrian across the face. The slap sent Andrian tumbling to the ground. Her face was full of rage. Eleonora yelled, "Backslash! Are you lecturing me now? I've let you off the hook so many times recently, and now you're acting all proud? A stupid research project that doesn't help anything, and you keep bothering me with that nonsense? Backslash!" Andrian stammered, "Backslash. I'm sorry." Backslash. Eleonora asked, "Backslash, what did you say?" Backslash. Andrian replied, "Backslash. I'm sorry, Ellie." Backslash. Backslash. "I just didn't want you to do anything dangerous to yourself. I was afraid you'd leave me. Please, I'm sorry, Ellie. From now on, I'll never say anything like that again." Backslash. Backslash. "I was wrong." Backslash. Hearing these words, Eleonora's face softened. She extended her hand towards Andrian and then embraced him. Eleonora said, "Backslash, don't cry anymore." Andrian, backslash. Backslash, "If you keep crying like this, it's a waste of that pretty face." Backslash, Andrian hesitantly asked, "Backslash, are you angry?" Backslash, she replied. Backslash, "No, I'm not angry." Backslash, Andrian's mind was in turmoil. Asterisk, you're angry, that's why you hit me like that. You're still angry, aren't you? You're clearly upset that I interrupted you. That's why you got so angry. Lie. Asterisk, back in the present. Andrian asked, backslash, "Noah, where did you put Eleonora's body?" Backslash. Backslash, "You're quite nonchalant, aren't you? Answer me. Where did you put Eleonora's body?" "I need it." Backslash. Andrian thought, asterisk, well, I don't have to answer him. His eyes look so sad. He really loved Eleonora, even though I don't have to answer him, but asterisk. Then Noah said, backslash, Mui is preserving Eleonora's body. Although she's lost consciousness, she's still alive. If Mui doesn't open the subspace, you won't be able to take her body anywhere. So don't even think about it. Backslash. Andrian said, backslash, you seem to have a soft spot too. Backslash. I clearly said I wouldn't answer. Backslash, Noah sighed. Backslash, I know that. Backslash, Andrian smiled. Backslash, thank you for answering me. Backslash. Now you should get some sleep. Backslash, elsewhere. Blood-stained streets. A group of people lay on the ground. They're breathing ragged. A gun was pointed at his head. Kai asked, backslash, your master is Andrian Rosenal, correct? Backslash, that's right, backslash. Backslash, Andrian Rosenal is currently not in the capital, correct? Backslash, that's also correct. Backslash, if our hypothesis is correct, Andrian Rosenal is mass-producing copies, backslash. So, why doesn't he just make a copy of himself? If he lets the copy follow the official schedule while he acts independently. Kai interrogated, where's your master? Cooperating will help you during your trial. The man replied, I don't know. Kai's eyes turned cold. There's really nowhere you think he could be? Then your usefulness ends here. Kai then pointed his gun at the man's hand. He immediately became frightened. Kai said, now, if you want to keep your fingers, tell me every place you can think of. At that moment, the sky began to pour. Kai looked up, wondering, it's raining, but I'm not getting wet at all. Mui, did you create this magic? Mui replied, yes. It seems this rain is harmful. If you get wet, you'll get sick. If you get sick, Noah will be sad, right? But what a strange coincidence. By chance, the place we teleported to is Heron. Heron, a colleague, said they saw him in Heron. Is this where that guy, guest Andrian Rosenal, is staying? Mui chimed in, it might not be a coincidence, because the place Noah wanted me to teleport us to was... Kai was surprised. The place Noah wanted us to teleport to? I see. The place Noah and I have been trying to reach for days. Our destination. The place where magic can't be used, where Andrian Rosenal is conducting his experiments. Mui pointed, it's that way. I sense traces of Noah's magic. Kai asked worriedly, magic? Don't tell me she's facing a dangerous situation. No. Noah isn't getting wet from the rain either. Although the traces of her invisibility magic are faint, I can sense them. Kai thought, it's strangely quiet. Outside the capital, the population is quite sparse. This is an industrial area. There should be workers around, but there's no one in sight. Could it be that the entire village is involved in the experiment? Does it mean? Back with Noah, Andrian put his hand on her forehead and said, now you will sleep. Immediately, a spell was cast. But at that moment, Noah grabbed Andrian's arm. Her eyes remained wide open. Andrian was surprised. She's not affected by the sleep spell. Then he said, could it be that she's truly resonated with the dragon? Noah frowned. I have no intention of handing Mui over to you. Suddenly, a small flame appeared beneath her feet. It immediately spread everywhere. The people present panicked. Fire! Get out. Don't push. switch. Adrian sighed. It's locked by magic, so we can't move. Noah turned around. I'll control the flames. So don't even think about self-immolation. I'll save you and make you pay for what you've done. With that, Noah left. Only Adrian remained in the room. Noah looked around. Even so, it's still fully equipped, huh? But I don't hear any sounds. How could everyone have evacuated so quickly? Could it be that there was no one on the second floor to begin with? There were so many people on the first floor, and the door was already open. Why are all the curtains drawn like this? I can't see anything. Are there no windows in this room? From the outside, it looked like there were windows everywhere. No, wait. From the outside, this hotel looked too big for this village, but it's hard to imagine it having such a spacious lobby. But looking from the inside, the ceiling is very high, and the windows are also made to the height of the ceiling. The shape seems a little different. Is it all magic? So no one can predict how the inside of this place will change in the future. But how big is this room? Where the heck is the light switch? Something suddenly caught Noah's attention. A pile of puppets lying scattered about. Noah immediately cast a spell, her hand directed towards the puppets. Noah's eyes widened. Bodies? No, these aren't bodies. They're all looking at me. They all look exactly alike. Are these failed experimental subjects? They won't suddenly move, will they? A voice. What is it saying? The puppets murmured, "Save me, save me." Noah was astonished. They're still conscious? But why are they piled up here? In a pitch-black room where no one could see them. That bastard. How could he do such a thing? I'm sorry. I have something to do now, but someone will come to save you all. Just wait a little longer. Okay, someone will definitely come. The puppets whispered, "Understood, understood." Behind. Before Noah could understand what was happening, someone behind her charged at her with a weapon. Noah spun around in surprise. She immediately cast a spell, blasting the attacker away and sending them crashing, their body crying out in pain. Noah was startled that I wasted magic just to scare them. This one must also be a clone. Is it moving because it was ordered to guard this place? The defective clones are kept on this floor. So where does Rosanel produce these clones? Where could it be? Hey, I want to go to the factory. Or you could take me somewhere like a document storage room. Can you hear me? Do you understand what I'm saying? Those clones could talk just now. Hey, suddenly, the clone attacked Noah again. Noah thought, is it a puppet moving according to orders? Or should I try changing to speaking in commands? Let's see. Let me try. Although I don't know how to do this, I have to trust the power of the pig nose. Drop your weapon. Take me to the factory. A jolt seemed to pass through the clone's mind. Noah wondered, did it understand? Then the clone stopped attacking her and started moving. Amazing, the power of the dragon. A moment later, after arriving at the location, the clone stopped and pointed towards the room ahead. Noah bowed her head slightly. Thank you. Standing before the door, Noah noticed a camera. Above, hanging in front of the entrance to Eleanor's mansion. Just one thought. Noah broke it open. She sighed in relief. Then, her next target was the door. Noah slowly stepped inside. Is this Adrian's lab? What a headache. A terrible headache. Why is this book on the bed? It looks like a diary. Why was Ellie so gentle with me? She wondered, is this really a diary? Noah continued reading. Sometimes Eleonora seems like she's trying to kill me. Why is she always so worried and then wants to hurt people like that? She hit me, always hitting me, always. Noah muttered, this is just full of complaints about Eleonora. Suddenly, she read a line. I broke up with Eleonora. At that moment, Adrian yelled at Eleonora, "Eleonora, explain this to me immediately. I told you to stop the experiment. You said you wouldn't do anything involving souls anymore, didn't you?" Eleonora reminded him, "We're outside, so please be quiet." Adrian continued to plead, "That's not something humans should be meddling with. It's dangerous. You said you wouldn't do it anymore. But you just said that and left it at that? What's that supposed to mean?" Eleonora's voice deepened. "You're the one at fault, not me." Adrian stammered, I was just worried about you." As he said this, tears fell from his eyes. Eleonora turned and asked, "Why do you care about my feelings? Let's break up." Not long after, the table was covered with empty liquor bottles. Adrian lay wearily on the bed. "It's been 10 days since I broke up with Eleonora." 10 days already? So it's been 10 days. Rewind to an hour ago. A voice called from outside. "Minister, are you free? I have something to tell you." Adrian replied, "Yes, come in." The young woman opened the door and asked, "Minister, have you heard?" Adrian asked curiously, "Yes, what is it?" The woman replied, "So you haven't heard yet. Although I haven't discovered the exact reason, But I feel I need to tell you, Minister. Adrian fidgeted. Why are you being so dramatic? You're making me anxious. He worried inwardly. Please don't let it be about Eleonora. Please, please, please. The woman continued. I hope you'll keep what I'm about to say a secret. Adrian immediately agreed. Yes, I will. Ignoring his plea to the gods, the woman said, Baroness Eleonora is conducting soul separation experiments. It's been going on for weeks now. After the shock of separation, how long can a soul endure? How much damage will be done to the body when using magic? She's experimenting to create clone bodies that can hold the souls of others. There are already over 100 records. Furthermore, as you know, it seems the Baroness is using a new drug. It's a drug that weakens the connection between body and soul. It's also the drug being injected into the test subjects. Anyway, it seems the Baroness intends to experiment on her own body. I thought I should tell you, Minister. So I'll take my leave now. Adrian immediately called her back. Wait. Parker, have you seen the experimental records? Parker replied, Yes, I have. Adrian continued to ask, has the experiment to transfer a soul into a clone body ever been successful? Hearing this, Parker paused for a moment, then said, Never, sir. Not even once. At that, Adrian's eyes filled with sadness. Ellie and I have been in love for 15 years, but I have to hear something this important from someone else? That's what shocks me the most. Everything Eleonora does and says seems to be about me. Like, you mean nothing to me. You're not important to me. She said that. I know that. To Eleonora, I'm pathetic. I don't have any special abilities like Ellie. My career was mostly built with Ellie's help. I'm not as attractive as Eleonora. Moreover, I'm only confident in the pure magic I learned in school. I can't even properly fulfill the role of Ellie's assistant. I can't think about this anymore. No matter how talented Eleonora is, it has nothing to do with me now. Starting tomorrow, I'll go back to work. Adrian's tears continue to fall. Even if she dies, we can't go back to the way we were. Even though I knew he wasn't working after the breakup, I pretended not to know. Now that I'm working, I should really stop thinking about Ellie. I just need to focus on work. I have to stop. Don't think about Ellie. Don't think about Ellie. If I apologize to her right now, can we go back to the way things were? I regret it so much. What was wrong with me back then that I said we should break up? Should I go find her, kneel down, apologize, and beg for her forgiveness? If I jump out the window now, will she pity me and accept my apology? At that moment, two people eavesdropping outside carelessly barged in. Adrian asked, puzzled, what's going on? You didn't even knock. The two stammered, the thing is, the redhead quickly improvised, it's lunchtime. Would you like to join us for lunch? We just thought that and came in. Adrian was suspicious. It's not lunchtime yet. The redhead replied, well, we were hungry, so. Adrian said, even if you're hungry, you can't just subtract 2 hours to have lunch. At Eleanor's mansion. I wonder how I ended up here. All right, let's go in. Is it the young lady of the Vanny family? Why is she at Ellie's house at this hour? Since when did those two know each other? Adrian peeked from outside and saw them, hugging. Lenia's cheeks were also flushed. This made Adrian extremely curious. Finally, they went inside. Adrian wondered, who is that woman? Until morning, Adrian knocked on the door. He muttered, I know you two are in there. Don't tell me you're trying to stop me. Does that mean she's saying that even if I apologize now, she won't forgive me? It can't be. She's just annoyed and doesn't want to change it, so she left it there. I shouldn't get my hopes up. Adrian opened the door and called, Ellie, and saw her lying on the floor. Adrian quickly rushed to her side, Ellie. After taking her pulse and listening to her breathing, Adrian pondered. This situation was rather difficult to explain, but he had to talk to her about this issue. Could it be that she simply fainted? He couldn't carelessly call someone over here, although he didn't know why she fainted. If it was for an illegal reason and rumors spread, Eleonora would be furious. First, he would handle it his own way, although it wasn't magic shock if he used awakening magic to make her wake up. Suddenly, a halo appeared above Eleonora's head. Adrian was startled. Ellie, were her muscles just twitching? It seemed like she was unconscious. Could it be? He recalled Parker's earlier words. Baroness Eleonora is conducting experiments to separate the soul from the body. Furthermore, the Baroness is testing a new drug. It's a drug that weakens the connection between the body and the soul. Adrian's face fell. Why would you do this, Ellie? The soul, just the soul alone, how can it exist? Surely, the vessel containing her soul must be somewhere. You can't die. Ellie, where could it be? I have to find that vessel. If I find it and restore it immediately, she might wake up if her soul isn't damaged. I have to find the vessel. The vessel. Entering the room, Adrian was astonished. A replica. He immediately lifted her up, seeing a pink light appear in front of her chest. Adrian wondered, is that the vessel? Please, please don't die. Adrian took something out. Her soul is so small. Has it been damaged this much? I can't give up yet. Thinking this, he stepped outside and heard someone's voice. Miss Lenia Vanteria. Lenia repeatedly called out, Baroness. Baroness. Adrian wondered, I didn't open the door for you. How? Could it be? He thought to himself, could Eleonora have allowed Miss Vanteria free access to this place? Could Eleonora and Miss Vanteria? Lenia yelled, does that matter now? The Baroness's breathing is very weak. Quickly call someone. Suddenly, she noticed something. The blood on Adrian's arm made her freeze. Did you do this? Out of jealousy for our relationship. Adrian was stunned, wondering, our relationship? No, it can't be. Lenia shouted, and she broke up, didn't you? The Baroness said she was tired of being bothered and stalked by you. It made her feel obsessed. The Baroness, you have no relationship with the Baroness now. The Baroness is so radiant. Adrian clenched his fist, thinking, that woman, Eleonora, has always brought me pain. If I return her soul now, she might wake up. But if I do that, Eleonora will continue to torment me. And that woman, if she becomes useless, she'll be abandoned. Even if she treats me like a lover, if one day she gets angry, she'll blame and hurt me. Kneeling pathetically before her and apologizing, begging for forgiveness. If I do that, she'll smile and forgive me, even though she was the one in the wrong. If Eleonora wasn't like that, everything could have been better. If Eleonora were altruistic and kind, didn't bully others and respected their feelings, if she were someone who knew how to love others, then everything. Could this be the opportunity? If Eleonora were once beneath me, if this disgusting relationship were reversed. Then Adrian spoke, I don't care what your relationship with Ellie is. Ellie doesn't love you anyway. Lenia immediately denied it. No, you're wrong. Even though you're the one who couldn't help the Baroness, I can. I've been supporting the necessary crops for her experiments because my family owns a farm. Even though you're the one who tried to hold the Baroness back, I didn't. I'm the one who can give the Baroness what she wants. All you do is demand love from her and don't give her the things she wants. The Baroness is ambitious. I can support her with the things she desires, while people like you just want her to obediently wear a dress and stay home baking. Adrian questioned, do you know what kind of experiments Ellie is conducting? Do you know how many people have been sacrificed for those experiments? Lenia hesitated, even though I don't know the details, but to invent new technology always requires sacrifices. The Baroness said so. Adrian said, do you understand why sacrifices are necessary? Probably not, since you haven't known Eleonora for long. However, I agree with what you just said. Sacrifices are necessary. Slowly, each page of the faded diary was opened. Noah sat comfortably on the bed, looking at the diary. She felt it deeply. Eleonora was dead. No, saying she's dead isn't quite right, but her soul has been severely affected. It will take time to reorganize the laboratory to supplement the body for the soul. The circumstances at that time were such that every second wasted was precious. Miss Bond's head was trapped. She had only known Eleonora for a short time, but she had to go through this. Although it's a bit pitiful, there's no other way. Reading up to this point, Noah seemed to discover something. November 9th, 579, when the link between soul and body is broken by external impact. Is this in the case of humans like myself or Eleonora? For the soul to be able to separate from the body without being damaged, the copying process is to place it into the subject's entity. However, there seems to be no way to duplicate a soul without harming it, and the current restoration hasn't found a way to replicate it yet. So starting today, I will proceed with segmentation instead of restoration. Noah read and exclaimed, is this even possible? Even though dividing one into two is predicted to severely damage the soul, but March 12th, 580, separation without damage is impossible. Choosing the parts one desire is even more impossible. The 58th experiment all failed. Continuing the following days. April 2nd, 580, human strength alone is not enough. Horrible images couldn't help but appear in her mind. Human strength alone isn't enough. Liza Berfiner's egg was discovered in the Imperial City on April 17th of this year. This diary entry is from April 2nd of this year. So then, Adrian, Noah thought, then silently affirmed, no, that's not it. The dragon egg theft is clear. The memory flowed incessantly, replaying in her mind. The conversation slowing down to, I came to say this. Although I can't be your subject, I can be your baron. I'll bring the dragon egg. Noah thought, then wondered, unprompted. Lenia must have been the one who took the egg, right? From the beginning, Lenia had difficulty becoming a dragon imprint, so I met with her and severed the resonance. Adrian hid the egg in the Imperial City. Is the egg Adrian was hiding the one Lenia stole and brought to me? All I can do is speculate. Suddenly, Noah remembered something. However, one thing is certain. Lenia brought the egg to me despite Adrian's threats. It seems she was imprisoned by him. That's why she was so scared when she met me on the boat. And now, she might not be safe either. Even so, I don't feel good about the person who helped me. First, I have to keep this diary safe and give it to Duke Kai. It might be important evidence. I can't just stay put knowing the factory is here. Until Duke Kai arrives, I have to check if there are any more victims. Having said that, she moved closer to the door and suddenly heard a strange noise. A voice? Is it another test subject like before? She bravely opened the door and looked out at the endless darkness in the distance. Noah continued to walk bravely towards it, step by step. She eventually reached a door, from within which whispers could be heard. Noah once again mustered her courage and opened the door, stepping inside, unaware of what awaited her. As soon as she entered, Noah was surprised by what she saw. She saw someone trembling on the bed. Noah immediately called out, Lenia. I thought Lenia had been replaced and dealt with on the boat. Noah quickly approached and asked, Lenia, is that you? Are you all right? Lenia couldn't help but let out a moan. Getting closer to Lenia, Noah saw the mark. Confused, Noah thought to herself, is she real? Lenia continued to gasp. After a long while in a daze, Lenia finally opened her eyes. Seeing the person in front of her, she asked, who is it? Noah mused. This is the first time you've seen me like this, isn't it? Noah didn't seem to care much about that. She simply asked gently, I'm here to help you. Can you sit up? Contrary to Noah's enthusiasm, Lenia was too weak to do anything. She pleaded, it hurts so much. I can't go anywhere. Please call a doctor for me. Seeing this, Noah couldn't help but feel pity and asked softly, does your body hurt a lot? Then she thought to herself, is Lenia dying? Although I want to do something for her immediately, healing magic for humans is ancient magic, so Mwil has to be with her. Where are Mwil and Duke Kai? A light shone from behind the encompassing darkness. Noah seemed to sense something and wondered, are Mwil and Duke Kai and Heron? Although it's still a bit far from the hotel, I can feel them getting closer. If I could just borrow a little of Mwil's magic, I can do this. Although it's not complete healing magic, it can be a first aid measure. Noah placed her hand on Lenia's forehead and transferred a surge of energy to her. After a moment, Lenia's body seemed to have absorbed all of that energy. Lenia was trying to recover, breathing out with labored breaths. She gently opened her eyes. Seeing this, Noah approached and asked, are you feeling better now? Lenia immediately replied, yes, thank you. Hearing this, Noah instructed, just wait a little longer and someone will come to help. Then, she headed towards the door, not forgetting to tell Lenia, I'll go to the factory now. Lenia asked, you're going? Noah honestly replied, yes. If I stay here, I don't know what else will happen. Please, can I go with you? I've been captured here twice already. If I'm caught again, I don't know what will happen. Seeing that Noah didn't seem moved, Lenia pleaded earnestly, please, I want to leave this place. Don't leave me alone, I beg you. Noah, feeling sympathy, said, Lenia, I understand. For now, you can come with me. Lenia chirped, thank you. Seeing that Lenia was still in a state of panic, Noah comforted her. Adrian has been bound by my magic on the first floor. No matter how, if my magic is harmed, I can feel it. Don't worry too much. Although she said that, Noah couldn't stop thinking. According to Lenia, my magic has never been broken and is still intact. But why do I feel so uneasy? While walking, Noah suddenly heard a noise behind her. Noah wondered, is that a voice? However, only deep darkness answered her. That it seems to be shaking. Then, with a pale face, Lenia ran off in fear, leaving Noah behind. As she ran, she yelled, quickly leave this place, please. Noah quickly chased after her, calling, wait, Lenia, let's go together. The sound still echoed behind her, making Noah wonder, what is that sound echoing throughout this building? I can clearly feel that Adrian is still being held on the first floor, but why do I have this feeling that something bad is going to happen? A sound made Noah realize Something, she called out to Lenia, who was running ahead at full speed. Lenia, it's the stairs. We just need to follow the stairs down to the first floor. Noah, a voice from behind made Noah stop. Adrian stepped out from the door behind her and demanded, "Give me Eleonora and the dragon." Mule, surprised, asked Adrian Rosinio, "You were clearly on the first floor." Then she thought to herself, could these be different copies? Why did I think all the copies would be equally foolish? While she was bewildered, Lenia beside her urged, "We're going to die because of that murderer." Noah immediately comforted her, "Don't worry too much. If necessary, I'll break the wall and get you out of here." Adrian, hearing this, asked, "Break the wall?" "The walls inside can be broken, but getting outside might be a bit difficult. This place was created by the woman you all call a mage. But if you borrow the dragon's power, who knows, it might be possible to destroy it. I'm quite curious." Noah then lamented about what had just happened. Eleonora did something pointless. Lenia, feeling bewildered, thought, the dragon's power? Noah thought, I hope it's the kind of magic that can be broken with fire. Just looking at it, it seems like a complex and sturdy magic, so it looks like it would be difficult to destroy it with fire. Turns out protective magic is also divided into many different types. Seeing the difficult situation, Noah looked for a way out and urged Lenia, "Lenia, just go this way and get out." Lenia, now worried, asked, "What about you?" Noah comforted her, "I'm very good at using magic. You could get hurt in a fight, so hurry up and get out." Lenia pondered for a long time, then quickly ran down the stairs. As she ran, Lenia prided herself on making the right choice. She's right. If we fight, I'll only be a hindrance. Then she gave herself a task. My job now is to get out and find help. Even so, Lenia kept saying, "I'm sorry." Back with Noah, she was now confronting Adrian with palpable tension. "Adrian Rosinio, what do you gain by fighting me? If that space isn't opened, you can't get Eleonora's body. And if that's something Mule doesn't want to do, he won't lend his power to anyone." Adrian simply sighed. "So you still don't know the dragon's critical weakness?" Noah asked in surprise. "Weakness?" Adrian explained. "The dragon's weakness is you. A dragon distinguishes and chooses an imprinted person from the time it's still in the egg, and it develops special feelings for that person. It's a blind and compulsory affection that the dragon can't sever on its own. First, if you're secured, I'll gain the dragon's cooperation. And once outside, the dragon will cooperate and won't dare fight using its full power. And inside this building, my chances of winning are quite high." Noah listened, feeling a sense of unease. She thought, the Adrian I met on the first floor was truly human. So this thing in front of me must be a copy. She coldly replied, "It's probably not about adjusting power." Adrian asked indifferently, "Are you threatening me?" Suddenly, Noah launched a fierce attack towards Adrian. Meanwhile, Mule stood in the rain, looking adorable. The handsome man in the elegant suit kept looking around curiously, asking, "Why are the townspeople gathered in one place?" Mule quickly replied, "Uncle, over there." The boy pointed towards the old building. "Noah is inside. It looks like she's about to fight someone." Kai then worriedly recalled, "Could it be Adrian Rosinio? It's not because of the fire that she's trapped, is it?" Mule quickly answered, "No, it's not. That fire is from Noah's magic, so it won't harm her." Kai was slightly relieved. "I see." Then Kai instructed Mule, "Mule, stay here. I have to go inside and check." Just as he was about to walk forward, Mule tugged on the corner of Kai's coat. The boy whined. "No." Kai, worried, explained, "Mule, your master might be in danger right now, even with the dragon's power. Miss Noah is just an ordinary person. If a fight breaks out, she could get hurt." Mid-explanation, Mule calmly interrupted, "I promised Noah. Noah asked me to protect you." Kai froze. Mule then explained further. "Also, that building is covered in magic. If you're not a mage, ordinary people can get lost inside. It seems Noah is planning something, although I don't know exactly what." As they were talking, they suddenly heard a cry for help nearby. "Help! Help me!" Kai was the first to notice and quickly turned towards a voice. He shouted, "Lenia, Miss Vanteria." Seeing the person lying motionless on the ground, he thought to himself, "Is it a copy? Although her complexion doesn't look good, she doesn't seem to be seriously injured." Suddenly, he realized the D symbol. She's human. He quickly inquired about Noah's whereabouts. "Have you seen Miss Noah inside? Is Miss Noah all right?" Lenia asked back in a daze. Noah, seeing her confused expression, Kai described her, a woman with brown hair, a bit short. "Haven't you seen her?" Lenia quickly recognized who he was talking about and replied worriedly, "She's in danger. Adrian Rosinio is going to kill her." she cried out in fear. Quickly, call someone. As she was speaking, a light in the sky caught the attention of the three of them. It was a strange blue light. The people who saw it couldn't help but ask each other fearfully, "What is that? What is that thing? Oh, is it a god? Are we all going to die?" Kai, now bewildered, kept asking, Miss Noah, where are you?" Mule, also worried, softly called out, "No." Suddenly, Lenia looked up in a daze. She pointed upwards and shouted, "There, up there." The image of a person partially leaning over the rooftop railing. The scene above was terrifying. Adrian said coldly, "You thought you could escape the protective magic by going to the rooftop? It's a pity. The rooftop is also within the range of the protective magic." He summoned a strange energy and said, "Although it's quite difficult to control this magic to kill someone, I'll try my best. Don't worry." At this moment, he was still thinking to himself, "Is it because this is the first time two magic powers have clashed? My body has no strength. Or is it because of the protective magic?" Adrian's voice now sounded like a final farewell. "I'm sorry to do this to you. I don't have any ill feelings towards you, but I need Eleonora." Adrian's face now seemed devoid of any humanity as he declared, "Eleonora is mine alone. I need her." Meanwhile, Kai stood below, tensely holding his gun aimed upwards. 3 bullets were fired into the air, but something seemed to go wrong. The bullets glowed and then gradually corroded until there was no trace of them left in the world. Mule, witnessing this, tried to explain, "Because space is distorted, even if you attack from the outside, it won't have any effect." Kai's face went blank with bewilderment. "Then, what should we do?" Usually a very calm person, Kai now couldn't think of anything other than, "What should I do to protect Miss Noah?" Noah, although her eyes were closed and her head tilted, her mind was still filled with hazy thoughts. Is it because of Adrian's magic? The things Adrian thinks about and feels, I can sense them fleetingly. If Eleonora only liked me, that alone would satisfy me. Because the most important person to me is Ellie. Asking her to love a useless person like me unconditionally. I don't think I've ever been so shameless. If I work hard and become someone who can help Eleonora, then maybe she'll see me as a little bit necessary to her. Maybe if my true self isn't loved by Eleonora, if I become the type of person Eleonora likes, if I can become the right person for Eleonora, like she said, if I just try harder. But right after that, she threw cold water on him. "Why should I care about your standards?" Those words were like a bolt of lightning, shattering Adrian's illusions. By then, her figure had already disappeared, leaving him alone. Adrian's entire body was submerged in overflowing disappointment. He felt even more exhausted after everything. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the empty space in the distance. That hand drew closer and closer to Adrian. Then it grabbed his hand. In an instant, Noah pulled Adrian back to the cruel reality. She gripped his hand tightly, her words forceful. "You're like Eleonora. No matter how good you are, she won't love you." But he wasn't surprised. He just replied softly, "I know." Noah was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and asked, "Then how do you feel about meeting someone who knows how to love others?" At that, his eyes darkened as he questioned, "You talk about other people's affairs so easily, don't you? It's because you have people who love you that you can think that way." Someone who loves things like me." Eleonora had once told him. He had no one. Her words echoed in his mind, that he had no one at all. Noah looked directly into his eyes. "Then I will love you." Adrian froze, his brows furrowing in disbelief. "What?" She spoke slowly, enunciating each word, so he could hear clearly. I said I will love you." A loud noise from above made him aware. Mui-Io had arrived. The child waved, calling her name. Noah cried out joyfully, "Mui-Io, you did a good job." Noah called his name menacingly, Adrian Rosinio. She declared to him powerfully, "You're done for now." Adrian stared at Noah, stunned. Suddenly, they both slipped from the railing. Adrian and Noah fell together from the building. Many people below saw them and cried out. Kai was also worried sick. He yelled, "Lady Noah." She squeezed her eyes shut, terrified. Their fall from such a height caused a tremor. The strong wind forced some of the bystanders to brace themselves. Kai shielded his face while calling out Noah. Through the thick dust and smoke, he called out desperately, "Lady Noah, Lady Noah, can you hear me?" As the dust began to settle, he saw someone. Noah. She lay motionless on the ground. "Lady Noah." He ran to her and lifted her into his arms. He shook her gently, grief-stricken. "Noah." Seeing no response, he grew even more anxious. "Wake up, Lady Noah." Her closed eyes seemed to flutter. "Please." He held Noah tightly in his arms. A slender hand moved slightly, touching his cheek. He stared blankly. Had Noah really woken up? She smiled brightly, half teasing, half comforting. Were you worried? In such a precarious situation, Kai was startled to see her so calm. He turned to scold her. Yes, something funny. Seeing Kai's face darken, Noah realized, now's not the time to laugh, is it? Then she turned to the others. Right, everyone else is injured too, and the situation is quite dangerous. Suddenly, Kai hugged Noah tightly. Perhaps surprised, she felt the tension ease. Noah reached out her hands. In that moment, there was no longer sadness, but warm relief. Noah returned the hug, as if comforting both herself and Kai. She stopped joking and asked, "Were you very worried?" "I'm sorry." Inwardly, she recognized his care and protectiveness. So he was worried about me. Even though it wasn't anything too serious, he was worried about me like that. Honestly, I'm happy. Kai, however, felt even more distressed, his eyes filled with worry. He remembered the incident that I could only stand there like an idiot and couldn't do anything. While the person I like was in danger, I couldn't help or protect her. I really hate this feeling of helplessness. He then set her aside. "I'll go check on Adrian Rosinio." Noah simply replied, yes. Suddenly frozen, she wondered why the atmosphere had changed so abruptly. Seeing his 180-degree shift, she wondered, is he angry? After asking the locals about Adrian's location, Kai turned. Adrian was now lying face down in a pool of red syrup. Kai approached and handcuffed him, thought he's still breathing. He doesn't seem to have any serious injuries. Was it Noah's magic? Looking at him again, the blood on his head confirmed this was the real Adrian. Noah then came up to him. "Duke Kai, are you angry?" Kai turned around. "Miss Noah, what happened while I was gone? What happened to Adrian Rosinio?" Noah recounted the whole incident. "After you left, someone was following me. I've already told Muio about what happened at the harem." Seeing this, Kai asked, "Did something happen at this hotel?" Noah began to recount what she had seen in this hotel. "I saw many copies from the experiment. I also found a place similar to Adrian's laboratory. I read his diary. I brought it with me because I thought it could be used as evidence for the cloning experiment. I'll give it to you later." It seems the real mastermind behind the human cloning experiment is Eleonora. "I wasn't injured anywhere, and I didn't do anything dangerous, probably." Hearing the whole story, Kai sat and pondered, fiddling with something. Then she continued, "I also met Miss Vanteria in there. It seems she's been imprisoned this whole time." "I met her too," Kai replied. "Just now, while you were still in the hotel, she ran out here and asked for help. I suddenly remembered that, after meeting Adrian, I used magic to keep him on the first floor, but I don't know how I met him again upstairs. I was so surprised at the time." To answer Noah's question, Kai guessed if the Adrian she met upstairs and the current Adrian are the same person, then it seems the one she kept on the first floor was a copy. Anyway, it seems this person really is human. Hearing those words seemed reasonable, so Noah gradually cleared up the doubts in her heart. Then Kai continued, "And the Adrian who is in the capital is also a copy." "Wait, are you saying this Adrian is real?" He replied, "That's right, he's bleeding, and even the injured parts haven't turned into mechanical pieces." Noah muttered, "That's true." Kai asked curiously, "What's wrong?" She continued, surprising him. Clearly, the Adrian I kept on the first floor was real, but hearing that, Kai was stunned. What? The two stood dumbfounded in the rain. Adrian still lay motionless on the ground, and she said, "Then who is this Adrian?" The sky was dark with green trees. The train moved slowly on the tracks. Moving forward, on the train, the passengers had begun to fall asleep, and Linnea Vanier had also fallen into a deep sleep on the soft bed. After parting with me, Duke Kai suspected something and secretly contacted Tajiba. Penelope and Pao, after receiving the news, proceeded to arrest Adrian in the capital. All the residents of Heron were investigated. It's fortunate that Duke Kai contacted them beforehand. It feels so empty without Duke Kai. It's always been the three of us sharing a room on the train. A quiet space in the room with a faint light. She was still lost in thought with a sad face. The conversation between her and him about sharing a room. "Will Duke Kai use a different room?" He replied, "Yes, that's right." He turned to leave, and she chased after him, pulling him back. "Why? Can't we share a room?" Kai said, "I'm not in the same group as Miss Noah. I'm only in charge of investigating your case." He walked out the door and turned back to say to her, but Kai turned his head again and said, "I have to instruct the agents who have been sent here, so I don't have time to talk about anything else with you." She, looking flustered, still wanted to keep him there, but he left. "The security personnel on the train will patrol, so there won't be any more danger, so don't worry." Noah exclaimed, "Wait, it's not because I'm afraid something dangerous will happen." He left Mole in the room with her, full of Confusion. She still sat on the chair, thinking about the conversation with him. Is Duke Kai really angry? Why? Where is Duke Kai? Is he very busy? It'll be okay to just look at his face for a moment, right? Ugh, it's cold. She walked along the train corridor, looking for his room. Kai walked behind her for a while, and then decided to ask, Miss Noah, what are you doing here? Noah's eyes widened when she saw the Duke. She exclaimed, Duke Kai. He maintained a gentle tone. It's quite cold at night, so you'll catch a cold if you go out dressed like that. Kai carefully reminded her, if you need anything, just call someone. Now is not the time for a stroll. Noah shyly lowered her head, mumbling, that is, I came out here to look for you. Kai looked at her with a puzzled expression. You were looking for me? For what reason? She lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Compared to having a reason to look for him. On the other hand, Noah thought to herself, if I suddenly ask if he's angry, it might be a bit. Kai, seeing her hesitation, interrupted, First, I'll take you back to the guest room. Having no other choice, she nodded, yes. He quickly escorted her back to the guest room. He then turned to leave, saying, Then, if you'll excuse me. Noah hurriedly stopped him. Wait. Kai looked at her questioningly. She spoke haltingly, it's just, I can't sleep either. If you aren't busy. Kai's agreement made her eyes light up. I understand. Perhaps I should also rest for a bit. It's late now, almost midnight. The two sat awkwardly next to each other on the sofa. Kai felt compelled to start a conversation. Mueo has been asleep since early evening, hasn't he? He isn't hurt anywhere, is he? Noah looked at the child affectionately. It seems he's a bit tired from using a large amount of magic. They both looked out the window. It's been a long day. She nodded in agreement. Yes, so much has happened in just one day. Kai stared out the window, his expression aloof. Noah cautiously pondered, trying to analyze his attitude. He doesn't seem angry, since he's speaking so gently. Then she hesitantly spoke about that. Finally, she decided to express her thoughts. Actually, I thought you were angry. Kai looked slightly bewildered. Angry? About what? Well, Noah recounted the events of the day. It's just that I suddenly felt the atmosphere change earlier today. He had suddenly apologized to her. I'm sorry. She looked up at Kai, puzzled. Why did you apologize? Were you really angry? There was a slight hint of reproach in her tone, who didn't even tell me the reason. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he looked down. It's not that I was angry. Duke Kai explained everything. It's just that at the time, I thought I should at least do something. I felt so useless. Noah hadn't expected this. She exclaimed, Useless? Thanks to you contacting the agency beforehand. We're now returning to the capital, aren't we? He crossed his arms and turned away, avoiding her gaze. You don't need to try to cheer me up. I didn't think I was useless because, fortunately, I grew up with a lot of support and I always do my best in the tasks I'm given. But when it came to your situation, I couldn't do anything. Even my marksmanship, which I've always been confident in, was useless against that powerful magic I saw for the first time. If I had been calmer, I could have asked Mueo how to help you then. After spending that relaxing time with Mueo, I seem to have forgotten that he's a dragon. Subconsciously, I thought of Mueo as just a child. If it's that, then I'm the same. Because Mueo is so soft and small, whenever I look at him, I really think he's just a child. He chuckled. I can see right through you. Are you comforting me? She deliberately raised her voice slightly. I'm just stating the facts. Kai sighed again. Even so, I'm sorry. I couldn't help or protect you. Noah then began to comfort him. You don't have to be like that, do you? She sincerely placed her hand on his. They looked into each other's eyes. From now on, I'll protect you. Her eyes were full of angelic kindness. Up until now, I've been relying on you a lot. Noah's affirmation slightly shocked the Duke. From now on, I want to protect you. Their hands remained touching, almost clasped. Kai suddenly turned his head towards Noah. They were about to kiss. But the author, Sano, Mueo, suddenly woke up and stared at them with an innocent look. The two startled people separated by 2 meters. Mueo flopped back down onto the bed and snored. Noah scolded, Mueo, you don't have to pretend to be asleep. Both of them flushed. Kai adjusted his tie. Well then, I'll excuse myself, as I've rested for quite a while now. Before leaving, he added, after returning to the capital, I'll probably be busy for a long time. We might not be able to talk much for several weeks. To be sure, the Duke clarified something Noah had been wondering about. About that, it's not because I'm angry and avoiding Miss Noah. His voice trailed off, hesitant. So what I mean is, Noah interjected to dispel the awkwardness. Yes, I won't misunderstand. Kai suddenly felt relieved. Changing the subject, Noah said, before you go, I have something I want to give you. I brought Adrian's diary. He seemed pleased but didn't show it. Oh, really? Noah summoned Adrian's diary. It seemed there was a piece of paper inside. It fell out of the diary, landing on the floor. She picked up the fallen paper. A page fell out. She held it in her hand and was quite surprised by what she saw. This a torn page. No, it looks like it was just tucked in. Is it something that reacts to magic? After being exposed to magic, the piece of paper floated into the air, creating a sparkling light. Kai was astonished. Miss Noah, did you do something? Noah replied, I don't know. I didn't do anything. Maybe. Mu-eo pointed. Noah, look at this. It had transformed into something beautiful. All three of them stared in amazement at the vial. The vial rested in her hand, emitting a red light. What is it? Oh, wait. I sense something. Something very faint. I feel it, along with a sensation like something is alive. The bright red light pulsed, like someone's soul. Both she and Kai had the same thought. Chug chug. A train was crossing the railway tracks at the Lawrence City train station. A staff member was directing passengers to board the train. Don't push, please. Follow the staff's instructions and board one by one. A pair of unusual shoes appeared in the hall. Noah couldn't help but exclaim, whoa. Her mouth agape. She looked around, holding Mu-eo's hand on her right. We're finally here. According to the current situation, Linnea, a person related to the case, is experiencing health problems. Linnea and the residents of Heron are suffering from skin and respiratory issues due to contaminated rainwater and various other health problems. Under Lauren's support, everyone is receiving treatment and no one was injured in the fire. Those addicted to drugs and gambling are said to be receiving separate treatment. They also say that Heron and the surrounding villages are severely polluted. Technicians and mages have been dispatched to purify the water source, and it's said that there are no issues with the progress. That's the whole reason Kai had to come here. As I mentioned before, it will be difficult for me to stay with Miss Noah for a while. She understood and replied with a bright smile. Ah, yes, it's all right. Kai said, Miss Noah's identity is still unclear, and there might be some inconvenient situations. I will send someone else to protect and guide you. Suddenly, a shout came from afar. I'm late. I apologize. The person who ran up was Penelope. Then she unconsciously covered her mouth, murmuring, a new face, huh? I forgot I called her name out. Duke, Kai confidently entrusted Penelope. I'll be relying on you for the next few days. She stood at attention and accepted the order. Yes, I understand. Having said that, she approached Noah and Mu-eo. Please follow me. The carriage is waiting. Both of them replied, just like model students. Yes, yes. That day, under a sky as blue as the hope blossoming in the female lead's heart, a carriage sped down the road. Noah, holding Mu-eo, sat in the carriage, speechless. She recalled Penelope's earlier question. Who are you, really? Noah lost herself in thought. It seemed Penelope didn't recognize her. She was happy to see her again, but had no choice but to pretend not to know her. Just then, the carriage stopped with a shout. We're here. Let's get off. Penelope looked at the large mansion ahead and quickly explained, this is a residence owned by Kai's family. You two will be staying here for the time being. Noah exclaimed, wow. While Penelope continued speaking, occasionally, you'll have to come with us for questioning. I'll accompany you then. She grandly opened the door for her and said, someone will come to clean and prepare meals once a day. It's just us here now, so please make yourself comfortable. Noah replied, yes, thank you. Suddenly, a small sound came from the next door. As soon as they were alone, Penelope called out, Mr. Noah. Penelope entered from outside, greeting her with a smile. That it's been a while. You've returned safely, haven't you? Her words left Noah speechless. Noah ran to her, clinging to her hand like a small bird. Penelope, you recognize me? How? Did Duke Kai tell you beforehand? But Penelope calmly replied, no, not at all. Isn't Mr. Mu-eo here? The fact that Mr. Mu-eo obediently follows you means only one thing. You are the dragon's master. Noah was surprised, recalling the time the royal palace was scorched black because of Mu-eo.so. It's because of Mu-eo. Mu-eo, I wasn't praising you just now. Penelope suddenly remembered the recent incident. Moreover, when I checked the previous chief's magical records, I heard your name, Mississippi. But she still smiled and replied, oh, I see. That's how it is. Penelope, I'm truly sorry for being cold to you so many times before. It's because I had to pretend to be Eleonora, and my body wasn't in good condition at the time, so my mind wasn't always clear. Penelope, embarrassed, responded, it's all right, Mississippi. I understand. But actually, miss, you failed at pretending to be the Baron. The real Baron is much more lively, Noah said, chuckling awkwardly. Huh, is that so? That afternoon, they sat by the window, enjoying the sunset and some pastries. Suddenly, Penelope turned to her and asked, "But, Miss Noah, this might be a bit personal, but may I ask you a few questions?" Noah seemed confused. "What is it?" Penelope, hearing this, wasn't sure how to explain. After a moment, she finally asked, "Are you and the chief lovers?" Noah remained silent, saying nothing. A moment later, she began to sob, leaving Penelope bewildered. Is she crying? It seemed the question had struck a nerve, causing her to weep. "I don't know. It's like I've been dumped, but it also seems like I haven't," she cried, prompting Penelope to comfort her. "Miss, please don't cry." Suddenly, her eyes lit up like car headlights. "But, like being dumped, but also like not being dumped, what kind of situation is that?" Noah, however, misunderstood. "Penelope, don't tell me you're actually enjoying this. That what I said at IT was kind of like a confession, but no, it wasn't a confession, really it wasn't." But Duke Kai didn't answer any of my questions. I don't know if he's genuinely clueless or pretending to be, but wasn't he very perceptive during the investigation? Or is he really pretending? Penelope continued to comfort her. "Miss Noah, please calm down." She maintained a stoic expression and said, "While it's true that the chief is very observant during investigations, that he's not perceptive at all about other things. I know this for a fact." A small voice responded, "But can it really be like that? If you look at the chief's face, you might be able to guess, but that there are really a lot of people who like the chief. It doesn't even matter if they're male or female. They try all sorts of ways to impress him, but currently he has no intention of dating, so he doesn't even pay attention. Those people get discouraged and just end up having one-sided love for him. All confessions are ruthlessly rejected," she explained, leaving Noah dumbfounded. "Ruthlessly? Please don't comfort me, Penelope. Just consider me one of those who've been dumped." But Penelope's next words made her blush crimson. "Miss Noah, this is the first time I've seen the chief treat someone like this. Just by looking, you can tell he's very concerned about you, Miss Noah. Concerned about what you eat. He even sent his subordinates to take care of you." Noah asked in surprise, "Really?" and received the reply, "Yes, that's right. Even assigning me as your escort. I can clearly see that he treats you very specially, Miss Noah. So, what do you think if I were to be a little more forceful? Like, say something like, 'Kai, you're mine.' Would that make you shyly exclaim, 'Penelope, aren't you meddling a bit too much in other people's affairs?' But even then, Penelope would reply with unwavering conviction, 'I'm serious.' Noah stammered, 'But you look so happy, don't you?' And Penelope would simply say, 'Yes, I'm very happy.' Then a shout would ring out, 'Penelope, are you teasing me?' The next morning, a magnificent white castle appeared. At the same time, in a small corner of the courtyard inside, Mu-Eo stood bewildered, understanding nothing. The little dragon tried to look around as if searching for something. Meanwhile, Adrian, standing opposite him, looked quite dejected. He seemed lost in a tangled mess of thoughts. Mu-Eo sat for a while, but didn't say a word. On the other side were Adrian's hands tightly bound. Beside him, an identical figure looked back. Mu-Eo seemed dazed by the scene, turning back and forth to confirm the strange sight before him. Just then, someone standing outside suddenly spoke up, so as Sir Mu-Eo sees it, but was interrupted by the person next to them. "Shh." The person's face was filled with worry as they said, "Don't bother Sir Mu-Eo. Don't you see?" They continued in a long spiel while looking at the little dragon. Focus on his expression. Everyone who sees that cute face exclaims. One of them marveled, as expected of Sir Mu-Eo. It seems dragons have a different perception than humans. However, even after a long time, Mu-Eo didn't react. Just then, Mu-Eo turned around and uttered a sentence that stunned them all. "They're the same." One person could only exclaim in exasperation, "How can that be?" In a dragon's eyes, they look the same as what humans see. If this is the case, the situation will be a bit tricky. But the little dragon innocently asked back, "Tricky? Why?" After a moment of thought, the person decided to explain the defendant, Adrian Rosinio, needs to be tried. Clearly, according to the law, only one person should be tried. But now he's split into two. So, should we try them separately as two people or combine them into one and pronounce the sentence? So, will the sentence for Adrian Rosinio apply to both identical individuals? All this information made the person's head ache to the point of collapse. Or should we declare the copy he created innocent, since there's no precedent for this? So, it's very tricky for the trial. At least, you have to tell us which one is the copy, Sir Dragon. A moment later, after being set down, Eo said wearily, although the two are slightly different physically. The little dragon looked at both sides, a bit bewildered. This side is the newly created copy. But to say it's fake is a bit vague, because both have the soul of the same person. The amount of soul is also identical and divided equally between the two. Hearing this, the person seemed enlightened and said, I see. I understand. Thank you for your consideration, Sir Muio. At the same time, Kai entered from outside and asked, time's up, is the work finished? That person, upon hearing these words, exclaimed in alarm, ah, so fast. But Muio still cheerfully called out, Uncle. Before anyone could react, the little boy leaped down to where Kai was. Muio threw himself at Kai with all his might, making him slightly embarrassed. Not yet accustomed to this display of affection, he could only say, Muio. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, practically drooled. So cute. But Kai, paying them no mind, said, well then, if you'll excuse us. A moment later, they arrived at a pristine white castle. Muio, riding on Kai's shoulders, curiously asked, are we going to know his place now? He received the reply, that's right. The boy's spirits lifted a little. So now the three of us can play together. But Kai could only say, I'm sorry, I still have work to do, causing Muio to let out a disappointed huff. A woman's voice echoed from inside the house. Since I have to get a new ID card today, I need to go out. Noah seemed to still be confused, asking, what? I thought it was something urgent. Did you call me all the way here, just for a temporary ID? Kai, sitting opposite her, calmly explained, this is indeed urgent. The Emperor has ordered that it be expedited for you. She could only ask. The Emperor gave orders about my ID card. He replied without hesitation, that's right, because you are not Eleonora Assen. The fact that you are the dragon's master has spread quickly among high-ranking officials. Kai continued his explanation. So, the Emperor is waiting to meet you, and to enter the Imperial Palace, you must have a clear identity. Noah groaned. I'm already tired just thinking about it. Looking at the paper on the table, he stated firmly, even so, having a clear identity will make things more convenient. I want you to consider that before receiving an official ID, you're not a citizen of any country. Noah stubbornly countered, do I have a choice? Fortunately, Kai said, of course. Because you were born in another world, you are currently stateless, and many countries want the dragon's master as their citizen. Ah, no, the entire continent wants you. So, you just need to choose a place where you feel you can live most comfortably. This made her exclaim happily, oh, Duke Kai, what do you think is the most comfortable place to live? He replied, let's see. Since I was born and raised in Lorraine, I find Lorraine the most comfortable, but the neighboring country, Espen, has beautiful natural surroundings. It's famous for its many mountains and lakes, like scenic landscapes. Mountains and lakes. If that's the case, it would be perfect for building a house and living a peaceful and quiet life. In fact, the people of Espen also have a rather laid-back lifestyle. And the country next to Lorraine, Inut, a nation by the coast, is also quite nice. It's famous for producing luxury goods and is known as a wealthy nation. It's also a hub for culinary arts, and its sophisticated food culture has been and continues to develop. Important, but just thinking about the food makes me crazy excited. Wow, suddenly I find it quite appealing. But Kai seemed indifferent and continued to explain. Because the neighboring countries all use a common language, you don't need to worry about communication. And there are a lot of choices for you. So Miss Noah, please think carefully before choosing. Meanwhile, Mwil was also lost in thought about mountains of food. Mwil likes places with delicious food. Noah thought for a while, but still didn't have an answer. But everything seemed wonderful. Her hands clasped together, clearly showing her apprehension. Duke Kai. Finally, she looked up and asked Kai, where do you think I should live? Duke, now that I'm going to another country, you don't care? For some reason, at that moment, Kai suddenly remembered the scene of them kissing. That image seemed to make him freeze. I think because it's an important choice. So, Miss Noah should decide for herself. Yes, I think so. Those words made Noah fall into deep thought. I'm an idiot. An ordinary day, in Lawrence City. Although the fact that Noah was granted a temporary identification card as a citizen of Lauren wasn't disclosed, it seemed the information had been leaked and spread throughout the cities of the empire. Newsboys were selling the latest news. Special edition. Special news. The newspaper headline read, "The Dragon's Master has changed. Temporarily, the Dragon's Master is confirmed to be a citizen of Lauren, and the whereabouts of Baroness Eleonora, the previous Dragon's Master, are currently unverified." Next to Eleonora's picture was a photo of a mysterious girl's back. Everyone was interested in this hot news. Whoa! At Kai's police station, Pow's eyes sparkled when he mentioned Miss Noah. "I heard she's a beauty." He expected a response from the Duke, but was met with silence. Kai acted as if he hadn't heard anything, leisurely sipping his tea. Pow had to raise his voice. "When I said I heard she's a beauty, shouldn't you, Commander, have asked who I was talking about? Isn't that right? Are you just going to ignore me like this?" Kai remained focused on his paperwork. Pow then decided to tease him. "Hey, it seems like you two are dating, huh?" As expected, Kai finally spoke. "That's not the case." Powell leaned back on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling. "Is that so? Let's just say it is." He glanced at Kai, teasing, "But why is Miss Noah's hair on your coat?" Duke Kai frantically patted himself down, searching for the hair. Powell laughed heartily, feeling extremely satisfied. A slight mistake. It seems I was mistaken. Kai, though annoyed, was speechless. Powell quickly changed the subject. "Oh dear, is it this late already?" For Powell, making a quick escape was the best strategy. "I'll excuse myself." On his way out, he was still thinking about the Dragon's Master. What kind of person is she? When I arrive, I should at least meet her once. But why haven't I seen her yet? Maybe I should ask someone. I heard Penelope was assigned as her escort. Just then, Pow saw someone in the hallway. It's Penelope. Pow found someone to ask. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." She also saw him and called out, "What are you saying?" He cheerfully skipped over to her. "Is your escort duty over? Don't you have to be with Miss Noah all day?" Penelope shook her head. "No, I'm just down here for a bit, then I'll go back up." So, Pow got straight to the point. "What kind of person is Miss Noah? Where does she come from?" Penelope walked and tried to evade her colleague's questions. "I don't know. Stop asking." He tagged along behind her, persistently asking. "Rumor has it she's a beauty. Is she really a beauty?" She stopped abruptly, crossing her arms in thought. Penelope remembered the moment Noah smiled and asked her, "Penelope, are we friends?" Or the time Noah received her gift. "The cake Penelope bought is really delicious." Penelope also had to nod in agreement. She gave Pow a definitive answer. Yes, she is a beauty. Pow's jaw dropped in admiration and curiosity. Wow, so the rumors are true? I want to meet her too. But could it be that Miss Noah and our commander have that kind of relationship? Penelope was slightly taken aback. What? She stopped walking, turning back to question him. What? Did the commander say something like that? He honestly admitted, "No, I just have that feeling for some reason." Penelope was annoyed by his sentimentality. "What did you see that made you think that way?" He shrugged, adding a bit of jab. "I'm not like you. I'm very perceptive. I just feel that way." He left her speechless for a moment. Then she turned and walked away, leaving the statement, "Just know that they're not in a romantic relationship." Hal half-jokingly replied, "Really? Because you said it. I can't believe it. I tried probing once, and the commander's reaction was no joke. It was the first time I saw him act like such a fool." Penelope glanced sideways in disbelief. What? She looked up at the sky, pondering something. At a building in the Lorne Empire, a voice interrogated, "Can you tell me what you know about the cloning experiment?" Linnea hesitated for a moment before speaking. The cloning experiment is divided into 3 phases. Phase 1 is creating moving mannequins using built-in batteries. The replica the Baron showed me the first time was such a mannequin. Phase 2 involves using magic on the mannequins to create the illusion that they are human. When I was captured, I saw many such mannequins. It was truly impossible to distinguish them from humans. The interrogator started asking her some questions. "Are you aware of the fact that there's a replica modeled after you?" Linnea lowered her head to the table and replied, "Yes." Another question followed. "Did you agree to the creation of your replica?" At this, she firmly shook her head. "No, I never agreed." The interrogator helplessly asked her to continue. "I see. Let's continue then." Phase 3 is the most sinister process. Phase 3 is the official start of research on the human soul. Although I don't know for sure, I heard that separating the soul from the body requires a very elaborate technique. At that point, the mannequins will be able to speak and act no differently from humans. I heard their bodies are so sophisticated that they can almost be called human. Linnea's body trembled in spasms. She recounted the past with fear. "I tried to escape that room once. But no matter how much I searched, I couldn't see outside. Every moment, the path ahead kept changing, so I got lost. So, at that time, I tried opening each door one by one and discovered the Phase 3 laboratory. She was utterly shocked by this horrific experiment. It's not something a human could do. The interrogator mentioned the names of the suspects. Was it Adrian Rosanel who planned that experiment? Lenia sadly denied the information. As far as I know, the person who determined the objective of the experiment project was Baron Assen. The interrogator continued, is it true that Miss Vanteria signed the contract to supply the necessary items for the experiment? She replied as if frightened yes. The interrogation gradually had a stronger psychological impact. Even though you knew it was an experiment on human bodies, you still signed the contract. Vanteria suddenly felt her throat tighten. She finally decided to say, I will not answer until my lawyer arrives. Today was a beautiful day, within the grounds of a white castle where Noah was staying. She strolled out to greet someone. Your Grace, it's been a while. Duke Kai chuckled at her words. Is that so? It seems like only a week has passed since you received your citizenship certificate. Noah, looking as fresh as a bluebell, replied, even so, a week felt really long without you. These words struck the Duke's heart directly. He shyly turned his face away. Noah also fell silent, reproaching herself. Were my words a bit too much? She hurriedly changed the subject to break the tension. I heard from Penelope that Miss Lenia was interrogated a few days ago. Regarding the work, Kai immediately replied, yes, but I didn't do it directly. I assigned it to someone else. Noah nodded as she listened to him. I see. The two of them strolled and chatted within the grounds. She realized she might have misspoken. But is it okay to talk about this outside? Kai comforted her and explained a few things. It's all right, because those who have a duty aren't allowed in here. Noah continued to ask about the case. So, will Miss Lenia also be charged? He revealed some information about Lenia's testimony. She said she didn't know anything about the experiment and invested, but because she actively cooperated with the investigation, her sentence will probably be reduced. It seems those who supported the human cloning experiment can't avoid being charged. She felt a bit disappointed. I see. Since I met her a few times, I have some feelings for her, so I guess that's not possible. But if you think about it, wasn't it all Eleonora's doing, both Adrian and Lenia? Just looking at her, you can tell she has a bad personality. How could she entice those two? Is beauty enough to excuse that kind of personality? Such a cruel woman. But there are also rumors that Miss Lenia and Eleonora have that kind of relationship. Kai said, although Lenia and Vanteria haven't answered about her relationship with the Baron yet, according to what I've found out, it doesn't seem to be a romantic relationship. Noah was bewildered. Is that so? When I read Adrian's diary, I really felt like they were having an affair. He started analyzing the reasons why they weren't in love. Eleonora Assen was only using people for her own benefit to get investments from Vanteria. In manipulating Adrian's psychology, it seems she intentionally made the relationship unclear. Noah asked, puzzled, manipulating his psychology? How? Kai explained, to make him jealous and to make him cling to her because he felt like he was being abandoned. A feeling of loneliness welled up inside her. Really, there's no one who loves me. Noah sympathized. Although Adrian is really a bad person and deserves to be punished, thinking about Eleanor's side makes him seem a little pitiful. When I was on the rooftop, I felt Adrian was like that. He thought no one loved him. Because I used to have that kind of thinking, it felt like my own story. At that moment, I suddenly remembered the time I tried my best to show those who didn't love me. Because I thought if I could prove something, I could be loved. To prove that, I really tried my best. It's foolish, isn't it? Both Adrian and me. Suddenly, Duke Kai spoke up. Miss Noah is someone who receives a lot of love. Even though I witnessed the evil things Adrian did, I still feel like I'm very similar to him. After confirming Baroness Eleonora's death, the investigation into Vanteria will continue. In my opinion, Miss Noah isn't someone who would harm others like that. On the contrary, she helps others. Kai looked sincerely at her. Will thought the same. Noah lowered her head, choked up, and called out, Duke Kai. Then she suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly. He blushed crimson and stammered, Miss Noah, please let go. She immediately stepped back. Nonchalantly, I apologize for hugging you so tightly. Thank you for comforting me. Kai, still flustered, mumbled, it's nothing. Noah continued asking about the case, specifically about Adrian. How is Adrian now? Is he cooperating with the investigation? Kai sighed. He tried to commit suicide once, and has been quite resistant to the investigation. Noah was surprised by his extreme reaction and asked, "Suicide? How? Isn't he being detained to the point where he can't do anything? How is that possible?" Among the things Baroness Eleonora invented, there's a chip that's like a bomb. It's usually used by illegal groups for assassinations. I think it might have been implanted in his body. He's still alive, right? Kai replied casually, "Of course. Fortunately, all our efforts were successful. He's currently wearing a special device, so he can't use magic." "Miss Noah, I have a favor to ask you today as the master of the dragon." Noah looked at him curiously. "What is it?" Kai replied, "As you know, Adrian is currently split into two people. A copy. No, it's more accurate to say he's been split in two. Since this is the first time someone has been split like this, the current situation is very difficult." Noah had guessed what he wanted to ask, so the favor you want to ask me is... Kai just sighed and nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's right. I want to ask you, can you make Adrian, who has been split in two, whole again?" She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, I'm not sure right now. My magic use isn't from learning or training, so I really don't know what magic I can use or even understand. Since I normally only use magic when I want to, it's not that I can't control it. I think I'll have to go with Muil to find out, since I don't know if I can manage on my own. Kai replied, "That I see. As long as you're all right, I'll request a special interrogation." Noah responded, a little worried, yes. Noah followed him out of the castle grounds, thinking he decided on his own. Even though Duke Kai said I'm different from Andrian, he still thinks we're the same. He just won't give me a chance to say it. It's not fair that only Eleonora, who caused all this, is sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, someone called out, "Duke, Commander." It was Penelope. "Yes, oh, you're here." Beside her, Will waved uncle. Kai looked at them incredulously. "What are you two doing?" Penelope was holding a dog leash attached to Pau's neck and pulling him along, while Will was riding on Pau's back. Penelope answered calmly, "Well..." She quickly explained the situation. Pau is currently playing the role of a horse from Wheel. Mul kept hitting Pau, yelling, giddy up, making him cry out weakly, "Ugh, this is humiliating." He pleaded tearfully, "Commander, help me. I feel like my dignity as a human being has been destroyed." Kai simply reminded him, "Wheel, that's enough." Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Wait a minute. Pau, seeing the change in Kai's expression, paled. "Oh no, I think I misread the situation." Ignoring Pau's pleas of wait. Kai turned to Noah. He dashed Pau's hopes with his next words. "Miss Noah, let's go. I'll escort you today." Noah, surprised, asked, "Oh, is that all right?" "I'm glad." She then offered, "Would you like to have dinner before we go?" Kai closed his eyes and agreed, "All right." Pau could only yell at the air, "Commander," as Muil continued to ride him, shouting, "Giddy up, giddy up." The scene changed to a warm room. On the table were a plate of delicious-looking cookies and 2 cups of tea. Muil, nibbling on a cookie, said, It might be possible to turn him back into one person, but there's a condition." Noah asked, a little puzzled. "The condition?" Muil, sensing her confusion, quickly explained, "This is just my guess, but for a soul to be transferred safely, the person's own will is very important. And to receive the rest of the soul, the body needs to be healthy." Kai quickly replied, "That might be difficult." Hearing this, Noah asked, "Is Andrian not cooperating?" Kai continued, "Currently, Andrian Rosinal doesn't seem to have the will to live. Didn't I tell you that before?" Noah asked again, "You said he tried to commit suicide, right?" He replied, "Yes. And what Muil said is even more serious, especially for Andrian." Noah wondered, are the two Andrians in different conditions? Kai quickly recounted. It seems his copy has become more aggressive. He tends to express hatred and resentment towards Eleonora. He has resisted the Guan. The other one, the real Andrian, is more docile. He looks like he's lost the will to live, refusing to eat or drink, not moving, just lying there. They're giving him Xing Du medicine, and along with magic, it seems like he's being forced to live. He's become much weaker. After hearing the story, Noah fell silent. That evening, in front of the building, Mo was still fast asleep. Noah was also asleep. Her memories suddenly came flooding back. A quiet question echoed. "Miss Noah, have you been eating properly lately?" A reply followed. "Yes, I have." The other person said, "I've noticed you haven't been eating lunch lately." "Yes, well, I don't know why." Noah wondered. "I'm working, it's so annoying. Normally people don't even greet me. What's gotten into him all of a sudden?" The dark-skinned man suddenly exclaimed, "This might make you uncomfortable, so I haven't said anything. But Miss Noah, you haven't been looking well lately. You're too thin." The dark-skinned man suddenly offered a red bag and said, "I bought this for you, Miss Noah. I know you work very hard, but you should rest a bit before continuing." Then he offered his help. "If you want to share some of the work, just tell me. I can help you." Noah silently looked at the bag. She opened it and found a box of rolled omelets. Now Noah was awake, but she vividly remembered that moment. That person back then. I don't remember his face, do I? The scene shifted to another place. Penelope spoke up. These are the people who were found at the Department of Magic. If you have any requests for the Department of Magic, please speak to these two. The two people behind her replied in turn, we're happy to help. We also hope you can help us. Penelope walked out, not forgetting to instruct, I'll be standing outside, so when you're finished, just call me. Noah couldn't help but exclaim, It's only been a few weeks, but he looks really thin. She then turned to Muil and asked, Muil, is it possible? Muil honestly replied, because he looks so weak, I'm not sure. Although it's possible to move the soul, his body might not be able to withstand it. Hearing this, Noah turned to the other two and asked, is there no magic that can help the body become stronger? The two honestly replied, no, there's no such magic. The most effective magic right now is hypnosis. It can help control eating and movement. But using hypnosis magic on a prisoner is illegal. The man beside her seemed regretful as he replied, if Lady Eleonora were still alive. However, before he could finish, the red-haired woman beside him interrupted, scolding, don't joke about such absurd things. The minister's current state is all because of her. She angrily raised her voice even before. Then she turned to Noah and apologized. Excuse me, Dragon Lord, for arguing like this in front of you. Noah quickly replied, not at all. I want to hear more. What do you mean by even before? She sighed and recounted, the minister, no, before Lord Andrian often had suicidal thoughts. If his relationship with Lady Eleonora wasn't good, then habitually, even those at work would notice. So, the man beside her added, I just thought, if Lady Eleonora were by the minister's side, perhaps he would regain his vitality. I apologize for saying something inappropriate given the current situation. The red-haired woman continued, even if that woman were still alive, do you think she would stay by Andrian's side? Noah looked pensive upon hearing this. Then she declared, I'll try talking to him. The door opened, and Noah stepped inside the room. She walked slowly towards the back of the room, looking at the back of the person before her. She softly began, hello, I came here to help you become yourself again, but since you're so weak right now, it probably won't work. Why aren't you eating? Are you trying to kill yourself? Andrian remained silent, lost in thought. Noah continued, I met two of your subordinates outside. They seem very worried about you. I'm also worried about you. Please eat something. Andrian still seemed distrustful, replying indifferently, don't lie. Then he continued, if it's those two, they'd be worried, of course. This is unprecedented. No matter what predictions were made, this was unforeseen. That's why you want me to become myself again, isn't it? The fact that both defendants were human has already spread widely. Right now, all the attention is on me, so turning me back to normal will be quite difficult. So you came here to persuade me, right? Because it seems like the easiest method. Worried? Is that why you're like this? You say you're worried about me? Really, you have no persuasive talent whatsoever. Do you think that if you say that, I'll suddenly change my mind and cooperate with you? Don't lie so blatantly. It's irritating. Noah suddenly recalled the lonely scene of herself working. She spaced out for a moment, but then quickly replied, well, I plan to awaken. Eleonora soon. I found a vessel containing Eleonora's soul in your laboratory. Her body is being well preserved in my space. I intend to borrow Muil's magic to return her soul to her body. Noah confessed, to be honest, it's because of you that I decided to do this. She then asked, don't you want to see Eleonora again? On second thought, maybe you don't want to see her again, since she's the one who hurt you. If you don't want to, I'll stop. Hearing this, Andrian couldn't remain calm any longer. He quickly turned and grabbed Noah's hand as she was about to leave. Andrian stammered, see, I'll see her. He pleaded, see, I want to see her. As he spoke, tears fell down his face, a victim of love. Ashoked sobiskapid hingeli. Noah remained silent. She looked back at Andrian. Then, frankly, she said, I haven't lied to you about anything. Everyone is very worried about you. So promise me you'll eat properly. If you skip even one meal, I won't save. Eleonora. Andrian finally softly replied, I understand. Noah then reached out and touched Andrian's face. Andrian awkwardly brushed her hand away and said loudly, what are you doing? The other two are also stunned, not knowing what to say. Noah quickly explained, don't misunderstand, I didn't do that to praise you. Then she turned away, not forgetting to say, I'll contact you again soon. Goodbye. Andrian was extremely confused. He thought, what's suddenly gotten into her? When they returned, Noah said, I told him I would wake Eleonora up. Kai was surprised. What? Noah spoke up. I'm sorry for acting on my own. Noah recalled memories of her old world and explained, but Andrian looks like he's about to die. He's not eating, he's not sleeping. You know how dangerous his condition is. Kai seemed puzzled and asked, why are you so worried about him? To the point of making that promise without permission. Noah honestly replied, to be honest, it's because I'm worried. Andrian is a criminal who committed heinous crimes and caused pain to many people. So I think he should receive a punishment equal to what he has done. But besides the crimes Andrian committed, because he's like me, I keep thinking about it. Didn't you say Andrian and I are different? Although I'm very grateful for those words. But if I were in the same situation as Andrian, if I wasn't lucky enough to meet good people like you and Wheel, then I might have done something just as horrible. Kai fell into deep thought after hearing this. He then asked Noah, do you think it's possible? Her soul has been separated from her body for years. Noah replied, but if we borrow Muil's power, it might be possible. I've also been continuously using restoration magic in the space to keep her body from weakening. Thinking back, he used the people of Heron as experimental subjects and caused pollution. And he took advantage of the people around him and made things difficult for them for a long time. All of that was caused by Eleonora, wasn't it? But for her to just die without atoning for what she did, isn't that too cowardly? Even if I don't know if it will work, I want to try. She then asked, will you allow me? Kai replied helplessly, weren't you saying you were going to do it and just informing me? Noah grinned and replied, that's right. He then explained, currently, Baroness Eleonora is known to be in a coma, but if putting her soul back in her body fails, she will also be considered dead. And if it succeeds, she will have to pay for the sin she committed. If it succeeds, it will be a great comfort to the victims and the families of the victims. The scene changed to the clear blue sky in front of the mansion. Noah called and spoke to the other end. It's evening. Did he eat today? The other side quickly replied, yes, although he still looks lifeless and is hindering the investigation. He ate a full meal. Noah sighed in relief and replied, that's good then. Finally, she didn't forget to add, thank you for letting me know. Call me again tomorrow. Then she hung up. Noah then made a gesture of determination. She walked away into the distance. She arrived at a room and called out, Mule, are you awake? Mule, take me there, okay? The little one asked, are we going to day 2? Yes, we're going to day 2. Hearing that, Mule obediently replied, okay. Sparkling lights continuously surrounded the two of them. These sparkling lights made the two disappear. Quickly, they entered a different space. Noah couldn't help but reminisce. How many days has it been since we returned Eleonora's soul to her body? Mule immediately replied, it's been 7 days. At this moment, Noah couldn't help but exclaim, oh my, the trial is coming soon. Then she affirmed, Mule, today we must wake her up. The little one replied, okay. At this point, the two had arrived at their destination. Eleonora was adrift in a vast expanse, standing alone in the middle of it. Noah requested, Mule, I'm counting on you today as well. Mule quickly responded, okay. The little one extended their hand into the distance, the little dragon's hand seeming to transmit something. The space was blended with a blue color, and that blue light gradually surrounded Eleonora. Noah earnestly pleaded, Eleonora, please wake up. Eleonora slowly opened her eyes. Noah was surprised. Eleonora, are you awake? Eleonora opened her eyes with indifference. Noah was suddenly struck by a surge of power approaching her face. Noah's eyes widened in surprise. Then she dispelled that magic. Eleonora coldly asked, blocking my magic? Who are you? Why are you here? That thing. Seeing Mule, she called out, dragon. Eleonora pondered, and that woman is the dragon's master, isn't she? Eleonora looked at herself and assessed, my body has become weak without any muscle, and my weight has decreased considerably. She was somewhat disappointed as she replied to herself, has my experiment failed? Eleonora looked around, thinking to herself, if I had grasped the dragon's power, I would have succeeded. Yet, that foolish-looking woman holds the dragon's power? What a waste. Then she turned to Noah and asked, so, what are you going to do now? Noah frankly replied, I woke you up to make you pay for your crimes. Do you know how many people have suffered because of you? Eleonora still appeared arrogant as she retorted, suffered? Atone? I don't understand what you're talking about. I've never harmed anyone. What I gave everyone could be called a blessing, couldn't it? And the people I used were just parasites of this society. Those parasites have no ability and don't know how to strive in this society. Although they all enjoy the freely available civilization developed by an intelligent person and pretend to be intellectuals like me. In reality, they're just a bunch of primitive people who don't think. I merely gave those people the opportunity to participate in my experiment. The moment they were used in my laboratory was the most valuable moment of their lives. Noah listened and coldly replied, although I anticipated this, you and I really can't communicate, can we? Eleonora indifferently said, you used the dragon's power to wake me up. Just to say that? If it were me, I would rather. Indeed, Eleonora continued, drawing excessively close to Noah and softly uttering each word. I would rather you make a deal with me. Noah was startled and asked a deal. Eleonora looked at her with disdain and replied, just by looking, I can tell. Even though you possess the dragon's power, you use natural magic so clumsily. You must have never used applied magic or know how to produce magic tools. I excel at applying magic to objects and creating devices. Moreover, I've produced and distributed them on a large scale many times. I can provide you with that ability and knowledge. So, share the dragon's power with me. If the dragon and I join forces, there's nothing we can't do. Therefore, make a deal with me. You'll become my partner. Noah backed away, shouting, I don't want to. Then she thought to herself, her eyes were so scary, I accidentally used formal language. Eleonora exclaimed in exasperation, it seems you don't understand. This deal isn't disadvantageous to you at all. Then, Eleonora recounted Noah's hardships. There are people who bullied you and made you suffer, right? I can kill them without even the gods or devils knowing. Do you want to become the ruler of a nation? Power, money, connections, I have it all. If you want it now, I can give it to you. I can also help you maintain your beauty forever. The dragon's power is so transcendent that it surpasses even time. Noah simply replied, I don't want those things. Eleonora fell into deep thought. If that's the case, do you have a man you like? The question elicited an immediate reaction from Noah. Catching that moment, Eleonora exclaimed, oh ho. She then made a tempting offer. I can make that man into someone who suits your tastes. Do you have any requirements for a lover? Noah stammered, he's not really my lover. Is that so? Eleonora asked curiously why. Because he doesn't love you. Noah retorted, why should I answer that? Eleonora pressed on, if you make a deal with me, you can have him as easily as eating porridge. Magic can control a person's heart. I can make that man confess his love to you immediately. I can make him say he loves only you and wants to be yours. I can even make him love you all night long. She finished with a tempting question. What do you think? Do you agree? Noah pushed Eleonora away. I was just listening to what you had to say, but I won't listen to your nonsense. Eleonora said, that's unreasonable. Noah replied, it's not unreasonable at all. You told me to join forces with you? How shameless. You used Andrian and Lenia and then threw them away like disposable tools, didn't you? Eleonora asked curiously. You know Andrian? The man you like, so that's how it is. Noah said, think what you want, Eleonora. Just then, the power of the accessory began to reveal itself. While they were still arguing, it's best to stop the idle chatter here. The light from the interconnected green quartz stones interacted with each other. Eleonora was slightly shocked. What are you doing? Noah replied, isn't this suddenly attacking someone? You come up with such unrealistic proposals, Eleonora. You're truly dangerous. I think it would be better to deprive you of the magic you possess. Eleonora felt a sharp pain. Hey, those deep blue eyes threatened. I'll kill you. I'll kill you by tearing your body apart, piece by piece. But Noah remained calm. It's a shame that your talent isn't being used properly, Eleonora. Immediately, Eleonora's body was racked with intermittent, agonizing pain. Ugh, she groaned, clutching herself in pain. A week after Eleonora woke up, Andrian's divided soul returned to his original body. Although a private meeting between Andrian and Eleonora was denied due to procedural issues, the king respected the opinion of Noah, the dragon's master, and allowed Andrian to see Eleonora from a separate room. The man who opened the door said, this is a meeting specially permitted by His Majesty. Please come in. Andrian gently stepped forward. Eleonora's characteristic pink hair. She sat motionless on the bed. Andrian was completely shocked to see Eleonora. Her motionless form. He wanted to be closer to her, to care for her. But a guard stopped him. Wait, don't approach her. But Kai signaled, leave it. He doesn't know, but he emphasized he can't do anything in her current state anyway. Andrian couldn't speak. He thought, her dragon is healthy. It really is Eleonora. He seemed relieved. Thank goodness. At this moment, something caught Andrian's attention. He asked everyone, Eli doesn't have any magic-suppressing devices on her. What? Noah stepped forward and said, Eleonora can't use magic anymore. Andrian was surprised. What? Noah said, I've confiscated all her abilities to see, feel, or use magic. Andrian was curious. Is that even possible? Noah replied, yes, I borrowed Muel's power. He seemed to understand. I see. There's nothing a dragon's power can't do. Huh? Noah inquired, are you all right? Aren't you scared or angry? He simply replied, I'm not angry. It's just something I tried to do for years and failed. Yet it was resolved so simply with a dragon's power. It leaves me feeling empty. Before, I just thought Eli was arrogant, a human who greedily desired divine power. I truly didn't understand Eli and thought she was childish, but I also respected that about her. And now I understand that we both wish for the impossible, both Eli and I. Perhaps losing her magic might be an opportunity for Eli, a chance to wake up from a dream that could never be realized. Although, if Eli heard this, she would probably be furious. She looked at Andrian, puzzled. Kai also became pensive, reflecting the current atmosphere. Noah stepped forward to comfort Andrian. Then the guard said, time's up. I'm sorry, but everyone has to leave now. Please follow the guard's instructions. Andrian thought, am I just going to leave like this without seeing Eleonora again? No, I'll see her at the trial. And after the trial, he looked back at Eleonora longingly one last time. He couldn't believe it that I don't want to leave her. Andrian realized something, but then Andrian went outside. Noah gently took his hand. There's still a little hope. Let's go. Andrian replied, yes. Eleonora was alone in the room. She was slowly coming to terms with life after waking up that I can't feel anything. The magic in my body, the energy that moves things, I can't feel it. I can't see it. What can I do? Do I have to rely on magic tools? Live a dull, ordinary life like everyone else. Eleonora composed herself. That woman, she turned me into a cripple. I want to kill her. That woman, the dragon, everyone who did this to me. She started to lose control, that I'll kill them all. I'll kill everyone. I'll kill them all. I'll kill. Not long after, the headquarters received a letter. They discussed, a letter from Eleonora? She's persistent. Ever since the announcement about her losing her magic, no one's on her side anymore. The seated woman replied, she still has assets that haven't been seized, so she's probably trying everything she can. She's also written a lot to her lawyer. Send this letter for me today. The man took the letter. Yes, I understand. When he went outside, the messenger asked, is this all? The other man replied, yes, that's all for today. The messenger continued, all right, then I'll be going. A car drove off. At Owen's office, delivery, please sign here. Yes. He opened the letter, thoughtfully picking up Eleonora's previous letter. The recipient was reviewing the letters. The man then went outside. He walked down a deserted street and sat down on a bench. Then, he opened a newspaper and began to read. Meanwhile, someone else came and sat down. It was a woman. She sat down next to the man. Then, the man simply placed a bag down and left. Now only the bag remained. She read, oh my, lost all her magic? Seems to be true. Offering this much money from the start. She wants us to deal with the dragon's owner. I thought so before, but this woman is truly vicious. A young man wondered, are you going to take the job? She replied, would I? She looked dangerous. Even so, if it's just Kai Leonard, it might be possible. That evening, at the Duke's residence, a distinctive black car drove along the road. Muel was nestled in Noah's arms. She looked at the road as she gently soothed Muel to sleep. She looked at Kai. Duke, Kai, he hasn't said anything the whole way, has he? He said, we're here. Please get out, Mississippi. She replied, yes, yes. She was a little embarrassed. Duke Kai. Have a cup of tea before you go. But Kai said, no need. No hasta da. Will you walk me? Kai pondered for a moment. He said, it's not that I'm walking you, but because I can't understand Miss Noah here, that's why. She seemed confused. Understand about what? After that, Kai asked her, why are you so concerned about Andrine Vozinal? That much? Is he that pitiful? Or is it because Baroness Eleonora used him? Think back to the things Andrine has done. How many people have died and been injured over the years? There are also those who have to live the rest of their lives with disabilities. Noah said, it's not that I think Andrine did well or anything, but Andrine and Eleonora were lovers for quite a long time, weren't they? Like you said, he was mentally manipulated, so... However, Kai said, he's not a child who can't live without Baroness Eleonora's protection. He's a normal adult who can make his own judgments. Just like how you awakened Eleonora's body. What he did wasn't to compensate the victims, but to put Eleonora Assen at ease. What do you see in him that makes you pity him and feel sorry for him like that? I can't understand it. She just stood there silently. She thought to herself, no, but I don't particularly pity him or anything. Did I come across that way? Because Andrine looked pitiful. I thought he was like me, and so I treated him well. Lost in thought, Kai said goodbye. I'll be going now. She snapped back to reality. Duke Kai, wait. Please don't make excuses. I don't want to hear it. She just stood there. At that moment, it started to rain outside, as if the sadness was expressed by the drops of pouring rain. The rain continued to fall incessantly everywhere. Penelope was looking after Muil. Yoel, it's raining today too. Huh? It's been a few days already. Master Muil, aren't you bored? The boy replied, I am. He wasn't happy at all and frowned immediately. Penelope thought to herself, Master Muil doesn't seem to have any energy at all, does he? Nearby, Noah was still sitting near the door, gazing into the distance. She kept looking, even though it was just the rain falling listlessly. Penelope was worried about her. She said, Duke Kai seems quite busy these days. Penelope said, Master is, of course, very busy these days. Baroness Eleanor's trial is coming up soon. If he had free time, he would have come to see Miss Noah. Besides, there are rumors going around that he's been going on blind dates, so she suddenly thought, I shouldn't have mentioned the blind dates. If Pao were here, he'd tease me about it forever. Being a duke, he really has no tact. She finally blurted it out, Penelope. Noah thought, blind dates. Penelope continued, Master goes on blind dates once a year. It's absolutely nothing special, just an annual thing. Miss Noah knows that, don't you? That Master is absolutely not interested in marriage or anything like that. Because he's Kai, the perpetually single, it's unavoidable. Kai once said, Lauren is truly considered a confirmed bachelor. Noah remained silent. After a moment, she spoke. It's true, he's like that. Penelope looked startled. Just then, there was a noise outside. Oh, it seems someone has arrived. We weren't expecting any visitors. I'll go see who it is. She addressed Noah. Your Majesty? Noah nodded. Yes. Penelope opened the door and asked, Who is it? She recognized the uniform. This uniform? The young man wore a white uniform with red trim on the sleeves. He said, A letter from His Majesty the King for Your Majesty Noah. Penelope was surprised. His Majesty the King? Not long after, the table was laden with delicious food. The young man explained, These are all dishes prepared by the most renowned chef in the palace. I hope they suit the Dragon Master's palate. She simply replied, Yes, and then fell silent again. Eleanora delicately picked at the food and nibbled, but she remained as melancholic as before. The emperor was sweating. Oh dear, is she perhaps feeling tense? He asked, Does the food not suit your taste? We can have something else prepared. Noah shook her head. No, it's delicious. But more importantly, is there something you called me here for? The emperor immediately got to the point. You may have already guessed, but I hope you will become a citizen of Lauren. That is why I invited you here today. If you become a citizen of Lauren and use the dragon's power for Lauren's benefit, I promise to treat you with the utmost respect. I hear the Dragon Master prefers quiet places. In the east of Lauren, in the town of Accra, there is an area with rolling hills and a large lake. I intend to build a mansion there for the Dragon Master. Accra has a beautiful natural environment and is close to the capital, so young nobles and newly rich families often build villas there for convenience. It is also one of the villages chosen for commercial development. Of course, the construction of the mansion is a gift from my heart. I will pay a fair price for all the work the Dragon Master does. Lauren needs you, and for Lauren, I promise to compensate you accordingly. What do you think? Noah simply replied, That's impressive. I'll think about it. The emperor said, Are you not satisfied? If there's anything you want, just tell me. She replied, No, I'm actually very satisfied, but I just don't know what to do. It's just a personal matter. He listened to understand her better. A personal matter? May I ask what it is? Perhaps it's something I can help resolve. Eleonora remained silent for a moment. Then she softly confided, I'm in love with someone, but that person despises me. I don't have the confidence to face them again. I feel like I'd rather go somewhere far away and endure until I forget them. He suddenly understood. Oh dear, he thought. It really is a personal reason. The emperor forced a smile. There are many handsome men in Lauren. Seeing her expression darken, he quickly added, I'm joking, just joking. I understand your turmoil, but I hope you'll consider a more positive perspective. If I no longer had the power to protect the person I love, and I was in love, I think I would choose to stay by their side. Eleonora seemed to understand, but remained silent. A moment later, a servant came to clear the table. A butler noticed the wine glass. He said, Has the Dragon Master finished her meal? Judging by her expression, it seems the food wasn't to her liking. But the emperor said no, the food was delicious, but she seems to have something on her mind. That evening at Kai's house, he was deeply engrossed in his work. Kai remained diligently focused on his deadlines. Igshostid Isaida. I'll give this to Penelope and Pow tomorrow morning. And this one, I'll have someone send it to the lawyer's office. There was a knock at the door. Kai replied, "Come in." A subordinate, looking concerned, asked him, aren't you going home, sir? I heard you've been leaving at midnight for weeks now. Kai, taking it as a matter of course, replied, "I'm working because I can. I was just about to leave anyway." The subordinate, still worried about Kai's condition, cautiously reminded him, "Even so, you were also spacing out this morning. Please take care of your health before working." Kai, looking down at the documents on his desk, as if pondering something for a long while, finally replied, "I know." Seeing this, the subordinate left the room. Then, "I'll excuse myself." After being left alone in the room, Kai sadly ruffled his hair. He's right. What am I doing, making my colleagues worry about me? But if I don't work, I keep thinking about that day. Kai unconsciously recalled that day, with Lady Noah in a room, resolutely refusing her explanation. "Please don't make excuses, I don't want to hear it." But Kai always knew his own feelings about that day. "Actually, I know it too, that I'm just jealous of Andrine Vozinal." Whether Lady Noah sympathized with him or not, she never participated in any of Andrine Vozinal's trials. And taking advantage of the current situation, since everyone is eager to impress the Dragon Master, changing the content of the trial isn't difficult. Andrine will actually receive the opposite verdict than originally planned. And as long as Eleonora behaves herself. Night fell, and dawn broke at the Kai dukedom. His older brother appeared, splendid and full of life. "Ah, my dear younger brother, good morning." In contrast, after a sleepless night, Kai, with a tired and gloomy face, replied, "Good morning." Seeing Kai's face, his older brother grabbed his shoulders in alarm and asked, "Brother, what's wrong? What happened to your once handsome face? Couldn't you sleep? Who made you work so much?" Kai briefly explained, "I'm fine, so let me go, I have to work. It's just a bit of a backlog." After calming down and looking at his brothers retreating back, he seriously worried to himself. That kid has completely lost his spirit, hasn't he? At this rate, will he even be able to go on his blind date peacefully tonight? That night at the villa, both families gathered at the large dining table in the spacious house. At the dining table, Kai sat quietly and calmly. Across from him, a young woman sat silently, seemingly unhappy about this meeting, unsure of what to say. An unnervingly silent atmosphere hung over the large meal. Kai's older brother couldn't stand the awkwardness. "Well, this is uncomfortable. I think I'll excuse myself." He spoke up, immediately breaking the tedious silence. "Mother, something's come up, so I'll be stepping out for a bit. Please excuse me." After closing the door, he thought to himself, "I need to sneak into the kitchen and grab my dessert." On his way to retrieve his dessert, he encountered a maid. Young master." Kai's brother asked, "Is there something you wanted to tell me?" The maid seemed hesitant. "Well, that is," she continued. A young woman suddenly arrived, looking for the second young master. She said she would wait until he was finished. Kai's brother seemed surprised at a guest for Kai. "I should go and see." The two of them went to investigate, one after the other. As they walked, Kai's brother couldn't help but wonder, a young woman looking for Kai? Could it be the Dragon Master from the rumors? I can't just ignore this interesting development. They hadn't even seen her face yet when they heard a voice. Excuse me. I heard you're here to see Kai." Noah hesitated. "Yes, I apologize for coming unannounced." With the same cheerful expression, Kai's brother acted politely. "Not at all. Please come in and wait comfortably." Noah thought to herself, brown hair and a small build, exactly like the Dragon Master I've heard about. But this child seems to resemble this young lady. Black hair, isn't it? The image of the two guests he had just met lingered in Kai's brother's mind. Suddenly, he seemed to realize a connection between them and his younger brother, Kai. Kai, that little rascal, didn't say anything to the family, but a meek little cat like him is actually stirring things up, huh? Kai's brother asked, "Who is this child?" Noah didn't hide anything and replied, "This is Mui Eo." Mui Eo is a dragon. Hearing this, he was stunned. "A dragon?" She softly replied, "Yes." She thought to herself, "Isn't that what you asked me?" Surprised, Kai's brother let out a loud laugh to cover his embarrassment. "Haha, I didn't think the great dragon would be in the form of a small child. Well, please follow me. I'll take you to the drawing room." Back in the dining room, everyone at the table maintained their initial serious expressions. Lien stammered, "If you don't mind, could I speak with Kai privately?" Kai's mother picked up on the cue and readily agreed. "Please go ahead. It seems Miss Lien is quite shy." As Kai and Lien left the room, a voice called out from inside. Please pardon my daughter's lack of warmth, Duke. She tends to misspeak in front of others. There's servants waiting outside. I'll have someone show you to the drawing room. Lien subtly dismissed the servant. It's all right. You can go. Kai knows where the drawing room is. Facing Lien, the servant looked troubled. Yes, but Lien glanced at Kai, wanting him to speak up. Kai said, it's fine. You can go ahead. Yes, I understand. Kai led Lien towards the drawing room. As they walked, Lien suddenly spoke up from behind him. There's no need to go to the drawing room. Please go back to your room and rest, Kai. You look quite tired. I know you have no intention of getting married. I only came here because my parents insisted. I don't want us to waste time talking about trivial matters. Lien remained silent, as if deep in thought for a long moment, then spoke. I understand. She followed Kai, her expression still troubled, to his room. Seeing Kai head towards the bed, she said, you should get some rest. It's better than just sitting here staring at each other, killing time. Kai replied, thank you. He thought, asterisk this way, I can rest easy. Just a short nap, asterisk. After confirming Kai was asleep, she fidgeted, her gaze settling on the chair in front of her. She went over, picked it up, and placed it against the door, barricading it. Lien suddenly put on a gas mask. She approached the bed where Kai lay sleeping, while simultaneously opening a bottle of something that emitted a pungent odor. She opened the lid, and behind the gas mask, her face was impassive, devoid of emotion as she watched the strong scent waft out. The aroma filled the room, and even in his sleep, Kai's consciousness still perceived it. Asterisk, a shadowy figure. What's going on? I just want to sleep like this. I don't want to open my eyes. What is this scent? I think I've smelled it before. Asterisk. It's like the scent of lilac. Kai's eyes snapped open. Unbelievable. It's a hallucinogen. Suddenly, a hand holding a black knife lunged towards him. Kai reacted quickly, dodging to the side. He fell off the bed from the force of the dodge, hitting the small table beside it. He grabbed the small table and unexpectedly swung it, and hit Lien in the head. Unable to avoid it, she was sent sprawling. Asterisk, who sent her? Could this be related to the job I just took? Damn it. Asterisk. He tried the door, but it wouldn't open. He turned to look for another way out and saw the lamp on the table. A second later, the glass of the door shattered. Kai used the lamp to break the glass and escape. Meanwhile, behind him, Lien slowly, shakily tried to get up. Hearing the noise, Kai reacted with caution and turned back. At the same time, a familiar hand grabbed his head. Damn it. Behind him, Lien angrily held his head. Damn it, that hurts, you know. I was going to let you go peacefully, but I guess not. Kai Leonard. You can give up now. You're about to pass out anyway, so don't bother struggling. Kai was starting to feel dizzy. Asterisk, I should have pulled off her gas mask, but I don't have the strength. Asterisk. Asterisk, is this the end for me? If I had known this was the last time, I wouldn't have been so angry. I wouldn't have pretended not to know anything and avoided her. If only I had apologized to her. Asterisk. As if sensing something, Noah sat listlessly in the living room, holding a teacup. Suddenly, the cup slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor, into pieces. In the living room, Kai's older brother was startled by the sound. Oh my, are you all right? Noah exclaimed in a panic. Ah, I'm sorry. The teacup. She wrung her hands, anxious and flustered. Where is Duke, Kai? His brother replied. Ah, he's probably still eating in the dining room. I felt a bit uncomfortable with the atmosphere there, so I excused myself. Noah lowered her head in thought, as if pondering something. Suddenly, she stood up abruptly. I have a feeling something's not right. Kai's brother was surprised by her reaction. What do you mean? Duke Kai. I think Duke Kai is in danger. I'm sorry, I have to go. Kai's older brother was stunned. What? 2 people, 1 adult and 1 child, abandoned in a large room. He stammered. Oh my God, what's going on? Mui EO, looking at him, finally spoke that IT seems like Uncle is in danger. Kai's brother asked suspiciously, Uncle? Back in the room, Kai suddenly came to. Lien was still pressing his head against the door, not giving him any chance to escape. You can stop now. You won't be able to hold on much longer anyway. Kai forced himself to stay conscious, stay awake. If I faint now, I'll die. Suddenly, he mustered all his strength and shoved Lien hard. Kai seized the opportunity to turn and ram a shard of broken glass into Lien's hand. Lien cried out in pain as the shard embedded itself deep in her arm. Not stopping there, Kai followed up with a decisive punch to her stomach. After receiving Kai's powerful blow, she sprawled on the floor. But Kai didn't stop. He straddled her, preparing to land another punch to her face. Suddenly, Kai lost all his strength and collapsed beside Lien. Seeing Kai unconscious, Lien was furious. She struggled to her feet. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Once up, she slumped back down to the floor. I was too careless, wasn't I? Damn it. Why get back? I'll have to use Sister Thwong as an excuse to demand double. First, I have to deal with this bastard. Just then, a pair of feet and a shadowy figure appeared in the dark room. Noah stood silently, looking down at Kai lying on the floor. Lien stood there, bewildered. What? Who are you? Where did you come from? She wondered. How did she get in here? The door is still locked. Noah crouched down beside Kai, looking at him with concern. She leaned closer, trying to check on him. When she felt Kai's breath, her face softened. After checking him, Noah sat up straight, relieved. Thank goodness he's still alive. Lien wondered, could this woman be the Dragon Master? While she was lost in thought, searching for an answer, Noah spoke. What have you done? Her voice echoed in the room. What? Noah's voice hardened. Tio Duke Kai, what have you done? Lien frowned, irritated, and removed her gas mask. Damn it. I blocked all possible entrances, the windows, and the main door. Where did this woman come from? However she got in, the fact that she could enter without me sensing anything means she definitely has powers. Can I really complete this job now? Noah repeated. I asked, what have you done to Duke Kai? Suddenly, a surge of intense energy flew towards Lien. Her eyes widened in shock. The energy slammed into her, sending her flying backward to crash against the door. The impact was so powerful that Lien coughed up blood. Noah remained seated, calm, trying to kill Duke Kai. After her question, another surge of energy erupted, twice as strong as the first. Again, Lien was the target, and she took the full force of the blow. This time, the pain made Lien scream uncontrollably. After the two attacks, she couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed, her head hitting the floor. Is she trying to kill me? Damn it, Noah said indifferently. Although I want to kill you right now, since Duke Kai doesn't want that. She closed her eyes, appearing to stop the fight. The flow of power gradually receded from Lien's body. Lien's eyes widened, and she gasped as if she had just returned from the brink of death. At this moment, a loud voice echoed from outside the room. Miss Noah, it's me. Noah calmly waved her hand. The chair Lien had used to barricade the door tumbled to the side. Then Kai's older brother, carrying Muyo in his arms, followed by a panicked guard, burst into the room. On the floor, Lien lay defeated in a pool of her own blood. Damn it! Not long after, the sky gradually brightened, a clear blue spreading over the large building, creating a sense of tranquility. In a room somewhere inside the building, Kai was resting on a simple bed. Kai suddenly woke up. Is this a hospital room? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice calling from outside the door. Duke Leonat. Kai looked toward the main door and saw Noah. Miss Noah, he called. What happened? Noah, unable to contain her joy, rushed to the bedside and hugged Kai tightly, surprising him. I was so worried. Even though I use healing magic, you didn't wake up for so long. I was afraid something had happened to you. Kai, recovering from the unexpected hug, gently patted her hand reassuringly. Miss Noah, feeling his hand, Noah suddenly became embarrassed and pulled back. Flustered, she stammered, tried to explain her actions and I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. Noticing the handkerchief she had dropped scattered on the floor, Kai asked, have you been taking care of me until now? Noah blushed, her face clearly flustered as she confessed, yes. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. I'll excuse myself now. I'll go tell everyone you're awake, so please rest. Kai quickly called her back. Wait, I want to talk to you, Miss Noah. Finally, Noah returned to the bedside and sat down next to Kai. So, that was an assassin sent from Ulam? She asked. Noah replied, yes. She said Eleonora commissioned her. In any case, the assassin has been apprehended. The healing mage said you would wake up soon, but 2 days passed and you still hadn't regained consciousness, so I was very worried. Noah lowered her head slightly, thinking to herself, what does he want to say? Don't tell me he's angry again. Hearing his apology, Noah looked up at him in surprise. What did you say? Kai, sitting on the bed, closed his eyes and spoke sincerely to Noah. For the things I said before and my attitude, I apologize for everything. You seemed very concerned about Andrian Rocinel. I really didn't like how kind you were to him. Thinking back, whether you sympathize with Andrian Rocinel or not, you were never lenient with him. I was jealous, so I used it as an excuse to be angry. Hearing this, Noah froze, her eyes wide as she looked at Kai. Noah remained motionless as Kai frankly confessed his feelings. And it's because I love you. After processing this information, Noah was stunned, her hands clasped together, unsure of what to say. Kai suddenly felt awkward. Sorry for acting like a child. Noah stammered. You said, you love me? Suddenly asked a question. Kai looked at her and blushed. Yes, that's right. Noah stepped forward and took Kai's hand. Kai, with a flushed face, looked down at her action and squeezed Noah's hand in return. Gentle sunlight bathed the large house, creating a warm feeling. Inside the quiet, closed room, Kai and Noah remained motionless, holding hands, shyly looking at each other without saying a word. Suddenly, Kai's older brother appeared out of nowhere, carrying Muyo in his arms, and burst into the room, making Noah's eyes widen in shock as if she had been caught red-handed. Kai's brother, while Muyo ate the ice cream in his hand, excitedly boasted, I bought Master Muyo 3 blueberry ice creams. Because Master Muyo is a great dragon, it's okay, right? Kai's brother suddenly fell silent, as if realizing his disruption. The room became unusually quiet. Noah had moved to the window at some point. With his curious nature, Kai's brother couldn't help but bombard them with questions. Kai, when did you wake up? Why is Lady Noah facing the wall? The scenery outside the courthouse today is fresh, gentle, and peaceful. Inside the empty courthouse, there wasn't a single person. Andrian was sentenced to 8 years in prison and 30,000 hours of community service under the supervision of the Ministry of Magic. Although Eleonora was sentenced to death, in reality, it's called life imprisonment. Eleonora will have to spend the rest of her life in prison. Eleonora's assets are expected to be used to restore the lives of the victims, and the remainder will belong to the state. Although only the assassin who tried to kill Duke Kai was arrested, Yulum, the place being monitored, is facing many difficulties. Outside the courthouse, Noah spotted a familiar figure. Inside the black car was Andrian. He suddenly noticed and turned his head. Noah raised her hand in a gesture of farewell to Andrian. Andrian, sitting in the car, saw Noah's action, and he blushed, waving back to her. The black car started and gradually drove away from the courthouse. In front of the courthouse, Kai suddenly appeared behind Noah. Kai, his face flushed, appeared in his formal uniform. Kai walked over Noah and embraced her so she could lean her head against him. The two stood leaning against each other for a long time in front of the courthouse until there wasn't another soul around. The news that the Dragon Master had become a new citizen of Lauren was a hot topic of conversation throughout the capital for a long time. I, as the Dragon Master, a citizen of Lauren, was assigned the task of restoring the natural environment of Heron, and I also received a lot in return for that. Along the railway line, the trees on both sides were lush green, and the air was incredibly fresh. On the train, Noah leaned wearily against her seat. After arriving in the capital, we'll spend a year just eating and enjoying ourselves. Muyo, you worked hard too. Working really doesn't suit me, does it, Muyo? In contrast to Noah's fatigue, Muyo beside her looked excited, his eyes narrowed. I think it's fun. It's been a while since I've been on a train, so I really like it. It feels like traveling, doesn't it? Just like before. It's really interesting. Noah gazed pensively out the train window. She recalled old memories of when Kai was still by her side, back when she was Eleonora, the image of her flustered for the first time. She reminisced about the times the three of them traveled together. The close moments between her and Kai. The two of them, one big and one small, on the train, gazing out the window at the scenery and reminiscing about the past. The capital welcomed the train with a bright and warm, sunny atmosphere. Stepping off the train, she set foot in the capital. As soon as the two of them exited Noah Station, they heard a familiar voice call out. Noah. Kai, in a smart suit, was standing looking towards them. The three of them were overjoyed to see each other again in the waiting hall after a long time apart. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? He replied, I just arrived too. Couldn't you have used magic to get here? Your luggage is so heavy too. Noah said, I just wanted to take the train. Besides, there's nothing heavy in my bag, do Kai. Have you had breakfast yet? Kai said, Noah, are you planning to keep calling me that? Noah was suddenly shy at Kai's words. An awkward atmosphere settled around the three of them. Right. Noah blushed, lowered her head, and stammered, Kai. The car started and drove away from the station. Noah and Muyo excitedly walked ahead, Kai carrying the luggage behind them, entering the large, luxurious new house. Wow, it's bigger than I thought. The house had a dedicated corner filled with potted plants. A spacious and airy dining table was placed near the window. Muyo excitedly dashed ahead, Noah and Kai slowly walking behind. This is your room. Until now, I've only ever lived in Eleanor's house, or places Duke Kai arranged for me, but this place isn't Eleanor's house, and it's not Duke Kai's house either. Is it my house? Noah was looking around the house when she suddenly heard a voice. Noah, what do you think? This is the first time you've seen it since it was finished, right? Was it built the way you imagined? She smiled and replied, yes. Although I need a few more things, the house is perfect. The two of them stood there chatting for a long time. That's good then. If you need anything else, just tell me. Since my house isn't far from here, if you need me, I'll come right away. Noah stammelet, Kai. Since there's a room for you two, you should come over. Often. Kai froze for a second. Then, he too blushed shyly and smiled brightly. Okay. Scene of a family in a peaceful setting with blooming flowers. Kai carries Muyo and walks alongside Noah. The three of them chat happily. Let's eat out, since there's nothing to cook with or any ingredients yet. Okay, let's go. Muyo wants dessert. Muyo, dessert is for after the meal. Thank you for watching today's video. So we've reached the end of this captivating story. See you in the next video, which will have a more dramatic and exciting story. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching. Have a nice day.